Hello there. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hi. I'm ready to go into the Stultifera Navis. Whee! I can't wait to explore a boat. Haven't been on a boat in years. I will examine the half-open safe because I want to loot first. I have problems. In a half-open safe sits an outdated nautical chart, once used by the old Iberian fleets to conquer the seas. The crystallization of their explorations through the mist. Unfortunately, it is now nothing more than scrap paper. A few other miscellaneous items also sit at the bottom of the safe, with nobody left to use them. No, thank you. I'ma take this, as one do, you know? I'm just taking a finely carved marble staircase, you know, as one does. That can fit in my pocket, right? There is nothing worth taking from the safe. I will check out the worn-out cabinet as one do. Open the cabinet's swaying doors, and a complex-looking device can be found resting inside. A thin line of Agarian text along its side reads, Housekeeping Assistant Module. It seems to fit into one of the slots on Little Handy. It appears to have been carefully stashed here at some point. But where did it come from? Don't mind if I do. There is nothing left in the cabinet. Okay. Ship's wake. Ooh, so I can explore, yay! I'm gonna go to the lost flagship as one do. Nice. Stultifera Navis. When disaster struck, both the great flagship Stultifera Navis, the Ship of Fools, and the Iberian fleet to which it belonged were out at sea. Giant waves swallowed everything, but the ghosts of the past still lingered. Okay, got that. Let me click on it again. Same thing. Time to go to the central passage. Ooh, let me look at the map. So, just one exit, but then there are multiple ways to get inside of it, which I do not appreciate, yo. But it's fine, it's fine. I just gotta bring another healer. Refresh? 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 There's the level 90 Lumen. I gotta raise mine. I need more experience tickets. Briogan was the owner of that key. During Iberia's golden age, he became a guest of honor to the aristocrats and nobility. He was once seen as a symbol of the budding harmony between the Agar Islanders and Iberians. Nobody knows what he was doing right before the disaster, or what he lacked the time to do, but he had already left behind a significant legacy, and for you, significant directions. Regardless, he is part of the past. I have no doubt you'll be the ones to make the choice, here in the present. As for the key, the question of why Briogan's key was left in Kashmirish is one we do not need answered. But it was found by the hunter Skadi. This was no coincidence, but rather an inevitability. You all have a natural sensitivity towards the sea. Indeed, I handed the key to that band. You will learn what they truly are. Perhaps the Agar will need to enlist their help. They are also searching for answers. Most of them are young, uncomfortable with the ocean's changes. After all, they cannot truly leave the place of their birth. Yes, I hope we'll succeed. Humanity faces too many problems, and the layers upon layers of disasters can easily extinguish the light of our current civilization. Gladia, if you wish to act alone, I won't try to dissuade you. Skadi is just like you. Perhaps all the hunters are. But whatever you do, Don't think you can solve all the land's problems by yourself. Ask away. I will answer any of your questions. Ishmar? Mila? Where did you hear that name? We're almost there. But the ocean is just too vast. Even slight inaccuracies in the coordinates can lead to huge errors. It is also much calmer than I imagined. More than calm. Since leaving the lighthouse, we've actually faced fewer and fewer attacks. Not even the wind or waves are stirring. What does it mean? It means... Are you nervous, my poor little bird? Eek! Wouldn't you stand where I can see you? Who are you calling nervous anyway? It's just very, very few people manage to make it this far out into the ocean, so I can't be sure that... Nay, your eyes are drawn back to over your shoulder, not to the horizon. You fear loss more than the unknown. Your superior gave you this chance so that you could board the Stultifera and to reach out to the Aegir, not for you to wallow indecisively. I know that. Before the fight comes to us, you must... Hey, do you smell that shark? Of course. Keep this cozy little boat slightly to the right, and soon we'll be able to see the bigger boat. It's long since become yet another nest, though. Do we really intend to dive right in? Do you need to rest, Spectre? Me? Is there something wrong with me? Why would you ask that? Your hand is shaking. Spectre looks down at her hand. The one not wielding a weapon is indeed trembling slightly in the sea breeze. Her consciousness gradually clears up and plunges deep into the abyss, untouchable. Is this anxiety? Or... excitement? But why? Gladia reaches out and gently holds Spectre's hand. With Skadi following suit, the three abyssal hunters share a moment of silence. Welcome home, hunters. Gladia solemnly steps onto the ship's bow. The sea breeze cleaves a path through the night, carrying upon it a familiar scent. The quiet vessel sleeps soundly atop the ocean. It is a vassal of the sea breeze, the guest of an era. Idealism was ubiquitous in that era, and it reflected the people's spirit of exploration, as well as their arrogance. Skadi and Gladia gaze wordlessly at the ship. In an instant, they are inundated with a flood of thoughts, but in the end, they are invariably dragged back to the past, their youth, their home, the rhythmic swaying of the ship. Only Spectre continues to grip tightly onto the weapon in her hand, the sea breeze picking up slightly. This breeze will carry the hunters home. So home is a ship. Slithers across the rocky surface. Monster, burn them. Screeches! Delicious. We're having roasted sea monsters. Lord Carmen, we can't afford to stay here much longer. The team of hunters is in danger. The penal battalion is being held back. It seems even I have underestimated the extent of the Church of the Deep's taint. We should have cleared a temporary forward base at Grand Faro to continue the pursuit. We didn't have a choice. If we have no way of securing the town, we'll be under attack from both sides. An Iberian Turkio consists of at least 10 companies, approximately 3,000 people. The officers of the penal battalion are more than sufficient to lead them to victory. You seem quite knowledgeable about this. We've crossed paths more than once. Are you suggesting we let the Penal Battalion handle Grand Faro and head straight to the Eye of Iberia? I wouldn't be opposed to that proposal. Were we dealing with Victoria's fleet? Otherwise, our losses will be even greater. Rifts. Miss Frost, why are you? A warm-up workout, she said. We come from the sea. We are the sea. However, Rifts dejectedly. If you're willing to help, that would be ideal. What can you offer? I can make them listen. Listen to my song. And your companions? Apologies in advance, but Dan wants to borrow that chapel. The others are in there thinking up new songs. Music? Your melodies are considerably different from what I used to hear in Lithuanian. Are you sure they'll be interested in that sort of thing? Riffs tersely. The meaning of life is music. I just want to clean up the venue before the show starts. Frost slowly pulls out her guitar. Carmen cannot help but be surprised. He can tell that the organism in front of him is truly, genuinely thinking about music. Her words contained no superfluous intentions. It is by no means a metaphor. Use the word as such, and Frost's attention will quickly wander. She only thinks about music. Only this form of art, capable of stimulating her soul, can hold her attention. Flinching, slithering sounds. Riffs experimentally. The lurking sea terrors circle around her, observing, examining, judging. They dare not wantonly approach her. They smell a familiar scent. They realize that the guitarist in front of them is a hollow vessel. Her distant connection resonates through the depths bestowed to them as their birthright. Even on land, they instantly feel as if they have become one with the sea. Conflicted, confused, slithering sounds. How miraculous. And oh shoot, my settings are being weird. Let me check it real quick. Yee! Why are you being weird? Behave, settings, please. There should be nothing wrong. Yeah, everything should be fine. What the heck? My internet's working. Yeah, it is working. Good. If it's not working, then something's wrong. Yep, it's all good. How miraculous. These creatures are intimately connected with the land itself. In their eyes, are humans and sea terrors no different? Frost does not answer. She is intoxicated by the melody, consumed by the passion. Kelsey knows the question was rhetorical. Kelsey, was this also part of your plans? For them to sit on the coast while the Penal Battalion delves into the sea? If you choose to believe so, then yes. But the Penal Battalion didn't even have time to prepare even a single ship for us. There's already one sitting along the shore. It's been years since the Grand Faro project was scrapped. First, we must uproot the evil that still grips this land. I remain an Inquisitor. I will not sit idly by and watch the corruption that's been infesting Iberia slip away, right before my eyes. Okay, old man. We'll do things your way. Whoa. Are you alright? Let go of me. Don't just go around picking people up. But, my fragile little bird, how will you climb up this tall deck if I don't carry you? Hello, hello? And this is a nice mental image. Spectre, I'm imagining her princess carrying Irene. That's not what I meant. Shh, forget it. What's the matter? What is the matter? Inquisitor Irene simply stares blankly at the scenery in front of her. A dim sliver of light in front of the pitch-black sea. In front of the ship's mast, time seems to have stood still for the past 60 years. So this is the Stultifera Navis, the ship of fools. The flagship that housed both scholars and soldiers, the floating palace of a fallen dynasty. It's quite different from how it's described in the books. Let's go. Wait. What are you even searching for on a ship this big? Briogan was an Aegir. This key must be hiding some sort of clue that the Aegir wanted to leave behind. A key? What is it meant to open? That's what I'm here to find out. Even ignoring its size, the ship's also been lost at sea for 60 years. How do you plan to? Perhaps you young Iberians haven't had much exposure to these transport vessels. Even with Briogan's help, this thing was so shoddily built. Why you? Were the seas calm on our way here? I'm sure you know the answer. Then my next question for you is this. Why didn't the ship sink? You don't mean... Footsteps. Heavy, vicious footsteps. A shadow appears upon the deck, where no living beings should stir. No, Irene immediately reprimands herself for having such a thought. Gladia's question was also on her mind. Along the shore, in the waters, she's already seen so many of these. And ooh, hello. Hi. What is this? Wait, what is this tentacle monster? Let me just check this out real quick. And ooh, hello. Interesting design. You know, I really like that headpiece it has. Looks pretty. Kinda reminds me of a flower crown, but with no flowers. The moment she sees the enemy, the young, talented Inquisitor, Irene's first instinct is to hold her breath. By the time she remembers how to breathe, Gladia has already stepped forward. Screeching howl! Thank you, Gladia. Interesting. You managed to dodge it. Not for long. Don't even think about it. What? It hid inside the cabin. Should we chase it? Yes, that is where it went. But why would it hide inside? We're out in the middle of the ocean. What do we do? It's not alone. There's more than one seaborn on the ship, and even more sea terrors. We should split up. I'll go after it. I'll head down. Down? How? Do you people already know the layout of the ship? We don't, but that's nothing a sharp blade can't solve. Ah, yes. That is how you you explore, by breaking through the walls. Excuse me? This is the most important legacy of the Iberian sages we're talking about here. And where will you go, little bird? I have an obligation to supervise you, so I'll go with you. Ooh, thank you. I'm doing all right. I'm a little hungry. I only had one meal today so far because I was too tired to eat anything else, but you know, it's fine. I am feeding on the energy of this event. Excitement quenches my thirst a little bit and also fills up my belly a tiny bit. There are so many mysteries shrouding the Stultifera. If it's been preserved this well, why did it never try to return to Iberia in the last 60 years? As an Inquisitor, I must uncover the truth. Shall we hold hands, then? Yes, I would like to hold your hand, Spectre. What's the meaning of this? Irene, just go along with it. Come on. You are the fruit You are a fruit of elegance and grace, but your hard work and natural talents are worthless before the enemies you'll face. I fear we will lose you with but a momentary lapse of focus. You look down on others too much, Ager. Keep her safe then. Will do. Shark. Hmm? Did you remember something? Oof, I'm gonna shrink if I keep eating like that. Height-wise, I would not like to shrink. That'd be bad. The sea breeze told me. It spoke of a sculpture. It is weeping, waiting for me. Will I be able to find it on this ship? Of course, but make it quick. I'll be waiting for you. What sculpture? Well, let us say our greetings to the deceased while searching for its whereabouts, Scotty. I'm glad you still remember my name. Ooh, pretty. This place really is fit to be a palace. But how is it so pristine? There's not a speck of dust to be found. Look, even the floorboards are sparkling. Maybe someone wanted to keep it tidy. Who though? Who knows? You said you were going to pursue that monster. How are you planning on doing that? Its scent doesn't lie. Though, this place is full of putrid smells. There must be more. Laborious slithering sounds. Are the tentacle monsters cleaning the floors and walls? If they are, I kinda wanna hire one. I gotta clean my room. I need to clean it by next month. Sea terrors. As expected, they turned this place into a nest. I'll handle this. Slithers around in place. Wait, Spectre. The scent's coming from below. Eh? Ugh! Ishar? Mila. And yes, next month because my friend wants to visit and sleep over in January, so I gotta make sure I clean up enough so my mom lets her sleep over because that's what my mom said. Like if you want your friend to sleep over, you gotta clean up. I'm like, okay, fine, I'll do it eventually. Keyword eventually. Ishar Mila. Erg. That impact. Are you alright, Spectre? Spectre? Laurentina. What are you looking at? A mirror? Why is there a mirror? Ooh, is this the mirror from the promotional video? The mirror's been broken. What's with this place? Why did the Iberians make a transport vessel into a palace? It's nothing like Rhodes Island. Is there anything special about the mirror? I saw it. And I know I should be cleaning more often, but it's just me in my room, so I'm like, eh. It's not like I invite people over that often. Like, I hang out with... For the friend that's sleeping over in January, the last time I saw her was last year, around Halloween. That's when she slept over last time. And then my other friend, I hung out with her like a few weeks ago too. So it's not like super duper often. It's a rare experience, like maybe a once a year thing someone visits. At first, there was a speck of light from the surface of the shattered mirror, but it quickly gave way to the dark shadow beneath it. It's I. The seaborn had long been waiting here, sitting alone in its golden hall. Ishar Mila. La Tina. Lo Tina. Lauren Tina? It's young. No, we can't judge their strength by size. Another seaborn, without a doubt. Sea terrors too. They're gathering, Spectre. Spectre ignores her words as she stares blankly at the mirror and at the seaborn behind it. You remember me? The seaborn nods slightly. It looks at Spectre and Scotty with confusion, thinking. Why are they different from how they were in the past? What happened to them? How can I help free them from their shackles of flesh and blood? Spectre. Don't think about it. I'm not. Her tone had changed. Scotty looks at Spectre with astonishment. She had never been able to get a definite answer from either Gladia or Kelsey regarding the moment of clarity Spectre displayed in Salviento. Laurentina, you... Laurentina? Yes, Laurentina. Look, here in the scroll hanging from my weapon, back when I wrote my name down and hung it here, I could still remember where I was born. Ah, a lucid dream, huh? Really? It's been too long. Spectre. We can reminisce later. Whether in Salviento or aboard this familiar yet unfamiliar vessel, I really hope that next time I'm awakened, it's by Ager's resplendent domes instead of you ugly monsters. Hey, thanks for sitting back and letting me finish. Wait, you weren't seriously about to call us your kin, were you? Gross. Come on, why don't you take a little nap too? Sink into the quagmire of consciousness and relinquish the gift of life. Screeches! Oof. That's a big ouch. You're too ugly to be my relative, is what she told it. That is probably the ultimate ouch. Imagine being told you're too ugly to be her relative. I mean, to an extent understandable, but oof. I would feel so sad. I'd be like, I know it's true, but you don't have to put it that way. Like, stop. And why is that one just walking around menacingly? I don't like that. You know, put her here for now. Hey, stop wandering around menacingly. Oi. Oi. Can you just, like, not? Yeah, thanks. Let's see. How do I want to do this? I should put a healer down soon. You know, healing is good. Healing is smart. And of course, they're just marching along menacingly as one do. You know, put her here. Seems decent so far. And then I'll do this. Okay. Never mind, they're not going down fast enough. There, now they are. I was a little offended that they weren't going down fast enough. Hey, what are you doing, you weirdos? And that looks pretty good, too. You know, put her here. Actually, wait, let me check his range real quick. I can put her here. Thank you, Susie. Assert your dominance. Look at them marching around. They're just marching around menacingly, as one do. I mean, understandable. But at the same time, I don't appreciate it, yo. I need to bring out another healer, you know? Healing is good. Healing is smart. I gotta be smart. And I'll push her here because healing good. Healing is wonderful. And that's out of his range, but so oof, but it's okay. Yeah, this is fine. This is completely fine, ha ha. Wait, no! Shoot! That one got through. Oh, I'm so offended. I gotta redo this stage later. Oh man. Ooh. It's always the one that gets away. But it's fine, at least I made it. And that's what matters. Don't I need more of those prisms? The prisms are good. Wow, that's a lot of exploration, yo. I'm gonna start off with the officer's lounge as one does. There are several pieces of damaged art in the officer's lounge. Large torn apart oil paintings, pure white sculptures shattered into pieces, caved in bronze relics. There are also more bizarre things like a billiards table inlaid with silver, and a number of poker cards with intricate patterns that appear to be hand-drawn. I don't have a key. I'm gonna go to the lounge. For whatever reason, the traces of the passing years can be seen on this note. It has never been moved, replaced, or dusted away, or dusted, always remaining in its original position, faithfully conveying the message left by the one who penned it, day after day, year after year. Don't touch them. Those are my treasures, and you'll pay if anything goes missing. Try to control yourself the next time you get into a fight. There aren't many things left on this ship to prove where we came from. After the passage of a great many moons, the original witnesses have long disappeared, but these manuscripts remain elegant and dignified. Okay, yep. I gotta leave since I don't have a key. Might as well go to the doomed elevator. What's the worst that can happen here? A strange noise comes from the distance. It seems that this ball has not yet ended. Okay. I'm gonna go to the head. Inside the bathroom, everything looks good as new, and drops of water dribble from the spigot. The only unusual thing is that all the mirrors have been shattered, now only able to reflect broken images. There's still unused supplies in the storage box under the sink. Oh, I am so triggered that they didn't turn off the faucet properly. Wasting water, bad. But I'm gonna take this. There is nothing worth taking from the ship's lavatory. I'm gonna go to the crew's quarters. A strange noise comes from the room, as if something is persistently rapping against the wall. Regular and hollow, persistent and monotonous. Open the door and search. Unsurprisingly, it's a sea terror. It stumbles to a halt and turns around. If sea terrors also possess the mental state of confusion, then the sea terror before your eyes is without a doubt confused. It seems to have been battling a wall for some time now, a side of its body thorny and chitinous from the collisions. If it has no way to leave, it will ultimately give up, turning itself into nutrients for its kin. Its body has been impaled with a string of keys, likely remnants of its last mortal struggle. Its opponents had likely broken their blade and reached for whatever sharp objects were available, persisting until the bitter end. Perhaps the wound just happened to cut into a certain nerve node in the sea terror, or perhaps there is some other reason it escaped to the crew quarters and decided to do battle against the wall. There might even be another possibility. In any case, pull out the keys and put an end to its miserable existence. Don't mind if I do. There is nothing left here except a bed that will never again offer sweet dreams to anyone. And I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna use my key. Open the inner door. The locked door has been opened. This area inside the lounge originally was a small conference room, but by the looks of things, the last meeting held here did not go very well. Documents are strewn all over the ground, trampled upon by panicked footprints. A huge chart hangs in the conference room, making the positions of every ship in the Grand Fleet. Marking the positions of every ship in the Grand Fleet. The icons that once represented their existence have all been extinguished, leaving the chart empty. Its azure background now symbolizes the boundless ocean upon which this flagship floats alone. And thus, the mightiest fleet ever known to Terra quietly dissolved into this blue expanse. Join the pride and ambition of Iberia past. Okay, that's it for that one. I'm gonna go into the tool room. This used to be the tool room on the Stultifera, used to store instruments, tools, and supplies needed for the ship's maintenance. But for a ship that has to endure a horrific calamity, losing its mobility in the process, banking on these tools alone might be a bit of wishful thinking. I am going to search the cabinet as one does. It may well be the case that even the most skilled craftsmen of today's nations would be helpless before these devices. Not because of how complex their structure is, but rather from the difficulty of operating their arts units. Most of these tools are fairly simple for a beginner to operate. A flip of a switch and a few button presses, and they'll spring to life and efficiently get the job done. The only issue is, nobody knows exactly why they work. Just as humans cannot imagine walking without legs or grasping without hands, these machines lack any kind of reasonable engine or power supply mechanism. Only God knows how they work. The way they use originium is completely different. Now I will look through the drawers. At the bottom of the drawer is a sheet of paper that has long since yellowed. Next to it are words written in striking red paint. Don't go to the deck. Don't jump overboard. Don't allow yourself to sink. Read it, remember it. Remember who you are. This piece of paper seems to have been cut from the officer's manual and is filled with flamboyant, rhetoric boasting that the ship can be called a palace on the Iberian Sea, a mobile throne for exalted kings. The officers and researchers lucky enough to be selected as the crew of the Stultifera Navis were the most outstanding talents of Iberia's golden age. One of the passages was marked with a highlighter. In any given era, there are only so many names that will be remembered. History, in all of its cruelty, shows no mercy to the mediocre. Congratulations, most glorious crew member. You will surely enter the annals of history. Time to go to the lower hall. His eyes widen with anger, his hand not letting go of the helm for decades. Who he? He who? Shh! The further we go, the more sea terrors there are. It's getting dangerous. Maestro, how do I become like them? Gugh. Seaborn? It's the same one we saw on the deck. The hunter's attacks didn't do any damage. How will it come at me? With its limbs? Its fangs? My hand cannon. I need to create distance. Wait a second. What's that in your belt? Why do you... could you be? Grah! Arg... What strength? I barely managed to block it. Do you have something to say, monster? I can't go down there. I won't. I'm an Inquisitor of Iberia.
It has taken too long to burn away at the Nethersea brand. The situation's not looking good.
Numerous slithering sounds. I can see what's going on down there from here. How many hours have passed? How much longer can he hang on? No. Don't think about it, Jordy. Focus. The Inquisition. Hurry. Ooh. Is that all?
Grr.
Listen to your friend's wail. The flower of Salviento at least had its beauty. But what about you? As my first dance lesson after waking up, I must say you're underwhelming. Gah! It's getting away. I'll go after it. You go find the little Iberian bird. How are you feeling? Better than ever. My memories are tumbling down like a waterfall from the heavens. It'll take a while for the full picture to emerge, though. And some of my more recent memories are rather embarrassing. I'll go. Your mind is still unstable. Oh, trying to steal my prey? I'll try to escape to the sea. It'll try to escape to the sea. Of course it will. But it wasn't running just because it couldn't win. What did it find? And definitely Elite 2 Spectre is so worth it. She's so pretty. We don't have time. I'll never get used to hand cannons. Hey, where are you? Huh? The Abyssal Hunters? Hello, Irene. I see you've brought us more prey. Did you just call me Irene? Have you regained your memories? Not entirely. But I know I'm in a great mood right now. This is not the time. That's the one from the deck. It's fast enough to dodge the captain's lunge. I really must tip my hat to you, Irene, for chasing it all the way here without taking a scratch. I can't take credit for it. It hardly even attacked. Look, it's still not, even now. I see. I thought I wouldn't be able to resist if we chatted like this, and showed it an opening. Your friend just left, you know. It's not too late to go after them. Or are you a pacifist too? Kashmirish, a landlocked country where Scatty stayed in for a time. A place of sprawling grasslands and forests. The land of knights. Knights. The last night was so random. Is it a coincidence? Or did something draw him here? Or did something draw him there? The ship, Brailgun. What did you intend to leave behind for your homeland? Where have you hidden the answer? Sea terror carcasses? And not only that, the wounds are clean and precise. They show no signs of resistance. Scents mingle in the air. The air here is stale. What else is there on the ship? Hopefully lots of loot for me. I want to loot. Your belt and pocket watch are undoubtedly human in origin, and even in the Iberian style. What are you? It's stalling for time. This will get complicated if the other one gets back to the ocean. Still not attacking? What a passive dance partner. I'll take the lead, Scatty. Right. Gah. Hello, hello?
Gah. Grr. Gah.
Come on, fight back already. I'm starting to feel like the bad guy. No, it's not stalling for time. Who defiles my Iberia? Heathens. The sound of bells? What? Sharp screech. Bells echo through the empty hall. The lights in the hall flash. The seaborn lands in the direction of the throne, while the three are distracted. Yes, the throne. And yo, I know the feeling of not being able to farm chips because the event drops are more priority. And I also need more tickets, as in the EXP ones. I bought all the EXP tickets and then I used them already. There is a throne on this Iberian ship, a symbol of pride, power, arrogance, and deceit. It's like... Spectre trails off, knowing what she was about to say was far too absurd. It wears a crown and drapes itself in the same colors as the curtains. It kneels by the side of the throne, the two inextricably bonded with one another. It resembles the queens and ministers of old, serving the golden sun of Iberia. There's never enough EXP tickets or LMD, really. Though there was a lot of LMD in the shop, and I appreciated that because I bought it all, and I'm like, yay, I can promote people. A silhouette emerges from behind the throne. Irene raises her lantern over her head, trying to illuminate the shadowy figure. Who are you, mystery person?
Why do you set foot on my ship? Ha! Who would ignore a question from the great Alfonso? Why are you here? Why have you broken the silence and come for my Iberia, which had lain forgotten for decades? I will start with you. Answer me, child of old Iberia.
Irene could not believe her eyes. She'd seen the seaborn's face before. She had devoted much time of her time during her inquisitor, training to study of history. Oops, okay, I'm just gonna read from the beginning. She had devoted much... I'm just gonna assume the first time wasn't supposed to be there, so she had devoted much of her time during her inquisitor training to the study of history, immersing herself in doctrines and creeds. How dare the seaborn claim to be Alfonso? How dare he claim to be Iberia's greatest ship captain? You can't possibly be the captain of the ship, monster! Alfonso was almost 50 years old 60 years ago, but you look even younger than the great hero was back then. Irene knows she is shaken, but she cannot show weakness. She reflexively raises her lantern, as her commanding officer would have. Drop the mask, seaborn. To me, he does look 50. I thought he was an old man. I'm like, hello, old man. How old does he look? If she says that he looks younger than how he did when he sailed at 50, how old does he look to her? I'd believe if he was a 50-year-old dude or even 60. And ooh, thank you. The light of her lantern flickers. The tiny speck in the Inquisitor's hand seems to fit the word lost better than the lights of this golden hall. And ooh, hello. Hi. The Golden Age. The Seaborn briefly lays its eyes on Irene before turning away dismissively, rubbing Alfonso's inhuman arm. Ooh, hello. A short silence surrounds the hero.
Seaborn? I don't like that name. Tell me your name, child of old Iberia.
I am Irene, Inquisitor of Iberia. And old Iberia? You dare defile the name of...
And you dare talk to me like that?
A screech interrupts the exchange. Ah!
Where were you when we burned Victoria's ships and sunk the Lion King's honor to the bottom of the lake?
Where was she? I don't think Irene was born yet. Irene looks pretty young to me. Ooh, hello, hello. I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little hungry, but it's fine. Because I want to adventure, and the sea terrors look delicious.
Where were you when I paved the streets of Salviento with pure gold, brought back in my ships? Where were you when the Tercios darkened Lithanian's dawn like a black cloud?
You... Violent coughing.
Pah! I am Alfonso, Duke of Old Iberia, Admiral of the Armada, Captain of the Stultifera, and King of my own kingdom. You, a mere inquisitor, dare question me?
Shakes head impatiently.
So the church's fools have crossed the ocean to find me. What did you expect? A pat on the back? Go back. No matter how you got here, the Stultifera Navis does not welcome you. Garcia, my chief mate, no need to be so bothered by them. They will repay the sea 1,000-fold for the blood they made you spill. Ah,
Nods. Oh, this is the chief mate. So this is who this person is. Mocking the Inquisition is a serious crime in Iberia.
Did you not understand what I just said? Leave. There's not a single living soul on this ship, child of old Iberia.
We've sacrificed so much too. And all, thank you. I'm not here to ask for your permission.
Such impertinence. This is why I never liked the church. A crime against a church too helpless to stand against even the feeble royal house? If you're really from old Iberia, then tell me, who is the incumbent pope? Carmen?
Hey, he knows Carmen. You know Saint Carmen's name? Then again, Carmen did say he's super old.
Saint? A saint? Ha! Ha ha! A saint! Ha ha ha!
What are you laughing at?
He didn't even have the medal to become pope? Does he not feel ashamed when he sees himself in the mirror? No wonder it took you 60 years to find this place. It seems disaster has made Iberia weak. But no matter, before the ship's doctor joined the Corals, we discussed what might have become of Iberia. This is not unexpected. The floor that you stand on, this immaculate golden hall, this is the motherland I know.
No wonder why the palace, or the inside of the ship, looks so pretty. It's all shiny and spotless, because he's still living here, as one does.
This is Iberia, not the backwater you speak of, half of which you refuse to see or understand. How far has this once great empire fallen? Is it really so pathetic that it took you 60 years to find me?
Alfonso descends from the podium. Irene takes a step back. Her lantern flickers.
Now then, why are there two Aegir with you? There is no place for the Aegir in my Iberia.
We meant no offense, Captain. We were merely chasing some ugly monsters, and mistook your chief mate for one of them. How did you survive so long here?
That's the question, ain't it, you Aegir fools? It's been so many years since I took up hunting as a hobby. Either today or tomorrow should have been the day of reckoning. But you chased away my quarry. Now, we must once again rely on those No. Wait. No. You are not Ager. You're more than Ager. Both of you. What's your name?
Scotty.
No, Ager. Don't try to deceive me. We may have been trapped in this ship for decades, but we are no fools. They call you Ishar Mila.
Who calls her that? Who? Do you hear the bells, Opianus?
It's a miracle that anything works in this ship at all.
Here, the bells signal the start of the hunt.
But who's the hunter and who's the prey?
The children of the ocean don't care. They consider Afonso to be their kin, albeit weakened. They're willing to offer their own flesh and blood, all to ensure the survival of the strong. A hunter approaches.
Gladia. She's too sharp. The skills I learned on land will only work for so long. She'll detect me soon.
What will you do?
What will you do?
Answering a question with a question. I'm interested in your choice, Alpianus. I never expected to become interested in the Abyssal Hunters again. But Laurentina fascinates me. I see so much possibility in her. And you've made your choice of your own accord, while retaining your sanity. Have you noticed? More and more, you're becoming like one of us. Can you reach the truth, cast aside revelation, lay open the body of God, and learn the truth of the gods of the sea? The answer you're seeking is tantalizing. Heh, look at me. Showing curiosity. Perhaps there's something human in me yet.
The revelation is imprinted upon the instincts of God's children. Her ways of thinking couldn't be more different.
Oh my. You sound even more like a seaborn than I do. I like how they were able to find the boat so easily, though. Now time to go into the storage room. Maybe I'll find more loot. A storage room is full of spare sails. Unfold one, and you will find a canvas decorated with golden threads and carefully embroidered with the pattern of the Iberian flag. Maybe there are some useful supplies to be found here. Don't mind if I do. Yay. There is nothing worth taking from the storage room. I will go to the first gallery. Above this room's door hangs a sign that reads, First Gallery. From the size and scale of this kitchen alone, one could already imagine the grand occasions on which sumptuous dishes would emerge from here. Open the door and search. Check the freezer. You know, I'm gonna open the door and search as one does. And oh, not first gallery, it's first galley. Okay. As its name suggests, the first galley is one of several kitchens. In addition, there's a kitchen for preparation and plating, another for desserts, and so on. The crew here is served delectable dishes worthy of their honorable statuses, or at least, they were in the past. Naturally, the calamity and the starvation that ensued quickly and mercilessly stripped people of their veneer of virtue. However, let us pray that the blackened bloodstains in the corner of the galley are but accidental splatters from the chef carving Sisti Beast steak. The desalination unit installed in the kitchen seems to have been out of use for many years. Even the hardiest of races cannot survive by drinking seawater. Their ultimate fate was to die of dehydration in the middle of the ocean. That is a terrible ultimate fate. I will look in the freezer now. Is it still working? Mist scatters in every direction when the freezer door is opened. It's been on this entire time. Dozens of sea terror carcasses are lined up neatly in the freezer. There are many different kinds, and some are no longer complete. Their wounds smooth and most likely caused by a clean cut. A few other skeletons of various shapes and sizes have been hung in a way that could be described as disconcerting, but it is simply a collection of different evolutionary trajectories. From the differing rates of discoloration in the bones, their ages vary as well, possibly spanning decades. By the looks of it, the ship has also welcomed some non-speaking guests. Not gonna lie, I'd want to taste them. Time to go to the ballroom. Maybe they're aged to perfection. If they're decades old meat. Come as you please. Leave in pieces. Really does wine pour. Bodies litter the floor. I'm going to go into the ballroom as one does.
Ah, you've returned. Thank you for your contribution. I know how painful it must be for someone like you to go against your faith. But Providence lies just ahead. This is by no means a false promise, but true redemption. I thank you.
Lord Carmen is far beyond our comprehension. There's no need to try to deceive him. He will discover the truth before long. You should also thank Thiago. Her lies condemned him to death at the hands of the Inquisition. Poor Thiago, I liked him. He's a good uncle.
I have never seen the Herald of the the Herald of the Sea, but rumor has it, the Herald will not refuse the requests of its kin, because the choices of kin must surely benefit the entire kind. The thoughts of kin must also be shared by the entire kind. We ought to learn from this, as this is also part of the cycle.
Then we'll let Thiago worry about himself. But...
you still have doubts. They are necessary.
Our prophet, Miss Amaya, will she really be able to come back?
She has simply chosen to return to the sea one step ahead of us. She is to locate our path, our herald, and the trails of the sleeping city. If she returns, it is to help her kin. If she does not, it is because she is making preparations. We needn't worry too much about her. Just know that she wishes to avoid the scrutiny of the Inquisition, regardless of where she might be.
Then, this person, this Iberian, why did we abduct him?
His patroness seems to have made some kind of agreement with Carmen. He is an enemy. Haha. I really wish you'd choose another way of describing my relationship with the doctor. You've been investigating us, have you not? I've devoted quite a lot of time explaining our ideals to you, and we would prefer not to hurt you. Have you thought things through? I think I've heard everything I need to know about your hypocrisy. Hypocrisy? You still speak of morality. The morality of the human realm. I couldn't care less what these sea terrors or seaborn really are. All I see are a bunch of outlaws inventing a reason to vent their frustrations with Iberia and the Inquisition. While I haven't lived here for a particularly long time, I am an Iberian. And I've been to a lot of places and seen a lot of things. People like you who think they're special are actually a dime a dozen. If the gods you talk about are real, and all that nonsense about being the pinnacle of evolution or the bleeding edge of life, then surely those gods must look down on people like you, right?
How dare you?
No, he's right. That is why the Herald no longer speaks to us. That is why only Amaya can hear the voice of the ocean, and only she can guide us. So, there really was something off about Amaya. I should have caught on sooner. That said, how's it looking? Whatever those things of yours are, that Nethersea brand, they aren't able to get into the center of town at all. That black monster can do more than fly. It can even belch out terrifying jets of flame. The Nethersea brand can't spread faster than it's being burned. If this gets dragged out, then Grandfather will fall into the Inquisition's hands as soon as the sea terrors holding back the penal battalion are exterminated. Then we all die. No, Thiago, no. All these things you speak of, you do not grieve for the kin who willingly give themselves up to hold back our enemies. In other words, you are not yet resolved to sacrifice yourself for our entire kind at a moment's notice. Don't talk to me like that. Our interests happen to line up this time. I'm just an old fogey with no interest in becoming an ocean hugger.
What a low-born, stubborn creature.
Same to you, friend. And you, lad, didn't I warn you not to meddle in other people's affairs?
Thiago, you know each other?
No. He's just an outsider who keeps hanging around the chapel. As the mayor, I need to have at least some idea of every person in town. You should have stayed out of it. Right then. We should act soon, right? Or are we going to wait for the Inquisitor and his monster-wielding accomplice to burn my town to the ground?
We will not. You seem awfully attached to the city. Why?
Grandfaro is the embodiment of our generation, spanning vision to rebuild our country, heretic. Ask any Iberians who've joined you, and you'll understand. The Inquisition has taken enough from us, and I intend to pay them back double.
I am Scotty, not Ishar Mila.
You pronounce it differently, but what does it mean?
Scotty knows, but dares not answer. Gladia told her that she is alright, and she is willing to believe her. But that is only an escape. She knows what the name means. It means a thunderous roar within the abyss. Flesh and bone rubbing against the rock walls until only the will remains, surging beyond the ocean. It means that after the harrowing battle, something was left in her body. Something.
My blood and your blood are identical. You smell my scent exactly as we smell your scent. You find us, kill us. When we do not understand, we kill you too. We feed the ocean. Our bodies have provided for the ocean. Ishar Mila, we possess the same home. Inquisitor, how dare you join forces with them?
What?
Get off my ship this instant, otherwise, you'll join them in my hunt as the quarry.
Easy there, Mr. Captain. Now tell me, how did you come to learn of this name?
I'll tell you exactly how. We ate the flesh of these things, and our bodies began to change. I personally executed 3 of the survivors until only we remained. Now, it's my turn to ask you. Their blood also flows in your veins, I can smell it, and you must be more special than the others.
What are you?
Look at my hand.
Scotty looks down. One of the captain's arms has taken on the form of a seaborn. Its newly formed, webbing clearly visible, and its tentacle-like extensions ever squirming. He seems to be making an effort to restrain it. By the looks of it, whatever is inside of that arm is also interfering with his body.
It thirsts for my mind. It tells me to liberate you, to talk to you, to listen to your thoughts. Get off my ship before I kill the lot of you. Only by killing you can I maintain my sanity as a human. Begone.
We've paid an immense price just to get here. If you truly still are that Iberian hero, then you should join us.
Think carefully, little Inquisitor. I've been in a bitter struggle for my life on the ship for longer than my homeland has been at war. What could you possibly understand? A single year of confinement can break a person's will. Do you have any idea how many years we've spent here, flirting with the waves? 7 or 8 years ago, I personally executed the last crew member and threw him into the sea. He died as a human. He was the last to. We were Iberia's best sailors, warriors, and scientists, stalwart in our faith. The most common way to die aboard the ship was suicide. You can't imagine what I've been through. The left side of my body snatched away even in my dreams. I no longer needed sleep. That itself was a form of torture. And during this prolonged torture, I've had naught to do but hunt those monsters, large and small. And while away, the remaining hours polishing my ship. Leave me and my chief mate be, and return to where you came from. I don't belong to you or to the sea. I belong only to my Iberia, to the Stultifer and Navis.
To an extent, I wouldn't mind just leaving him on here. Gladia stops walking. While she contemplates why this place is so clean, she notices a change in the scent. Seaborn. Of course there are seaborn here. But what is the cause of this impure odor? And where did this vague premonition she is starting to feel come from? She can only continue walking, following the path etched in the back of her mind, and attempt to reach the depths of the ship. Suddenly, she comes to a stop. Don't you think you're being a bit too obtuse, appearing on this primitive transport vessel that hasn't docked in over 60 years? Bishop of the Deep. You saw through me immediately. Do you suppose that means I chose the wrong place to appear?
You followed us here.
Hardly. Strictly speaking, I was the one who arrived first. The ocean communicates with me, it accepts me, it aids me. From the very beginning, coming to this ship was a trivial task. That you've been able to suppress your urge to rush forward and slay me is already quite impressive. It is because you feel this ship is vital to your grand plans?
What are you after?
You killed Quintus.
I should have known better. So even you test tube watching bottom feeders, pardon my language, will pursue vengeance?
No, you misunderstand. Quintus was a bit too eager to attain results, and that temperament of his not only led to his demise, but also demonstrated conclusively that he was born human. Not that that's something to be ashamed of. Under our doctrine, we will never become what we seek to be by thought alone. Only changes to nerve and sinew can be considered real. Wouldn't you agree, Abyssal Hunter? We don't need to be enemies. I have no plans to do anything to you. One's end is decided at the moment of one's birth. Nothing can change this immutable fact.
You went through all that effort to follow us out to sea, just to spew this nonsense?
About that. That's not something you need to know.
Those lowly creatures won't be able to hold me back.
Amaya smiles sweetly, but does not answer. A blue light emerges from under her feet, and it soon envelops the entire corridor. Yo, the captain's gonna be angry. She's making his corridor, his nice shiny corridor messy. The Nethersea brand.
The Nethersea brand at Grand Faro. So those traps were your handiwork.
Hardly. You're also quick to blame your every misfortune on the Church of the Deep, but never stop to consider the truth behind these phenomena. These children have always existed in Grand Faro. I simply found them.
Humph.
Cut the crap. We're out in the middle of the ocean. Our touch, invisible to the naked eye, is everywhere. The ship may not be of much use in your quest to return to Ager. But do you really insist on returning? Have you never had the slightest inclination to listen to what the heralds have to say?
Seems you aren't too different from the stupid bishop after all. You've never even been in a real fight. Otherwise, you'd never say such an idiotic thing to a hunter.
No, but not all the hunters take such pride in their arrogance. We will meet again, Gladia. You've disappointed me, but that's fine. Perhaps it's for the better that you have something to break out of.
Meaning?
But whether you come or go, or whether Ager comes and goes, is not for me to decide.
You won't be leaving this conversation alive, though.
Oh, really? Oh, it's another looking fishy. I want to eat that one. I want to make it into sashimi. Ear-splitting screech. Or make it into dried fish. And eat it as chazuke. Quintus should have had a herald by his side. You fought with that herald. You've spoken with that herald. While you stagnate in place, the ocean is ever in motion. Ager is far from smart enough to curb evolution itself.
Hold it. Blah. Dia. Such weak, pitiful prey that cannot even speak. More like a beast. Hurry up and die. I still have a score to settle with that bishop. I need answers from her. Did you hear that, chief mate? Her quarry brays, it calls out to us.
The monster known as a chief mate nods slightly, and uses its claws to straighten the crown that started to slip from its head.
It brays. It calls out to us. You brought yet more rabble with you?
It must be Swordfish. She must have discovered something, and there's something unusual about the smell here. The sea breeze is confusing us.
Good thing these filthy Ager haven't scared it away. We've already been romping around for months, and I'd hate to see my ship even more beat up.
By hunt, do you mean you're hunting the seaborn?
Seaborn? Laughs huskily. Sure am. Hunting to live off the bounty of the land. Hasn't humanity done so since the dawn of time? But you still haven't left by the clock's next chime. Yeah, but if you still haven't left by the clock's next chime, you will die.
I like how he's giving them a chance. How polite. Do I observe it again? No, right? Surviving the hunt. Over here? The huge dome elevator in the middle of the Stultifera connects to the various levels of the great battleship. When riding it, one may witness Iberia's breathtaking scenery depicted across the walls. Standing here is like standing in the center of the world. A domed elevator. I got a nice photo. I will go to the training area, you know, as one do. A training area is packed with sea terrors, seemingly startled awake by the sound of hunting bells. This place, once used for human training, is now their hatchery. In the darkness, sets of eyes shine with an eldritch glow. And the sounds of crawling and slithering fill the air. and their hostility is practically palpable. I will clear out the sea terrors. Draw your blade. This is a battle for survival. In the end, a sea terror is nothing more than a sea terror, and the battle soon reaches its conclusion. They slink back into the darkness to recuperate, awaiting their next opportunity. That is the nature of the hunt. You're either the hunter or the prey. A rather large sea terror died under the watch of its kin. From its peduncle hangs a pocket watch which, based upon its engravings, once belonged to the navigator of the Stultifera Navis. From the perspective of their species' survival, would sea terrors ever evolve a compulsion to collect? I mean, why not? Now I gotta survive the hunt, okay. First, I will go here. Or actually, no, I'll start from here. Time to go into the pipe shaft. The area inside the pipe shaft is a complete mess. It seems that some brutal fighting occurred here, and based on the sword marks left behind, both sides must have been human. I will search carefully. This place is dark and messy. In a lightless corner lies a skeleton. No, upon closer inspection, you realize that it's actually two skeletons entangled together. One of the skeletons seems so morphed and twisted that it resembles the bones left behind by a certain species of sea terror. One longsword pierced through what had once been their chests, while a second sword remains in their grasp. By the looks of it, they had been the ones to drive the first sword through their bodies. Why would their deaths be like this? What was their relationship? What were they thinking before they died? Perhaps nobody will ever know. Around the skeletons, a half roll of cipher book pages is sitting in the corner. The remaining pages are filled with various ciphers, one of which matches the password format seen in the records room. Unfortunately, it remains incomplete. Now I click out. Am I stuck here? Okay, there. I got a broken Iberian rapier. I will go to the ship chapel. A chapel included on the ship. Its icon overlooking every guest who visits. Many years ago, sailors once came here to confess their sins and unburden their souls. Now, the only thing that might enter this ornate chapel is the occasional lost sea terror. I will search it. An icon overlooks every guest who comes here. Before the calamity, the Church of Iberia had already drifted from Lateran orthodoxy. It no longer wished its flock to be shackled by Lateran law, and His Holiness in Laterano seemed unaware of this schism. In the end, the Iberians discovered that only they can bring themselves salvation. The ship's chapel is a typical product of the post-schism era, its icon no longer holding a gun, but instead taking up sword and lantern. The Church of Iberia has already written its own scriptures, and with the king's support, plans to have a pope of its own. Now that all this has been reduced to ash, only the Inquisition remains to lead Iberia forward. In the corner of the church lies a row of standard-issue sailor hats, the original owners long gone, hidden beneath the waves. However, this little token of commemoration is enough to prove that there are still those who did not wish to forget them. Under one of the hats is a half roll of cipher book pages. The remaining pages are filled with various ciphers, one of which matches with the password format seen in the records room. Unfortunately, it remains incomplete. I got a dusty icon. I'm gonna go to the command hall. There is nothing of interest in the hall at this moment, but you're much more interested in the place labeled as the confinement room. That sounds dangerous. Confinement room it is. A strange rubbing noise comes from inside your ear. Quickly retreat to the golden corridor and prepare to confront the unknown foe. Might as well. I'm gonna go to the golden corridor. There are a few horrible gashes left on the walls of this corridor. Perhaps the records room will tell of what exactly happened here. I guess I'm going to the records room. The records room most likely housed all the Iberian Grand Fleet's confidential files at one point. All sorts of documents related to personnel, deployment plans, and tactical arrangements were sealed away into safes. One by one. Now, they are nothing more than piles of refuse. I am going to search the room. Other than a table, a few chairs, a lamp in the middle of the room, and the safes of various sizes lining up all the way to the ceiling, there are practically no other items here. The person in charge of this place must have been quite organized. Most of the safes here haven't been locked. The documents inside them now meaningless. Only one of the larger ones remains firmly shut, requiring a passcode to open. Maybe I can unlock it, I have papers. The heavy safe door slides open, revealing nothing inside except a copy of the ship's personal files. By reading it, you catch a glimpse of everything the Sculptor had suffered since the calamity. When the silence struck, the massive fleet collided with the terrible waves almost head-on, suffering heavy casualties. When the waves subsided, the Sculptor spent a while trying to find any other ships or survivors out at sea. But with little luck, as its own propulsion system had been damaged. Then, the monsters appeared. Within half a month of the calamity, the crew had been reduced by more than half, every inch of the deck stained red with blood. A year later, the ship's supplies ran low, and the remaining 100 crew members began their long struggle. The following records are filled with horrific, appalling words: betrayal, madness, chewing, transformation. 20 years after the calamity, only 16 people remained alive and sane on the ship. I will go here. Time to look at the map first. Okay, 3 entrances, 1 exit. I got this. Methinks. Boop. Should be fine. I just gotta bring along a healer. Come with me, my boy. Also, I should hydrate. Hydration good. Oh, am I automatically fighting? Ha.
Let's show them what we can do.
All I need is a sip of water, so it's fine. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, this map is gonna be annoying, huh? Oh shoot, I see. I understand. Well, I'll put them here for now. Keyword for now. Eee! Stop running, little doggos. Little sea doggos. Oi. Can you just, like, not little sea doggos? I'll put him here. Yeah, the status elements hurt me. Especially since I don't have Mulberry. I heard Mulberry's the best. But since I don't have her, it's big oof. Might as well do that. I'll put a healer. Shoot, where do I want to heal? You know, I guess priority will be here for healing, maybe? Yeah. Hello, little sea doggos. Oh no, it's the thingy. Shoot. Well, I will put her here, as one does. Tien, do good. And then over here... No, I should put a healer there too. You know, healing is good. Healing is smart. Except my raised healer will not get there, so, you know... Save us, Dr. Kelsey! Erg. This could be fine, or should be fine, maybe for now. Now I'll get her ready for that. And eventually I'm gonna have to put someone up there. And I might as well put... Oh shoot, maybe not. Oof. Ooh, honeyberry's good. Thank you for letting me know. I've been just having her work in my base. I'm like, you cute, I'm gonna buy you. And her job is to take care of my base, you know, as one do. It's a pretty good job for her. She does great. Oh no, it's slithering down. I don't appreciate that. Hey. Hey, you. I see you. I see you. Don't you dare. No. No. Stay. Stay, I'm gonna get you. Do not come down. Hey. There. Phew. That worked. Silly little fish. You think you can break through? Heh. Oof. Oh no, uh-oh, that was bad. That was really bad. That was a no-no. Oh, I did not like that. I am so sorry. Oops. Oops, oops, oops. Well, that was a thing. That was a thing I did not expect. But it's fine, you know? Let's just, hope for the best. Come on, let me just attack it. Come on. There. Come on, damage. Eee. I do not appreciate those thingies. No, stop it. Hey, stop it. You do not get through my... Okay, there. Good. You were not allowed to break through. Can you just, like, not? No, stop it. Hey, do not get through. Oi, I see you. I do not like that, boss. Well, now I know. Now I know to put someone facing up. You know, facing up is good. At a certain point, anyways. I understand now. Okay, time for revenge. I'll still bring along him because he's good. You good boy? Man, it's always the one that gets away, and that one's a big one. It makes everything go poof. I do not appreciate that. That is the worst thing for me. Oh well, now I kind of understand how this goes. I could use the thingies next time. I haven't been using my Roombas. Yeah, next time I'll use a Roomba to clean up the mess. 18, 19, there. And then here. I should be fine as long as Lumen does his job. If he does his job. In this case, I will prioritize this side, kind of ish. Yeah, this time I'll prioritize this side. Oof. Do not let it go poof yet. And I might as well just heal like this. Yeah, for this one anyways. Or actually I'll put her right here. Yes. Good. At least good enough. Okay. And I'll put her here. But I kind of want to make her face this way this time because of that thingy asserting its dominance. That was horrible. Because I have slight fear. Oh, crud, that was bad. Oops. It's still fine, you know? Yeah, it's still fine. There's some fear on this side. But again, it's fine. Come on, destroy. Good job, Susie. Is the little fishy gonna come soon? Okay, not yet for the fishy. That one dude's just standing there menacingly, as one does, you know? There's the little fishy. Get out of here, fishy. Not too bad. Now before the big fish appears. Uh-oh. There it is, asserting its dominance. No fear, no fear. Never feel fear. No fear, no fear, no fear. No fear, no fear, no fear. No fear. You know, I'll put someone there just for now. Yeah, no fear, no fear. No fear. Yeah. There. Phew. You know, it worked out. I love defeating a water type with water. Destroying a sea creature with a water gun is hilarious. I see it. I see Alfonso heading to the Great Hall every day. He's named it Iberia. He's moved the mirror from his bedroom to the hall and spends day after day examining himself. Ever since the head chief and the young Jamie were executed, he and I are the only ones left.
There you are. How long was I asleep? Feels like I barely got any rest before I found myself awake.
I know the feels, Captain Alfonso. I know the feels.
Not long, but... No need to force yourself. I know it hurts when you talk. These lowly monsters leave plenty of blood behind, so let's use that to write instead.
I nod. In the corner are buckets filled with the blood of our quarry.
Time passes too slowly. I barely slept at all, but my dreams felt even longer than all the decades behind us. Is it time we give up then? It's been a long, long while since young Jamie and the old chief left us. Should we follow them?
We should give up. My consciousness blurs more and more, like the feeling of being entangled right before waking up from a dream. It is not just my flesh that is changing, but everything about me, everything that makes me a living being. We should give up. We should end ourselves before we're devoured. The infinite, boundless ocean. The sea breeze. The waves. The whispers.
Chief mate, this is our ship, our ideals. Sooner or later, we'll lose even the strength to walk. But that won't happen to her. Not to the stultifera navis. That cigar-chomping engineer was right. Even if we all die, the ship will never sink.
Cigar-chomping engineer, huh? I'm just imagining the engineer eating cigars like they're carrots.
Today is just another 24 hours and one long, unending day.
Scrawl some words using the blood of sea terrors.
Don't give up. Ha! Look at what you've become. I can't even see your sea blue eyes anymore. Wouldn't you rather be set free?
Scrawls, I am your chief mate. I like the chief mate's loyalty. Yo, the chief mate's a true bro.
For your sake. Hush, easy now. Thank you, Garcia. No matter what you turn into, the bond between us will never change.
Nods. That is adorable. But I know, he's looking at the mirror because even someone as strong as him has finally succumbed to the monsters. We have consumed their flesh and blood. At first, we started fires to cook them, then we were forced to devour them raw. Even the most powerful inquisitors were awed by Alfonso's strength. He was the object of so many young sailors' admiration. There was nothing he couldn't do. But he has held on long enough. Soon, he too will become one of the monsters. He is worried. He is furious. If he cannot even tolerate the slightest monster within him, how can he tolerate me?
Because he loves you, crewmate.
Trash. You're worth even less than the weed that washed ashore in Salviento. That woman was merely creating a smokescreen. The ocean boasts no changes to speak of. Dia, I want to see. Are you free? Friends are here. They are trapped. Need help. Should be returned to our kin's embrace. Hello? Many friends have died here, but parents will not let them die. I must save them. Even if you can speak with that ugly mug of yours, that's no surprise to anyone. Return to the Great Sea. No need to fight. We go together. I've already grown tired of your prattling. Time to end you. Dia, will you prey on me? If you feed on me, will that make you stronger? More full of life? Will it help the scales in your neck grow and spread, and return you to your proper form? Abyssal hunters are bound by blood. And yeah, the seaborn is low-key asking Gladia out. Like, hey, let's go together, girl. The seaborn contorts its relatively slender form. It is biting off parts of its own body. I sever this flesh. Consume it. Yo, it's even trying to feed her. It's like, hey girl, you wanna go with me? No? How about this? You look hungry. May I offer you some of my flesh? If you need more, I give you more. I will give you everything. Now it's proposing! Gladia stares blankly at the fleshy mass on the ground. She is shaken, but not because of the seaborn or its behavior. However, this moment of distraction convinces the seaborn that Gladia has accepted its proposal. Bruh, little seaborn. Silence does not mean acceptance. We will meet again soon. The seaborn leaves. The Gladia does not pursue it. Because she smells a sense of shark and scatty, the seaborn will not escape. She turns around and heads towards where another smell is coming from. The smell of the sea and of blood. The smell of hunters aboard the ship. And I didn't notice it until I got this close? Impossible. What do we do now? Never expected there'd be people alive here. I thought we'd get the ship back just by killing some sea terrors. The captain made it sound so simple. What are you looking at, Spectre? The mirror. Did you know, Scatty? Even as we speak, when I look at myself in this mirror, I start to remember so many things that I'd forgotten. A darkened dome, 100-meter tall tall sculpture, an aquamarine colored opera hall, a waterfall pouring crystals of ice. What is this place, Scatty? Your home. My home. I remember now. Writhing flesh climbing all over the statue. It collapses with a thunderous thud. I remember these things, but I've never experienced them. Dunno. I only know it from hearing you talk about where you used to live, which fell into ruin long ago, long before I met you. Maybe you only saw the report later on. Can we save the chatter for some other time? We were planning to chase down those two seaborn. Were we planning to chase down those two seaborn? Or are we seizing control of the ship while they're not around and, sailing it back? If the survivors haven't managed it in 60 years, somehow I doubt we could figure it out ourselves. Just be patient. The squad leader will figure something out. Spectre, what's wrong? Just a little dizzy. I just remembered what they did to me. Wait, I saw her just now in Grand Faro? She was willing to talk to me. She was full of hypocrisy, blowing hot and cold, but she's here. What? You mean more survivors? No, an enemy. One who can cross the sea and board this vessel, which is more than enough to identify them. Let's split up. Where will you go? Where will you go? I am the Iberian Inquisitor. It is my duty to ensure that the ship returns to Iberia's hands. I'll go after that. After Alfonso. Slithers away hastily.
Gah! Oh, don't you worry, Garcia. We'll catch up soon enough. When those ignorant eggers wounded it, it went up through Victoria and past Bolivar. From there, it could only climb up onto the deck, then dive into the sea. The ship is not its beck and call. Lithuanian. When we were young, we visited that country along with some other officers. Do you still remember? The twisted faces of those Kurfürsten were enough to turn stomachs, but they understood how to respect arts, which was a mind-boggling revelation. Today's been a good day. We saw quite a few living people. Hope they got out quickly enough, though. Go to Lithuanian, Garcia. Go play with the scores you used to love so much. Breathe some life into the hunt, my love.
Nods. My love? Aww. They do love each other. That is so sweet. I don't want to destroy them.
Herg.
You are not skillless. Do you need food? Hey, is a seaborn gonna hit on him too? Encircling slithering sounds.
Sufficient nutrition, but these waters are still incomplete.
The cycle has not yet been built, and living things die in vain. We must hurry.
Why? Hunting meaningless. There is something we must do. A duty to our kin. How many does it make now? Lost track after 10. When do monsters learn how to talk? Oh, no, I remember you, little one. When we ate your parents, you and your litter were nearby watching. Back then, you were the weakest of the lot, pathetic runt.
Alfonso laughs as he pokes at the seaborn's wound, blood running along the tip of his blade and dripping onto the floor.
We are bound by blood. You hunt and eat us. You will become us, just as our parents hunted you, and then became hunted by you. If the right conditions can trigger evolution, then how do we make you more palatable? Your flesh, that is.
To hunt is to survive. There is no good or evil in the hunt.
That is too bad then.
The scent trail ends here. He led me here. The smell. Gladia does not search for the hunter's whereabouts. She begins to look around her. Ever since she boarded this vessel, her surroundings have filled her with a sense of nostalgia. The materials, the decorations, the handiwork. Briogen, a genius from the Academy of Sciences, was an Aegir. Without a doubt, this was his domain. The mystery behind why the ship hadn't sunk in decades was itself the message Briogen wanted to leave to the Aegir, a brand new fusion of originium and terrestrial technologies. But what exactly is it? Gladia grasps the key from her bosom. She sizes up her surroundings.
Briogen, where'd you hide your secrets?
Why would this ship be built like a palace? Most of it is decorative, and there are even sculptures. No, that's not all. Both the sculptures and the patterned carpets have been cleaned, even under these conditions. The sound of music wafts in from the distance. Someone's playing the piano? It's coming from over there. Irene's footsteps slow down. At the end of the corridor, through a crack in the door, she sees a single seaborn slapping away at a dilapidated old piano. It's that seaborn that was next to Alfonso. But what is it doing here? It's practicing its piano lessons. Let it play in peace, Irene. Come on. Cheerfully slaps at the piano. Ah, what a ruckus. It's just pounding away at the keyboard with no rhyme or reason. Alfonso isn't here. Did he go after the seaborn? Why is his chief mate here alone then? Well, I won't worry about it for now. The seashore? Oh, the seashore. What? That melody just now. Was that a coincidence? It certainly looks like it's only randomly smashing the keys. No, it stopped?
The seashore? Oh, the seashore. Farewell to heroes and great men.
Hiss! The chief mate turns its head in fear. Fear is what Irene sees in its behavior. A massive, inexplicable physical reaction, one that's never been displayed in front of a hunter before. Just now, you weren't just randomly hitting keys? That passage you played, an Iberian military song? You... how?
Erg. You.
You're still conscious? Do you still have memories of being human? Do you know who you are? But no. You're already fully transformed. The Inquisition has dealt with cultists like that before. There's no reversing it. What are you planning? What are you doing with your hand? Carefully places its hand atop Irene's head. Is it giving her a head pat? What is the meaning of this? Through the scraps of cloth reminiscent of a wedding veil, the seaborn known as the chief mate watches Irene. Its pupils are cloudy. It is suffering. It is filled with both affection and nostalgia. If you truly retain a shred of your humanity. But how? After all these years?
Cap 10.
What's happening? Wait.
Hunt, feed. But that is not what you're doing. Your goal is constantly changing. Shaking? Yes, shaking. Shh. You should just keep playing your piano, Garcia. You don't need to be touching these.
Lightly shakes head.
Ha! Then sink your teeth into it. Its body is changing. Finish it now. You are not hungry. Why?
Alfonso doesn't answer the seaborn's question. He simply chops and hacks at it again and again, like meat on a cutting board. The chief mate bites down on the seaborn in a death grip. Its crown falls to the ground during the struggle, but it does not care to pick it up. Alfonso cuts off the seaborn's tentacles, which join the crown on the ground. The chief mate pauses for a moment. Garcia, look at your crown, and at that tentacle. Do you understand what you've become now?
Leave. We will meet again. Garcia!
The chief mate lifts its head, but the seaborn has already vanished without a trace. It quietly picks up its crown and places it back on its head before returning to Alfonso's side. As if apologizing, it gently rubs his hand.
Are you hurt, my good chief mate? Or were you distracted by our uninvited guests?
The chief mate does not answer. It does not speak. It dares not say that it was biting down into the... It dares not say that when it was biting down into the enemy, it felt like it was tearing into its own kin. Aw, so it really is a wedding dress. That is adorable and sad. Oh man. I like how these two have been living on the boat for 60 years. Just the two of them in love. It dares not speak. And after once again realizing what it has become, it begins to feel guilt.
If you still have room for emotions in your heart, then that is proof enough that you're still human. Remember young Jamie's last words. I have no remorse, no regrets, and no fear. Only when you truly feel nothing will you lose the right to call yourself human. Don't worry. The next hunt will be quick. And as always, it will return.
Nods.
What's wrong?
Lightly shakes head. They survive through the power of love. Harold.
Kin.
Scaleless? You're badly wounded. A newborn like you should not have had been in a hurry to board the ship.
Kin are here, in need of help.
Indeed, true enough. But you've been hurt. Though they are kin, they do not welcome you. They have not yet accepted their identity. They are still lost and confused.
Accept? Identity?
You do not need to understand. These waters are still incomplete. Perhaps you will have no further perfect yourself. Perhaps you will have to further perfect yourself before you can lead our entire kind.
Need time and nutrition.
And I've come to give you both. That blasphemous sea captain slaughtered sea terrors for food, but used every means available to hinder the transformation. He's usurped pieces of the cycle, yet refuses to be part of it. The flesh and blood of those offspring rightfully belong to you. Those nutrients are meant to be yours. The ship has delayed the birth of a brand new ecosystem. Please do not abandon me, Harold. In due time, all of Terra will become one, and the same with the nest.
I do not abandon kin. I need time, but not much more.
Just for the funsies, I'd want to fight Elpianus. Because Amaya, I feel like she's probably super OP. And Alfonso, I don't want to fight him. I like him. I want him and Garcia to just have a happy ending. You know, just being on a nice cruise forever. But a happy cruise. I will be back. We will meet again. I could have sworn you were going to rush over and kill us. Should I be thanking you, Elpianus?
I can kill something whenever, whenever I want. Is even weaker than Quintus.
How patient of you.
Gladia also tried to infiltrate the Church of the Deep in Salviento, hoping to get something out of them. Of course, she was a poor fit, given her personality.
And here I was thinking that none of you were a good fit. Or are you saying you're special? You're getting less and less tight-lipped of late. Heh. I suppose there's really no rhyme or reason for when you decide to keep quiet, Elpianus.
Don't use my given name so casually, Iberia. You don't understand the weight behind it. We are enemies.
Oh? We both know you've already abandoned that notion, deep in your heart. Of course, you might still hold on to some enmity. Like a lost and famished traveler who stumbles on a frozen, starving mangler beast in the mountains. Did whatever Brilligan left behind satisfy your imagination?
Far from it. The seaborn have existed for even longer than the Aegir. For their history to be turned upside down, there must be something behind it. If you care about the word of God, then so be it. The seaborn are not gods, nor are their forefathers. I have seen how your gods die, their screams coursing through the currents, their flesh and blood smeared across abyssal ravines. As the clan hovered overhead, I plunged into the unknown depths of Aegir's territory. I've seen it with my own eyes, enough to shatter all the beliefs I've held thus far. Afterwards, I will rebuild it. Aegir will be lifted up once more.
Sure, Elpianus, sure.
No more than usual.
And I'm so close to leveling up, it's great. More sanity to farm with. You know? The event isn't too confusing, luckily. The most random part, though, is the last night. Like, okay, sir, goodbye, sir. Oh man, Alfonso. The captain, no. Maintenance access. Boop. In the maintenance access corridor, a special device can be found leaning against the wall, marked with the Aegirian letters. Incremental motion firmware. It seems to fit into one of the slots on Little Handy. Hard to imagine how this thing can be used to help people exercise. Yoink. I haven't been putting in things in Little Handy, I should. Oh, let's see. Remove the Nethersea brand along its travel path. You know, that sounds good. I like that. And this one... one block. I like one block. There. Looks good. And even knowing about, like, how the sea terrors, if you eat them, you go cray-cray, I still want to eat them. Chain locker. The anchor system was completely destroyed during the profound silence, and this cabin has been empty for many years. However, someone seems to have turned this place into their own secret stash, leaving behind quite a few glittering things. Yoink. Your secret stash is my secret stash now. There is nothing worth picking up here. There is nothing worth taking from the chain locker. Confinement room. A room enclosed by iron fencing. From the text on the sign, it used to be a solitary confinement cell, but now it will clearly never perform that function again. The cell has been breached from the inside, with the fence torn apart and its broken iron bars strewn across the ground. I'm gonna search meticulously. Unexpectedly, there's a desk in the confinement room, with an unfinished letter sitting on top of it. The letter is dripping with a suspicious mucus that closely resembles the Nethersea brand, but it seems to have already dried up with the passage of time. Ew! Suspicious mucus. I don't want to touch that. Oof. The top half of the letter is still relatively clean, appearing to be addressed to the writer's family, who repeatedly expressed his longing for them and his guilt for no longer being able to be with them. And same for not having Gnosis. The feels of not having him. As the dripping mucus increased, the handwriting became more and more messy. The writer indicated that he would soon go home to see the children, and would bring them lots of presents. The rest of the letter was almost completely covered in mucus, and only a few words such as ocean and return can be made out. The last line written in the letter is extremely neat. We are one. I'm taking this. A slimy letter added to inventory. Ooh, my pocket. Nasty. Ooh. Command hall. There is no road ahead, as far as the eyes can see. Dot dot dot. It's here. He led me here, and then covered his scent. Seems he's learned a handful of tricks from his time on land. Gladia looks all around her. She knows that someone once considered a friend is watching her closely. But she does not hesitate, nor does she have the luxury to hesitate. She must retrieve the secrets of the ship as quickly as possible and return them to Ager. She wishes to return to her home. She wishes to offer it her aid, to avert calamity. She looks at the key in her hands. She swings open the door to the treasury. Treasure?
Burning away all the Nethersea brand is no small feat. I really ought to thank Kelsey and that jet black creature of hers. The Nethersea brand was unable to devour this reef. How unfortunate. Yet this is but one of a myriad forms. You have not heard the prophecy, so you would not understand. Prophecy? Do you think yourselves more than a band of refugees clinging to unknown life forms? What sort of future do you expect? Our prophet is nothing like you. She never paints images of a false future, nor does she make promises she cannot fulfill. She spoke thusly, that countless massive scales shall emerge into one and fly into the vast expanse, that the ocean will be smeared with light, forever growing, never drying up, that life and death will disappear and merge into a single entity, and at that time, even the false cosmos will be unable to eclipse the light of life. We shall all live in that ecosystem. We are all part of its magnificent cycle. Life is born, is given purpose, seeks worth, and disappears, only for the cycle to begin anew. Sounds a whole lot like the sort of elaborate hallucination that can be cooked up by Originium Arts. It's pushing Iberia to its current precipice, and slaughtering millions of lives, also part of your magnificent cycle. What do you possibly know? Her kind does not consider the death of an individual to be an end. Even when a life ends, it remains part of the cycle. You are angry. You are restless, and above all, you are only human, heretic. You won't take me alive, Inquisitor. I know all about your heinous originium arts. We're all prepared to make the greater sacrifice. Our profit will remain as out of reach to you as time itself, slipping through your fingertips.
That little seaborn that looks like a fish, it looks extra tasty to me. I want to turn it into sashimi or dried fish. Like, dang, I thought the calamari looked good. Like, hello, other seaborn that was hitting on Gladia. Like, hey girl, you want to go back with me? You look hungry. May I bestow my... I will bestow my body to you. Like, dang, little seaborn.
Hi, Inquisitor. Everyone in Grand Faro has long held a grudge against you people. The penal battalion cannot approach this place, and you are alone. There's nowhere for you to run. Run? Do you think we came here to entertain your sophistry about good and evil? He's not saying anything. This Iberian's a damn imbecile. That black monster must have some kind of weakness. It's extremely durable and can burn the Nethersea brand with ease. What the hell is that thing?
That's Monster. That is Monster.
If you don't tell us, then by the time the penal battalion breaks free, we'll have already lost. Haha. You can't even handle Dr. Kelsey and the Inquisitor. Admit it. You've already lost. Shut up. I'm gonna make you. Wait, what are you doing? Why is your staff moving around? What did you do? Guess you spent so much time researching tentacle monsters and you forgot what originium arts are? Seriously, get your head out of the clouds. Gah! You self-righteous bastard! You think we haven't made ample preparations? Do you have any idea how long we waited to flush out all of you scum colluding with the Inquisition? Don't fall for his tricks. He's been hiding in this town for months now. Definitely a spy, and one well-versed in communications to boot. There's a chance our position has already been compromised. Spies, spies. Of course the Inquisition spies have been lurking around since long ago. I knew about you people because you never tried to hide it, and Amaya and I are close. But the Inquisition is different. They already don't like us, and if they wanted to hide, how would we ever know? After all, we've been nothing but laborers for generations. Throw him out then, and feed him to our kin. The Nethersea brand's growth is slowing down, and we need more nutrients to stop the penal battalion. We should also find an escape route. Alright, I'll lead the way. Nobody's more familiar with this town than me. And we've left behind plenty of secret passages and underground depots. You shouldn't be doing this, Thiago. How long have we known each other? And now you're gonna preach to me, you platitude-spewing zealot.
And I know, right? Jordy would be so disappointed in you, Thiago, right now. He'd bonk you. He'd be like, Uncle? Uncle, stop it. Go sleep, Uncle. Eat your sandwich. You're not you when you're hungry.
Stand up and walk. Time to become a part of the sea.
If anyone else makes an appearance, I'm just imagining Thorns coming to rescue his boy.
I see. A union of originium and agar technology, a sturdier dome, the use of modules from nomadic cities on land, and the scalability of originium arts. So this is how the genius of the Academy of Sciences viewed this land, and he managed to accomplish all this decades ago. However, it's still not enough.
Ooh, I like this. I like this image. Good battle image. I'm so amazed how she can fight in those heels. I feel like I trip.
Aegir would be able to accomplish all this, even without making contact with land. The integration of certain technologies cannot make the difference between victory and defeat. I knew it.
I knew it. It's you. I wish it weren't, though, Ulpianus. Stay back. Take another step, and I'll run through you, my old comrade in arms. Skadi once thought herself the last of the abyssal hunters. Even she had thought you dead. Yet here you are.
How insightful of you, Consul Gladia.
The circumstances don't seem to call for pomp and ceremony, Consul Ulpianus. Feeling a bit nostalgic over titles, long disused, are we? We've known each other long enough. You should know very well what it means when a hunter doesn't return.
I've executed no fewer than you. And I can assure you that if any survivors have sunk into the abyss, I'd still hang them up to bake on the reefs before they ever got a chance to hear that song.
What about you? What about now? You reek of their scent. You've become one of them.
Don't lie to yourself, Gladia. You're strict with others, but even more so with yourself. Has wandering the land sufficiently satisfied your desire to torment yourself?
Hunter, I will kill you if your answer doesn't satisfy me.
Gladia, most of the situation is largely out of your hands. I'm forced to approach the problem from a different angle.
What situation?
I, like you, have spent some time on land, but what I saw was different. Did you come to understand the civilizations on land? No. You don't need to answer that. Gladia, the ever-arrogant. For their civilizations to survive, they tapped into Originium. It brought them opportunity and hope, but it also unprecedented calamity. To this day, they still have not fully analyzed its principles. I've witnessed many tragedies. They've given them the name catastrophes. They are foolish, ignorant, and weak. But the way they struggle and die is still harrowing. And the Aegir are no different.
You were never this sentimental in the past.
No, sentiment has nothing to do with this. What I'm saying is, Aegir provoked the ocean in order to survive, and the ocean devoured it in return. Then, ocean gave birth to us. We are products of a grotesque struggle. If we are unable to resolve this problem at its root, then we are unable to resolve it at all.
What did you see, Ulpianus? What did you see to make you abandon the bonds of blood and the camaraderie we shared in battle?
Sanctuary. No doubt that this is what those filthy cultists would have called it.
Your familiarity with them only reduces my trust in you.
But the word is an apt description. You know what Aegir once found in the depths of the ocean. Even if you aren't a historian, a general education should have covered at least this. Thousands of years ago, we reached the hearts of the ocean. There, we found the point of origin, the cradle of civilization. As far as I know, Gladia, he and those seaborn in the deepest recesses of their nest. I saw it. A construct. No, not even the greatest science, consoles of Aegir would have been able to make sense of what I saw. I wasn't able to go deeper, as my injuries were too severe. My blood boiled, my ears rang. But still, I felt...
What?
The plurality of him.
Well, that doesn't even slightly explain why you
Why you abandoned the team? You should have brought this information back. When millions of cries returned to a single point, the unhatched seaborn all murmured the same name from within their differently shaped sacks. Ishar, Mila, or rather, Skadi.
She's the chosen one, huh?
Did it escape into the sea? No matter. It will return, and we'll continue to wait. Erg. We were decided that we were its kin. Pathetic. I see it too. The waves breaking unnaturally, like a twister, or mirage of an ocean city. What a strange sight. Pah! It sure was lively today. Haven't had this much commotion since young Jamie and the chef died.
The last night makes an appearance. Hey, last night. Where's your seahorse?
Pomegranate. Flower. Night. I wasn't expecting to see you back so soon. Did you come rushing to my ship because you missed the scent of your hometown? Have you gone completely mad yet?
The knight simply stares at Alfonso in silence. But almost immediately, his sight fixates once again upon the ocean. Alfonso follows his gaze, and through the years in which time itself has become nebulous, day and night have already lost all meaning.
Are you still hunting the terrible waves? I sure hope the blood of these monsters hasn't made you immortal. You can look forward to drowning one day. What a joyous thing. Not a whole lot of wind today. Waves. Or the ocean's breath. It still has not stopped breathing. It has not died. Just like the monsters on land, they devour, destroy. The monsters on land, civilization.
Gotcha is bad civilization, yet I love it so. Skadi. I just remembered something else. How did we manage to survive? How did you survive? I can't remember the details. We hacked and we slashed again and again without pause, until finally he... What I meant was, if they really wanted us dead back then, would we have been able to survive? Let me put it another way. Edgar doesn't know we're alive either. They have no way of knowing. Was it Swordfish who said she wanted to come to the ship? Yes, she said the ship could bring us home. This does seem to be Edgar craftsmanship. Though the ship writes Brailgan, the name doesn't ring a bell. You never did remember the scientists' names. Do you? It's such a relief, even talking to you like this. Are you back for good, Laurentina? You won't leave us again, will you? Haha. Do you have to be so cheesy about it? I've also been with you. Things just got a bit blurry in the middle there. Plus, it's kind of fun playing the part of a well-behaved nun. Oh, but the captain had this outfit specially made for me by our friends over at Rhodes Island. She already knew my measurements even. You know, as one does, right? To be honest, you grew a bit taller. Wait, how do you know that? I was only helping out. The captain said she didn't trust the tastes of the landwalkers. Tastes? Haha. We both know that's the last thing she cares about. Though, at least I can appreciate how she always makes sure these details are in place. She said you like long dresses, and I did always have that impression, but I rarely do these tailoring activities. Ah, these symbols. They're Igerian letters. We wrote them together. They talk about you, about Gladia, about me, about Ager, our home. I like the nickname Gladia calls her by. Shark. Hey, Shark. Whose idea was this? Couldn't have been mine, right? We all came up with it together. And what about the style? Swordfish picked it. How unlike her. We have to dedicate ourselves to battle. Sure. But no reason I can't doll myself up before the hunt, right? Scotty, do you know what the first thought was when I emerged from my stupor and remembered who I am? What? It was to re-examine myself, to see how different I was from that clear but distant memory of myself on the other side of that shore. Though I was dressed as a good little nun last time, I didn't particularly mind. But now that my trusty companions have chosen my outfit for me, that makes me even happier. Can you understand how I feel? Definitely better than when you woke up in a jar in Salviento. Haha, that's for sure. So, that's why we're going to win over Mr. Captain now, yes? Leave it to me.
No, impossible. Ishar, Mila. When I sank into the trench along with the Titan's corpse, enduring a pressure that no ordinary Ager could bear, I saw something I'd never seen before. Gladia, you know why Ager distances itself from the land. You know the many theorems as to why originium and catastrophes cannot invade us. Most of them have been proven correct. The ocean is like a petri dish, nourishing and protecting the purity of Ager. But what if the civilization we were so proud of is nothing more than mold growing on the back of some giant?
You were always exceptionally inquisitive, a quality that allowed you to make contributions in various fields, sowing the seeds of great breakthroughs. But to slander Ager, you changed so much I hardly recognize you. Plus, you should know the boundaries of what is appropriate. Your speculation about Scotty. You levy the cruelest of accusations against your fellow hunter. Seaborn is just a broad, catch-all name, as you know. Their morphology is significantly more complex. You've been concerned that Scotty might become an even higher form of them, have you not? First and foremost, I'm concerned that you've chosen the wrong path. The first company and the fourth company perished along the way, one after the other, to create an opportunity for us to break through. And you, the second company, stayed near the nest entrance. It seems wrong to even describe it as a nest. We'd enter a vast, singular entity, where we're nothing more than tiny germs. But germs are more than capable of killing a healthy person. And we were successful, or so we led ourselves to believe. I simply fell into a deep sleep, along with his corpse. Blood, if that luminous substance can even be called that, had drenched my whole body and enveloped me. But I simply slumbered with his corpse for a long, long time. I hid in the crevices of his empty shell, leaning against the remnants of his flesh, until all sounds around me fell silent. But what about Scotty? It was she who dealt the final blow. That was not a normal killing, nor was it a hunt. It was feeding. A feeding of their kind. Your conjecture is both correct and faulty. Did you assume that all hunters will eventually lose control and become seaborn? No, not Scotty.
You already understand. Those who witnessed him, those of us who sank into the trench and floated back up, all understand. You mean to say that if anything goes wrong, we must kill her? She's your hunter. You still haven't offered an explanation for your deliberate cover-up and betrayal, and you would have me trust your speculation like this? I'm not keen on your habit of staying silent. Maybe I'll have to take away your mobility and drag you back to Ager. A pity that one of our consuls might finally fall in battle. Could harm morale. Let's see you try, Gladia. How can you still claim to represent Ager when you're so distraught about your own transformation? This is an opportunity. I don't expect your assistance or even an understanding, but some of us cannot afford to pass up this opportunity. Only by uncovering the truth do we have a chance at survival. And how is this related to what you're doing? You came for the ship. I came for Briogan. I've already made a breakthrough. Briogan's evidence corroborates what I've seen. Truly an amazing man. To think he'd arrived at the same conclusions in that era, under those conditions. Those by your side. You already understand that only they are truly valuable. None of the land dwellers will ever understand, and thus, he died in solitude. I wouldn't say that nobody understands, but for someone as strong and resolute as yourself, how many times have you said but? We are colleagues. Together, we were the architects of this war. We should trust in each other more. A final word of advice. Don't return to Ager. It is too soon, too dangerous. Too many things we haven't straightened out. Going back now is wasted effort. And you do not know what has become of it. Remain on land. Should something happen, of course, she is my hunter. I will shoulder the responsibility.
Gladia wants to say something else, but when she turns her head, a tremendous cracking sound spreads through every corner of the room. A violent shuddering follows, and the truth filling the table is scattered across the ground, seeming to sear her vision. Leviathan. Before the chief designers of Warfare proposed the Abyssal Hunter plan, before the Abyssal Hunters delved into their nest, Briogan chose a title that the foolish land dwellers were obsessed with to this day. He wanted to thoroughly elucidate the nature of calamities. He found the last piece of the puzzle on land.
My key. The smell of wheat. Homeland? My homeland supports me. My family supports me. Until I crush the ocean.
The two hunters look at the brooding knight. Gladia clenches the key in her hand.
Then, take a look at this monster. Take a good look. He appears human, but is not human. Even the ocean's kin rejects him. Day in and day out, he searches for the terrible waves and seeks to quash them. An endless, futile pursuit. Just like us.
Hey, the last knight made another appearance. He's just there. 'Cause why not? Okay, let's see. I'm gonna go to the main bridge. The seaborn never sees their own as enemies. This behavior is unique to humans. Oh?
Pick up the pace. Erg. This Nethersea brand, what exactly is it? Though tiny and varying in form, these fluorescent life forms are also an extension of our kin. The prophet once said there's a part of the ocean where these glowing creatures fill the entire sea. They are the whole, and they shape the cradle of life for our kin. The Nethersea brand is just fragments of his will. From tens of thousands of nautical miles away, washed in like the tide, even a tiny amount will inevitably consume the land. It will turn the land into a new kind of ocean. Indeed. So Iberia was the first sacrifice for your plans, and Grand Faro is the next. Sacrifice? Surely, you're using the wrong word. No. The Inquisition will take away my town, and this beautiful Nethersea brand will do the same. Either way, it's no longer our home. It'll lose its history, its golden years of explosive growth and vitality. Thiago, surely you don't mean... Jordy has been taken away as well. The ones who escaped have probably all been rounded up by the penal battalion by now. You're all murderers.
Screeches excitedly. Hey, it's Monster.
Monster? Why would it show up here? Impossible. It was just on the west side of town. You lied to us, Thiago. And you too?
Before becoming an Inquisition spy, I was just the daughter of an ordinary Grand Faro laborer. Don't underestimate our hatred. All the humiliation we've endured was just to take you all down.
Both you lot and the Inquisition are nothing more than enemies trampling over our home. See for yourself what real destruction looks like. See for yourself what we saw back then. Thiago, get down. Ugh.
Screeches. Yay! Elysium saved Thiago.
There's nothing left to tinker with. Everything else is out of power. All that remains is to see how long this lighthouse can hold out. The Nethersea brand has already reached this floor. I'll have to keep climbing higher. High Inquisitor.
Thiago is the most dedicated uncle. There's so much love and dedication in this event. Thiago's love for Jordy and captain and crewmate. Or should I say captain and first mate? That is the most adorable thing. His arms have gone numb. The shape of the reef has already changed dramatically. The High Inquisitor spares no effort when annihilating all enemies in his sight. But his enemies are quite literally endless. His sword is corroded, and he's expended his roll of explosives. Only the flame in his lantern burns even brighter than before. Not once does Dario look behind him, to the lighthouse he has defended from the beginning. He looks beyond the sea's horizon. And look, even more dedication.
Creatures of the sea, Iberia will not be destroyed by you. Humanity will not be destroyed by you.
He hacks up the blood stuck in his throat. A metallic scent fills his nostrils. Slow, slithering sounds.
And I too will not be destroyed by you. That would take more than death.
Thank you, Dario, for protecting Jordy.
Be patient and wait here, Garcia.
Squats beside the captain obediently.
It's always boring, waiting for a quarry to take the bait. Still, remember the second time we went to hunt these monsters? We still had over 100 survivors back then. When we first set sail, the air was filled with cheering and salutes from the cannons. Those sounds still echo in our ears to this day. We bid farewell to the grand shore, carrying the legends of Ager as we sprinted towards the depths. After a few days at sea, yes, only a few days, calamity struck. Grah! Why did these stupid goddamn cells rob you of your language? How I wish to chat with you again, rather than those stupid, rancid idiots who took over 60 years to get here.
Rubs Alfonso's hand in sorrow. Ooh, hello, hello. Good day, Mr. Captain.
Oh. We just happened to be short of some bait. Fancy a dip? Considering you're an Ager after all. What? Already forgotten what I said? Either you leave or I toss you overboard.
It's a miracle you survived. I never thought any Iberians would have made it after all this time.
That's got nothing to do with you or with Iberia. After 60 years, the only thing I belong to is this ship.
But Let me give it a try, Scatty. How goes the hunt?
Maybe my extremely cordial attitude has stoked a number of misunderstandings, but I can tell that the blood of monsters flows through your veins, just like me.
We're the same? You, us, and your chief mate too?
Who gave you permission to talk about Garcia? Who gave you permission to look at my Garcia? You filthy Ager mongrels. I never told you what Garcia used to be. You don't know if they were a man or woman, tall or short, fat or skinny, peril or devil. But know that Garcia is my chief mate and my lover, and I will never reveal their former self to outsiders.
Yo, the dedication!
We don't need your pity, or a comparison to whatever image of us you might have from the past. Neither of us needs any of that. What a joke. Hunters whose blood is mixed with that of their prey. Not even the ocean's waves can wash away your filth. Yet you dare bare your fangs in front of us?
Scatty's brows furrow into a frown. She rarely cares about what others have to say, especially land dwellers, but the words coming from an exception in front of her makes her feel uncomfortable. The chief mate shoots a sharp glance at Scatty. It is a warning. But we need your help.
What do you call these monsters again? See something?
Oh, seaborn.
Okay, so why should we help you, seaborn? Do you know how many good lads lost their lives to the sea after the calamity?
You float around in these waters and refuse to return to port, yet you still insist that you're an enemy of the sea.
Yup, that's my life.
We are abyssal hunters. We come from Ager, and while we can only guess how exactly you survived, we have nothing but respect for you. We also hope you understand that everything we do is to fight against those enemies.
And I should care about what an Ager does. Why?
No, you misunderstand. Scatty shoots a glance at Spectre beside her. When she'd said, "Let me give it a try," Scatty thought she meant that she'd be better at negotiating. But drawing her weapon should absolutely not be part of negotiations. Let me rephrase that. It is our job to slaughter them, and I happen to find that process rather enjoyable. Since you're only hunting for food, I can leave you some of the meat when I'm done. After all, I've never liked dealing with that nauseating stuff.
You think pretty highly of yourselves, eh? Compared to the Victorians or Lathanians, I've seen the way you kill seaborn. You aren't worth a damn thing.
Oh, don't get us wrong. Dealing with these low-level creatures we call sea terrors don't even count as combat for the second company. Gladia isn't exactly the stingy type either. I'm stronger than you. That's just an indisputable fact.
Brah!
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Mr. Chief Mate. Or Miss. Anyway, it's not your turn yet.
Lay a finger on Garcia, and you're dead.
Oh, really? Since our captain's mission is to retrieve the ship and return to Ager, we don't have the luxury of sitting around trying to convince you. This way's always been the more straightforward means of communication, the hunter's way.
Ha! You've got a death wish. Kin, I've come for you.
To hunt and consume is an important matter.
You are not all kin, but I know. You can still return to our kind. So I ask, what will you do?
Piss off! Poor little seaborn. It's like, hi, I'm here for you. Oh, I guess I'm not wanted here. Oof.
Ha! Now there's an easy way to prove that you're not a seaborn. Kill it, unless you're unwilling to attack your kin.
Then I sincerely hope you won't drag me down.
I'm more worried about you showing mercy to your twisted kin, Ager.
Then you worry over nothing, after all. If I really was on their side, you'd be dead already. So, once I prove I'm not one of them, are you willing to lend us your ship?
Not a chance in hell. This ship belongs to me.
That's too bad. Maybe if I help you lose that arm of yours during this battle, that'll wake up a part of your humanity.
Chief mate, stay back. Don't do anything. Let's see how much of a difference there is between us and these monsters claiming to be human.
You too, Scatty. Don't snatch my mark. This hunt is mine, and I need to let off a little bit of steam. And let off a little bit of steam.
Hunting must be done. Purpose? To mold the environment. You are rich in nutrients.
Eat or be eaten, huh? I'ma eat you instead. Alfonso's a Minos. I wonder what Garcia is. Observation post. Time to prove my strength to the captain. Details. This should be fine. Maybe. Hopefully. Yeah, I'ma believe. Should be good. SN8. All the other events have been around 8 operations, right? Is this the last one then? Or not? I can't tell. Let's see. I'll put him here. Oh, this time there's 10? And this is an easy farming stage? Okay, good to know. Is farming good? Okay. Cool. I'm glad that it's an easy stage. You know, I appreciate that. Less pain and suffering. I'll put him here. And of course that one's just standing there menacingly as one does. Yeah, I'll put her here. Okay. Now it's slowly going forward. And there. You know, I'll put Irene here. She needs some experience. Oh no, it's a thingy. Okay. It's the annoying mold. Or should I say algae, really? That's a different looking tentacle monster. Or maybe it's been here earlier, but I just destroyed it too fast to care about it. Ooh, good night to you. And of course those ones in the back are just standing there menacingly, you know, as one does. Yeah, I can see how this is a good stage to farm. Yo, this is great. I appreciate it. Come on, get destroyed by the water gun. Water gun plus electricity. Super effective. I feel bad. I should bring out another healer just for fun. You got this, Susie. on. Get him. Might as well use a skill, because why not? Hey. That's right. Destroy them with a nice water gun. Fight fire with fire, fight water with water.
What happened?
You're awake. I'm begging you, man. At least holler the next time something like this happens, alright? Pull another stunt like that, and I won't be able to save you.
Humph. How's the situation? That woman's monsters. Have they all been burned away yet?
I can't say for sure, but probably. I mean, I've only seen the full extent of monstrous firepower in tactical records before.
Burn it. Burn it all. Grand Faro is already a thing of the past. Just burn it all down.
Mr. Diago, you...
Traitor. And you, Iberian. I've caught your scents. This is where you're hiding. You came at just the right time. Yes, just the right time. What are you? Humph. Already blind and beyond recognition. Serves him right for pleasuring himself with that monster. Serves you right, you hear me?
Serves me right?
Ha, sure it does, Diago. For choosing to trust a man blinded by hatred. Forever having delusions that people like you could be saved. Serves me right indeed. But now, everything is different.
Bones grind and crunch together. Ew.
Sea terrors? But when? Diago, don't get too close. Something's wrong with this guy. Iberia must be destroyed. We will annihilate this country. This land will become the ocean's cradle. The waves shall swallow the clouds, and the scores of mountains will dissolve without a sound. We shall all become one. Watch out, Diago.
No, not Diago.
Gah. Diago. Shh. He's already transforming into a monster, just like in the reports from Salviento. I'll start with you, traitor. For the perpetuation of life eternal, Iberia is meaningless.
Ooh, hello. Hi. The Pie is a Lie, go read a book. I mean, this is technically a book, right? This is lots and lots of reading. I would consider this part a visual novel, so that's technically a book.
Meaningless, you say? Are you calling for me by name, heretic? High Inquisitor, you made it just in time. Go ahead and pray. We will prove to you that your god is meaningless too. You will watch as Iberia sinks into the abyss. That will never happen. What? My name is Carmen. Iberia. When the 9 saints gave themselves this false title, they abandoned their own names, and with it, their beliefs. We are immolated by lies. Nobody knows us better than us. God never offered salvation to Iberia. We must become our own gods.
Anu, thank you.
On behalf of the Inquisition, I hereby read your sentence, heretic.
What is this heaviness I feel? My body has already been accepted by my kin. My life has already received sublimation. So why? Why am I unable to take my eyes off his lantern? Self-preservation? Yes. All Inquisitors are quite powerful, so I am on guard.
You may kill me, but you cannot kill our kind. Kill our kind and the sea will die. When the sea dies, the land will die with it. You will all eventually drown into the rising tide of evolution. You will not live to see this land's future. This era is bloated and discordant, and we're all but livestock trapped in cages. I will put you in your Inquisition. What?
He looks at his body in disbelief. A beautiful cross-section. Since their invasion of Grand Pharaoh began, the old Inquisitor who sat at the town's chapel never lifted his hand even once. He never wielded his sword or drew his hand cannon. He only used his lantern and his arts, befitting someone as ancient as him. What a way to roast someone for being old. Yes, ancient. He is very old, a span of time far too great for the ordinary life to endure.
Land crawling. Livestock. Oh, how did you? At least I was able to buy. You've accomplished nothing. A brand new life form, yet unable to take the life of even this old Iberian. What do you have to be proud of? Look at me, heretic. You... Damn you! You were once human too, but you narrow-mindedly misjudged the potential of your own race. For tens of thousands of years, this is how we have won our wars. Nature selects, life adapts. You and your pathetic ideas... Yeah, you and your pathetic ideas will be buried in Iberia. Before your last breath, be sure to pass on our thunderous roar to your kin. The sea faces an ancient enemy called civilization, one you stand no chance of overcoming. You understand nothing. How's he doing? I've been trying everything I could this whole time, but the wound's too deep. If only Dr. Kelsey was here. He needs medical attention immediately, sir. Where is she? Waiting in the chapel. I should make this clear, member of Rhodes Island. His treason is indefensible, and he must answer for his crimes. Knowingly sheltering the Church of the Deep's cultists has caused the Inquisition to lose a prime opportunity. It has also placed Dario and countless of our brothers in the penal battalion in grave peril. Shh, old fool. How old are you anyway? 100? How do you, still pretend to have so much energy? It is my duty. So you must, know all sorts of things. Tell me, Inquisitor. Tell me the truth, you wretched executioner. Why would you, destroy a band of people, hoping to rebuild their home? All of you. Don't speak, Iago. I can't stop the bleeding. No, I must ask. All of you, the Inquisition, those Ager you took from Grand Pharaoh, were there really any cultists among them? Tell me, did you really, out of paranoia, nothing more than a laughable paranoia, kill all those good people? Ordinary citizens have no right to know the Inquisition's secrets. You bastard! Knowing the truth will not help you cling onto your fading life, Iago. No. I'm begging you. I'm going to die, and you still won't tell me the truth. At least, Marine, tell me. The files on Grand Pharaoh's Ager have been sealed. I am unable to disclose anything to a civilian. No! Gah. I curse you. I swear. I'll never forgive you. Iberia, will...
His malediction never leaves his mouth. Old Iago looks at the dim, damp ceiling, where a drop of water is about to fall from the wooden beams. Drip. Aw, come on, at least let him know about his wife.
He's gone. So, what's the truth? I don't see how this has anything to do with you either, member of Rhodes Island. Return to Kelsey. We've lost too much time, and the Eye of Iberia will likely fall. Please, tell me. As a member of Rhodes Island, I also wish to cooperate with the Inquisition, but before that, I'm an Iberian. I didn't know Thiago for very long, but I just realized he would never curse Iberia because he truly saw this place as his home. But after realizing that is all the more reason I can't just... Lord Carmen, after witnessing so many tragedies in my homeland, surely you can't just tell me to turn a blind eye to it all.
Carmen glances over at the aged laborer resting in Elysium's arms. His eyes betray a slightly different emotion. After a moment of silence, he speaks.
Roughly 130 Ager were taken from Grand Faro, and of them, about half had ties with the Church of the Deep. Even some members of the Penal Battalion formerly stationed in the town were revealed to be traitors. They stole a large amount of information on Iberia's seafaring era, obstructed the Inquisition, and were plotting from the very beginning to turn Grand Faro into a nexus for the sea's invasion of the land. Leading them was a female bishop, an Ager Islander, a woman the people called Marine. Now, give him his burial.
Oof. Oof. So his wife was one of them. Biggest oof. Especially if he didn't know.
Strong, work together. And you are strong enough to lead our kind.
And yeah, he did let Thiago die, having a good image of his love. You know, that's fine. He's like, if you're gonna hate anyone, hate me.
But you do not plan to do this. This puzzles me. Our kind. How will you treat them? Willpower begets all. Any chasm can be crossed. Our environment, complete and pure. Impurities are not needed. About parents, I am trying to find an answer. Yet the question is not clear. I cannot ask yet.
Sound of bones grinding and rubbing.
Do all the sea's infants learn to talk as quickly as you?
What's wrong, Mr. Captain? Has your loneliness finally compelled you to seek companionship with the talking seaborns? You know, every wound in its body has been my handiwork so far.
Spit. It is still alive and kicking. We're just getting to the good part. Fighting is meaningless. Leaving is the correct choice. Get back here!
It tore through the wall and fled. Why did the Iberians have to make the ship so complex anyway?
I won't allow it to continue thrashing my ship. Garcia!
That's cheating, you know.
How do you think we managed to keep the ship from getting riddled with holes and sinking, while surrounded by monsters for all these years, relying solely on Briogen's technology? We systematically kill the ones threatening enough to cause damage, then little by little, the survivors slowly sew up the scars they left behind. This one can be considered intelligent as far as they go, but it's by no means the strongest. I'm not in the mood to play games with you anymore. So this farce ends here. Kill it now before it does something we cannot undo.
The fleeting seaborn easily tears through the ship's walls. It can smell its kin as well as the ocean just outside this strange box. It is hurt. It needs healing. It needs nourishment. It needs time. The scaleless kin had brought it a chance to breathe, but far from enough time. Many preparations are yet to be completed. What? A seaborn? The seaborn does not speak, because it faces something that is not its kin. Not kin that speaks, not kin without scales, in which case, the small fragile creature struggling before its eyes is just an ordinary life form, just another part of the cycle. It should be consumed. Little seaborn's like, yo, Irene, you look like a snack. After coming to this conclusion, The seaborn almost immediately lashes out at Irene with tooth and claw. So fast. Its body is different from before. It's so tough. Murda, I can't dodge it this time. Roars. Eldritch noises. Stand up. And run. You can talk? In Iberian? Eldritch noises. I save you. Don't let him know. Don't let Alfonso know I'm still human. Language. You also know it. Efficiency. Relatively low. Not enough information, not enough time. If necessary, I will complete it. Kindred, you formed your own group. And your offspring consume one another. You are incomplete. Alfonso cannot get here fast. You run. Kindred, no point in nurturing. Flesh and blood, donate to us. Howling. Still attempting to spit out vestiges of human speech, the chief mate is punctured by the seaborn's fangs. It neither underestimates its enemy nor is distracted by Irene's presence. The seaborn's motions have clearly evolved. You, Alfonso, hurry. Hurry. I can't even piece its carapace. At this rate, Irene, protect Garcia. Irene, you know where this is. Yes, it's the Inquisition's underground, where every High Inquisitor has seen the truth. The truth. Consider this one thing, Irene. What is the Inquisition fighting for? For Iberia's purity and virtue, for the sanctity of our laws and scriptures. But what if the concept of truth, as seen by the people, is only superficial? What if the law has no reach, and the scriptures fail to prophesize, and the morality that governs all things amounts to naught? How will you pass down judgment then? I will judge based on my own standards. Even if it means casting aside the distinction between good and evil that you're always adhered to? Of course. That is easier said than done, Irene. There's no point trying to teach from my example, and I'm not as partial towards words as you are, Maestro. But there will come a day when your enemies will force you to cast aside everything you've ever known. Your faith, your morals, your ethics. Everything will be ravaged, desecrated, rendered null and void. When that happens, if you can manage to rebuild your inner faith, whatever it may be, then that will form the foundation to help you defeat those enemies. Before seeing the truth, before experiencing a crueler history, everything that we do is empty, with no basis in reality. I won't tell you how you should act going forward, but when the time comes, I want you to remember my words, Irene. You must become Iberia's last line of defense. Come on, Irene, you got this. No, survival is not actually your goal. Perhaps you can become something greater. Irene raises her hand cannon. A second cavity suddenly appears in the seaborn's adamantine body. As a torrential flow of heat melts through its sturdy, unusual walls. The surging temperature turns the surroundings into a sea of fire. The chief mate sobs and retreats to the side, staring blankly at the scene before his eyes. The seaborn has never been enveloped by such arts before. It feels a sense of being overwhelmed, but quickly adapts. However, the Inquisitor's barrage will not cease until the flames of her lantern sputter out. Release the chief mate, you monster, and get a good whiff of the scent of originium. You have not sinned in any way, The Holy Scriptures do not even mention your existence. Right now, it is only I, as an Iberian, who is handing down this verdict. The scourge of the seas must be wiped out. You have no right to live. In the name of Iberia. You go, Irene. I want Garcia to be okay. I like Garcia. I will go to the drafting room. The drafting room was once used to aggregate the results of exploration and draft nautical charts. After the calamity, the entire ocean's currents, prevailing winds, and uncharted islands all underwent tremendous changes, rendering the laws formulated over generations completely meaningless. Some usable supplies can still be found here. Wait, let me take it. Boop. There is nothing worth picking up here. Bridge access. For more than 60 years, for 20,000 days and nights, the ship has endured far too many storms, as well as matters of life and death. It will not sink, just as Iberia will not sink. And this is not a fact that requires explanation. So it must be, therefore it is. The white-haired captain gazes out the porthole, to the part of the ocean that can no longer even be considered scenery. For the first few decades, he spent a lot of time on the observation deck, hoping to get a glimpse of the land he once called home, even if no more than a small island. There was nothing but water, a boundless expanse of water. It bored him, annoyed him, enraged him, and finally forced him to look away. Nothing would happen there, and it no longer had anything to do with his fate. For reasons unknown, the captain suddenly felt as if he had not seen enough of this nameless ocean. He decided that when this farce was all over, he and his chief mates would quietly watch the sunrise, just as they had done many, many years ago. I hope they can watch the sunrise again together. Same thing? There's nobody along the bridge access. Gangway? Ooh. Nameless ocean, I guess. Wait, let me check. Anything else I'm missing? Nope. Boop. Main deck. On the main deck, the Nethersea brand is spreading. It mercilessly engulfs everything irreversibly. This is how it survives, able to heal wounds left even by the passage of time. Ooh, I am going to look at the mooring winch. Around the mooring winch are a large number of sea terrors curling up and degenerating, turning themselves into masses of nutrient-rich muscle fiber to offer up to their kin. I might as well clear them out. They must be eliminated. This kind of evolution is an abomination. How would sociologists analyze the social constructs of the sea terrors and the seaborn? No, the scholars would only be able to throw their hands up in defeat, because human society is built on selfishness, morality, cowardice, and bravery. Our ugliness has built the foundation for these flashes of greatness. However, these creatures' understanding of kinship is beyond our comprehension. Humans extol martyrdom because it symbolizes morality and because it is so rare, but sea terrors may well never see it from such an angle, labeling their choices neither virtue nor vice. They have only one goal. All of their actions are in service of a singular goal. They have no castes, no individual interests. They seek only to reach the endpoint of evolution. That is precisely why humans must fight them to the bitter end. The area around the mooring winch has already been cleared out. Deck room. The unbearable past relentlessly chases him. The infaceable future solemnly awaits him. Observe. What are we observing?
You wasted your chance.
What?
If I were you, when I caught that talking seaborn in Salviento, I would have forced it to spill everything it knew about Ager. You've been walking the land for years. You've never heard Ager's messages, but the ocean is different. The ocean has never been disconnected. Yet you simply allowed it to die without creating any value. An unproductive decision, Gladia. I don't need to hear messages from trash. The only answers a prey can provide are the grunts of lowly beasts. Seems you found some assistance on land, and put quite a bit of trust in them. Howls, the cosmos, cemetery. You're showing mercy. Why does he still stand?
I'm not. He's just a little sturdier than anticipated. The knight does not fight back. He suddenly freezes in place and throws his head back. He staggers, spins around, and looks up. Gladia has planned to seize this moment to put an end to the chase. But right as she's about to, she has a faint premonition.
The seaborn scent. It's changed. You're already sensitive enough to notice such changes then? That's right, Gladia. No matter how much you try to console yourself or others, this is a problem we'll have to deal with sooner or later ourselves. Garcia.
Sobbing howl.
Good, good. You heard it real bad. We'll track it down in no time by following these blood trails. Wait. What are these burn marks? What did it do to my ship?
The monster can't have left these marks behind. That's right. It must be the masterwork of our lovely little Iberian bird. Aw, they grew up so fast. So, who's scarier? The seaborn or her people?
You mean the Iberian from before? Her? Impossible. Any of the ship's battle-hardened sailors would have been stronger than her. How could she do this?
Nibbles on the captain's sleeves.
I understand. No matter, regardless of what that Iberian did, we have to hurry. Time to put an end to this months-long hunt.
You seem to be in a pretty good mood, Mr. Captain.
Good mood? Ha! Who wouldn't be happy to bring an end to such a long hunt? You keep chasing. I'll go a different way. It won't cut through these walls. It'll try to get closer to the sea. Garcia, your wounds aren't life-threatening. Just hang in there and we'll be right back.
The injured chief mate still needs more time to recover. It looks at its captain's face in silence. Joy. A hard-to-disguise excitement. A vigor it has not felt in such a long time. It takes a peaceful nap, focusing its energy on rejuvenating its injured parts, all to help its lover continue the hunt. A brief, light dream, short, trance-like, and extremely rare since its body underwent such profound changes. In its dream, it stands upon Iberia's shores. The sky booms with fireworks and hums with the din of whistles. A high-spirited Afonso stands on its side, asking it a question. Garcia. See those kids along the shore? We are like children. Children are the future of Iberia. Our glory, our feats, and our skills all die with us. But children, new lives, Ones that all of Iberia will come together to nurture, and they'll inherit it. Garcia. Who do you think you should take after? How could it still move so fast with those injuries? I can't keep up. And holding back from firing my hand cannon is... Ugh. The Nethersea brand has spread to the ship? But how? It wasn't this bad a while ago. I wonder who the kid is. The fluorescing Nethersea brand has devoured the golden Iberian Hall. The intricate dome reflects a ghastly blue light, and amidst the glow stands a lone, out-of-place woman. Her two hands are crossed in front of her, as she silently and carefully sizes up the throne in front of her. The Nethersea brand spreads from beneath her feet, sapping the very color from the golden floor. She turns her head. Her eyes hold nothing but compassion and expectation. Good evening, Irene. A Church of the Deep cultist. Did I miss? No, there's no way. Or Ginny Marts? That's right, Irene. If Dario could see you now, I'm sure he'd be so proud. How do you know our names? Who are you? I am a translator. You think a lie like that would do you any good? I never lie, Irene. I translated a great many works. Perhaps one of the novels full of ghoulish critical realism on your shelves contain my touch? Have you ever even noted the name of the translator? Look at your feet. You're the one who brought the Nethersea brand? That's a somewhat biased statement. I did not bring the brand. Rather, I established a bond with the fluorescent sea. Truly, it is an honor to be part of it. How did you get to the ship? That doesn't matter, Irene. Nor does it matter whether you can defeat the seaborn, whether I die here, or whether the ship will be the key to reconnecting with Ager. None of that matters. And yes, the sacrifices of Dario and the Penal Battalion, Grand Faro's collapse, the Eye of Iberia, the long, long time that has passed. In the vast process of evolutionary transformation, all of these are but drops of water on the sea life. My respect comes from the fact that we are all but a part of the cycle. Compared to the whole, we're all insignificant. Wait, you mentioned the High Inquisitor. What happened to him? Alas, poor Irene. Look, I know the feeling of having questions and needing answers. But is this really the time? When your enemy stands right before you? What happened to him? His sacrifice was in vain, Irene. The sea breeze brought me news of his death. You have my condolences. Impossible. It can't be. Nothing is impossible, Irene. When the oracle descended, all the futures of this land were set in stone. We are bugs crawling along the ground. We ought to follow the ordained path. What's wrong with choosing a life without barriers, without separation, without country, and without form? If you choose to cease resisting, all the better. If not... If none of this really matters, Amaya, then why are you buying time for our wounded little prey? Oh? You've woken up, Laurentina. Not completely, but I can at least remember your name. I hope I'm not coming across as rude. Irene. What did you do to her? Nothing. We're only making small talk. Scotty, continue the chase. Wasn't it your prey? And who was it that let me run into such a nostalgic figure? Alright, be careful. Irene? You're lying. The breath of the sea does not lie. No, like I said, that's impossible. The High Inquisitor's death must have had a purpose. The Inquisition never makes sacrifices in vain. If you don't believe that, cultist, then I'll just have to become that purpose. So be it. What a resilient child you are. Hunter, let's go. Oh, my dear little Irene. You've only just learned to control the power of an Inquisition hand cannon, and this is how you display it. If you continue trying to burn the Nethersea brand in such a crude manner, Captain Alfonso will be furious, no? Well, no matter. You're going to just let them walk away? Alas, unlike Quintus, I am not in such a hurry. Why would I want to face 2 hunters at once and cut my life even shorter? Is there a difference between a moment and an instant? There isn't, but seeing you revert to your old temperament sure brings me back, Laurentina. After all, you were in a coma until the first experiment began. How have you been since you left us? Spectre's lips curl into a subtle smile. It is the most beautiful smile she's shown tonight. It's getting faster. I feel ready. Put 2 more holes in it. Just how much blood can it have in there? 2? How did you? I'll tell you later. I don't think my stamina is going to last much longer. It's been cannibalizing its own kind this whole time, no wonder. Watch out. It's coming at us. Erg. Ishar, Mila. Where is he? Answer. I wish to know. You monster! Before Irene can fire a hand cannon, the seaborn lurches forward. As the wall cracks audibly, Scatty leaps back with tremendous force before closing the gap between her and the seaborn almost instantly. Her lethal strikes once again bite down on thin air. What? None of her hits landed? Insufficient. Nutrients, time, all insufficient. Ishar Mila, we require answers, but I feel his presence. With words, we shall implore. Ishar Mila, even if he does not answer, it does not mean he is not there. Even if he is not there, it does not mean that our kind has lost its way. Our kind has found its way. We will seize our own fate. Survival. The primary goal. Do all of you love rambling on while trying to kill us? Don't overthink this, and don't plan on returning to the ocean either. Insufficient, far from enough, but soon. Erg, cover your ears, Irene. Huh? Screeching howl.
Rasping murmur. Roki Nante.
Breeze.
The waves are coming. We wait for them. We will wait outside. With weapons, we tear them. Let us go!
Echoing braying. Bye last night. The seaborn's murmurs can be heard from afar. Gladia frowns slightly. For an ordinary landwalker to recklessly make contact with the ocean and win eternal madness is certainly conceivable. But what of the other seaborn that obeyed him? But Gladia does not think about it too deeply, because a nauseating premonition is gnawing at her nerves. It makes her neck itch.
What's happening up there? The ship has been adrift at sea for more than 60 years. If they'd wanted to do away with it, we've been simply treated it and its crew as enemies. The Steltifer and Navis would have sunk long ago.
So instead, they're assimilating it. Ooh, hello?
They've treated the ship as part of their environment. For whatever reason, they must have allowed it to survive in their waters. But now, the situation has changed.
You mean?
The Nethersea brand? Since when? And how did it spread this quickly? The ship will most certainly sink. Ladia. Have you ever considered why an Aegir as talented as Briogan chose, in his final hour, to design the key the way he did? It should have unlocked the secrets Aegir has long dreamed of. It is the quintessence of his life's work. So why is it just anyone's blood enough to activate it? Why would he let it fall into the hands of a frail knight? We did silence that thing, but they probably don't need any gods at all. Only humanity, in their impotence and hypocrisy, would fold their hands together and pray to the ocean, finding far too much solace within it. We need to make use of what little time we have, Gladia.
You're still thinking about the incident with Thiago?
Not quite. Of all the tragedies I've endured, his is hardly worth mentioning, nothing more than a grain of sand on the beach. But how much sand does this beach require? The ship wasn't brought by the Pino Battalion. Most of the town's vessels were brought under their supervision, and the few that weren't were forgotten. Stranded along the shore.
Then we've saved quite a bit of time thanks to someone's carelessness.
I can't help but think of how much more will be forgotten. What else will be stranded? Kelsey, if the Land of Terror were a ship, what kind of vessel do you think it would be?
We're almost at the Eye of Iberia.
That we are.
I like how there's being like a peaceful boat trip. While all the drama's going on, Carmen and Kelsey are just like, wee! Signal light array. It is critical to locate the injured seaborn as quickly as possible. Port dock? The port dock is completely empty. Locate the seaborn. Starboard deck? The injured seaborn seeks to flee for its life. It feeds on its kin, amassing itself. It can feel that it has arrived before a broken through door. Intercept. It must be stopped. Its kind senses the imminence of evolution. They swarm forth, their flesh clogging the way, using death to hold back their enemies. The seaborn is fleeing into their midst. It still needs more time. How dare you run? I'm gonna look at the bow deck. The injured seaborn is looking for an escape route. It needs nutrients. It needs direction. It can feel that it is but a step away from the answer it has always sought. I'm gonna intercept you, yo. It must be stopped. Actually, what is this? The injured seaborn stopped moving. It is thinking. It is realizing. It can feel that it has questions that cannot be answered, and needs to find a way to resolve that. I will intercept. It must be stopped. The creature looks out of the sea, towards where it was born, towards where it will end up. It cannot comprehend what has transpired within this floating box. It cannot comprehend the strangers and kin that have tried to hurt it. It lingers brooding. It feels as if the answer is within its grasp, yet has no way to describe it. Soon, very soon. Its kind senses a hope for the future. They swarm forth, their blood congealing into a bastion, using death to erect a mighty wall. The seaborn is fleeing into their midst. It still needs more time. The seaborn has already fled from here. All that's left is a mess on the floor. Okay, same thing. And then let me make sure it's the same thing. Yes. Heh heh heh. I am close to the end. I will finish it tonight. I am stubborn. Okay. Oh no, two exits. I don't like that. Uh-oh. Oh, that bothers me. Time to hope for the best, you know? Oh man, my stomach's like, give me a snack. Maybe I'll grab a piece of cheese and just eat it. As one does, you know? I like cheese. I'll take a sip before the fight. If it's 10 stages, I think I can finish it. Seems doable. If it's 10. If it is 10. Oops. Oh well, too late, I put her there. Oopsies, my bad. Misclicked. Okay. Luckily, I get all my sanity. Okay, time to try again. Should be fine. Signal light array. This time I'll place them down faster. And correctly. 7, 8, 9, boop. And then I want to place down my boy. Come on. Let me place down the boy. There. I'll place him here. It doesn't end in phase 2. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm not looking forward to the boss stage. I imagine big pain. Big pain and suffering. Let's see, I'll put him here. Yeah, he can be here. Alright. Ooh, I could put him here. You know, I like here. Hey. Wee. That is satisfying. That is very satisfying. And then I'll put her here. As one do. Hey, can you stop doing that? Can you stop? Hey! Why? That is so evil. Well, I might as well bring out another healer if that's gonna be like that. Big oof. That is the biggest oof. Oh, we got through. I can redo that later. You know, it's fine. It hurts, but it is what it is if we get through. As long as I can continue the story, that's what matters, really. Oof. Sheesh. Ouch. Everything is pain. Everything is suffering here. Yo. There's only a few left. Hey there. I see you. Except I don't see you technically, I guess.
Ready to go. Target spotted.
Oh, come on.
Ready to go.
You have to really be like that. Why? Why you? Come on. Hit. Yay. Oof. Sheesh, you hit so hard. I do not like you. That shadow creature is the worst enemy right now.
お前の識ミスを俺の不手際でさらに大きくしてしまったような。戻ってから共に反省会だ。
I will go to the main mast. How should we sort out one's thoughts when reuniting with the mortal enemy after a long absence? Share a dance. I mean, as one do, right? I guess we're dancing. Do you remember how we first met, Laurentina? Badly injured, you lay across the rocks of that snow-like beach as if you were some kind of sleeping beauty. After drifting along the currents for so long, I finally awoken by some truly rancid land dwellers. How I wished I could have slept forever. How could that be? If I'm remembering properly, we made quite a good first impression on each other. On each, didn't we? That I won't deny. Otherwise, you would have ended up like Quintus, chopped into itty-bitty pieces. Speaking of, what a damn shame. Why couldn't have I felt like this back at Salviento? I could have reminisced with him so much more vigorously. Amaya maintains her elegant posture. The Nethersea brand expands as far as she can see. Amaya is the scariest because she has the Nethersea brand. I don't appreciate that, Amaya. But Laurentina does not take her seriously in the slightest. What is she looking at? Your recovery seems to have gone well. Thanks to you. What about the other one? How's he doing? Who knows? Maybe he ended up like Quintus and perished at the hands of a hunter. Which one? 'Twas just idle chatter. Originium arts. True. If there's anything on land that can pose a threat to a hunter, it would probably be those so-called arts. But you don't seem very well versed in fighting with arts either. Aren't you a bit too pathetic? Laurentina, have you never wondered why your consciousness sometimes clears up and sometimes blurs? Or how you can even function after being injected with such a concentrated dose of refined liquid originium? Like, Amaya didn't seem bad until she started talking to the cultists. I'm like, oh yeah, she's a big enemy. Oof. The pretty lady. Is that because I'm built different? Ah yes, Vector, you are built different. You've also told me about your dance lessons. Ah, damn it. I can't believe you told me before I got to remember it myself. Fine. There were dance lessons. What else did I tell you about, Amaya? Stop changing the subject, Laurentina. Or, are you saying you know exactly how you woke up? We've done many experiments on you, my sleeping beauty. For the longest time, we could only understand the ocean through the knowledge of the islanders. And then, a perfect organism appeared right in front of us. Our methods were primitive at best. Even if we donned the trappings of the church, we could not hide our blemishes as land-dwelling creatures. Cases of us embracing the sea were few and far between us, and the new life forms were seldom and stable. Do you still remember the huge ruckus you made right after waking up, and the first conversation we had after that? I asked, how did the Aegir manage to do it? Amaya dodges Spectre's attack. She gently caresses her neck, and the glow of the golden hall seems to bleach her skin a ghostly pale. You hold a massive amount of refined liquid originium right here. If an ordinary person had their spinal fluid replaced with such a concentration of liquefied originium, they wouldn't be merely comatose. No two ways about it. Ah. I really ought to thank you. After all, you allow me to experience a completely different life. Do you know how many Aegers had their futures forcibly wrenched from them because of the trench-sucking scum you worship? And what would you originally have done then? And what would you originally have been then? An opera singer? A playwright? As if, of course not. I wanted to be a sculptor. Even my teacher said I had a talent for it. When I was little, the city I lived in had a massive snow-white statue. Did it collapse during the Seaborn's invasion? Nah, that'd be too cliché. I've never even seen it broken. We moved to a different city before long. But that statue's always remained in my head, and I never forgot what it looked like. And then, thanks to you guys, I finally understood that allegory, the statue alternating between black and white amidst the shadows. Prayer. If I continued my studies in Aegir, I might have never learned the more nuanced meaning of that word. You can stop stalling for time now. I know your arts are related to perception. I've seen them. Haha. Think of it this way. I've met some real weirdos aboard Rhodes Island. I might have done some rather unbecoming things, but never mind. I'm sure they'll forgive me. Is that the name of a ship? A much better ship than this one. Anyway, your precious sea terrors are all dead or injured, and your Nethersea brand can't do anything but eat away at this pompous hall. What's next? Need help writing your suicide note? You don't get to see authentic Aegirian calligraphy every day, you know. Haha. Well then, Laurentina. Oof, bonk the bot. Amaya extends her hand to Spectre. Her slender palms are covered in the Nethersea brand, as if she's wearing faintly luminescent, formal dress gloves. Spectre does not reject her, but grips her weapon tightly with one hand, while holding Amaya's in the other. The two of them steps delicately across the golden hall. Actually, I wasn't much of a dancer when I was young. The captain taught me a few times much later. She's a better dancer than you. You know what keeps your apathy in check. You also know why it's easier to wake up from your affliction the closer you are to the sea. The other hunters, particularly Gladia, must have guessed it long ago, but she's always been reluctant to admit the truth to herself. It could not be simpler, yet it's Yet it is so cruel. Isn't it because I returned home and I'm smitten by the scenery? Haha, Laurentina, I never realized how much you loved self-deprecating humor. But you're not wrong. Returning home, returning to the sea, it is all because their blood flows within you. The seaborn part of you is holding back the originium. The seaborn part of you is what wakes you up when you return to the sea. So this awakened you as you are now. Are you seaborn or abyssal hunter? Watch your step. Thank you. Ooh, pretty. That is very, very pretty. You aren't expecting to shake me, are you? Like how Scatty got lectured by that scum, by that talking scum back in Salviento? Are you not shaken? Even though you recognize that your strength, your sanity, and your soul all come from your enemies, no one can remain unperturbed in the face of this truth. I haven't finished my story yet. Do you know why I love sculpting? Because during the process of carving, chiseling, and shaping, Spectre pauses her footsteps. Amaya is caught by surprise for a moment. Spectre releases her hand as the other is already bearing her weapon down. At that point, her expression glistens with a childlike glee. We give meaning to the forms of the dead, liberating them from the void of meaninglessness. Just like my lovely destiny. Ooh, more tentacle monsters. Shh, there's no end to this trash. What do we do? How are you going to catch up? Where's it going? They retreat to the ocean when hurt. We don't often hunt them on dry land. But, the sea terrors managed to breach the hull. But even the cannons of the high-speed battleships shouldn't be enough to damage the Saltaveran Navis. They've had years. Must have chipped through it long ago. They trapped the ship but didn't sink it. Why? We can ponder this all we like, but regardless of what miracles it took, we need a plan faster. We need a plan fast, or the ship really is going to sink. A plan, huh? That I do have. Quickly, take out the enemy, and they should retreat back to their nest. Is it really that easy? If not, then we make it so. It's heading up, hurry. We can't let it reach the ocean. But, sea terrors are practically clogging the entire corridor. Can you still jump? What? The roof's been corroded by the Nethersea brand and is very fragile. We'll take a shortcut. Oh, the poor ship. Hiss.
There you are, my quarry. You. Prey on the blood relatives. Prey on kin. You have eaten many. Well, no shit. You think we can live off the wind?
Oh, Captain.
To consume is without fault. Food is plenty. You will consume me. You are inviting me. Because information from afar cannot pass to kin. Language they do not understand. Vibration of air. Utterance of sound. Understanding of rules. Learning of language. This is why I hate those damn Aegers. Look, even the monsters are learning Iberia now. Don't think I'll show you any mercy just because you learned how to talk, scumbag. You consume me, I consume you. Feeding has continued for too long. Must be ended. How quickly time flies, you little runt. All this time, I've watched you grow up. You think you're the predator? You're nothing more than my domesticated beast.
Alfonso's blade digs into the seaborn's body. while its sharp fangs scratch his arm. Blood splatters through the air, and the atmosphere intensifies. The seaborn's movements are becoming faster.
Shh! You ruined my last change of clothes. I ought to skin you alive.
Roars. Over here.
Ishar.
Gurgle. Ishar. Mila.
You will consume.
Shut up. You don't need to blather on to kill your prey. We just do our job. Stop it before it jumps into the sea.
Think you can run?
The seaborn continues to increase its speed, appearing to have an afterimage of itself in place. It strides and bounds, and in an instant, is already on the opposite side of the deck. Barely touching the ground, it dives straight into the ocean. But something else is even faster than it. A black shadow cuts off its retreat and smashes it to the floor. There, away from the light, something sears a mark into the deck, causing the entire ship to shudder. Oh? My, you're the same type of thing as Quintus, aren't you? If not, half of your body would have been sent flying, not just a single scratch like that. Next up is... Wait, what's this? The scent. You felt it. Of course, he is no longer concealing himself, which means he has proven what he wished to prove. He has said what he wished to have. He said what he wished to say. Alas, I thought he'd be able to understand. Understand what? If the scent belongs to his master rather than something else that's turned into a seaborn, then I'd suggest giving up on him ever understanding. Based on what I've seen of your shallow experiences and moral judgments, your idea of a trustworthy Aegir is usually just whoever stands out most. Ulpianus has made his moves. In that case, I can't waste any more time with her. There's no more point in stalling. I must find the Herald. I must. Welcome it. Leaving so soon? I thought we were just getting started. Maybe next time, Laurentina. If we ever meet again, let's have another chat about Aegir. Ulpianus is a frenemy at this point. Ulpianus do what Ulpianus wanna do. Scatty does not blink. She couldn't be more familiar with these movements. Simple, straightforward, a force of nature. She remembers how her colleagues at Rhodes Island assessed her, as well as how she assessed the two in front of her back when she first saw them. However,
you were all chosen, deemed worthy by Aegir. Under my command, you should have been prodigies of exacting violence, your hunting genes complementing your skills. But you regressed, Scotty.
You're...
It's not dead yet, Ulpianus. Don't be in such a rush to patronize Scatty. I'm aware. Take heed again, Scatty. Just like before. I'll only teach you once.
Screeching howl. Ulpianus swings his weapon. The strike is straightforward and without excess. It is sufficiently swift, such that the seaborn cannot avoid it despite its wishes. Afterwards, an enormous rumbling sound proves that the strike was also sufficiently strong. By the time the seaborn is miserably thrown against a turret that's never been fired, its body had already been considerably cut down in size.
Like so. Grasp its movements. Make a decision. Swing your weapon. Aim to kill. This is how you fight them. You were slower than before, and more cautious. Your life on land has been no small influence on you.
I never thought... But... how did you survive? I thought you died. But you and Swordfish, how did you two survive? What about the others then? The first company, the fourth company, did they?
By my standards, my survival was a tragedy. The seaborn told me that the others could not be allowed to live on. They would not have overlooked anything in their nest. Of course, based on Gladia's usual attitude, by her standards, this was also a disgrace. Finish it off first. As for your situation, we can wait for all the hunters to arrive. You, in this dry, floating vessel, on the ship, Hunt, you left our kind. Death does not benefit our kind. Your death also does not benefit our kind. You... Irk. Pa, what kind of hunter talks before his quarry is dead? That's the first lesson we teach in field training. I seem to always be cleaning up after the messes of you eggers. What is it you want? What do you need my help? What do you need with my ship? Look at what you did to Iberia, and to Victoria, letting monsters overrun Ursus.
Roars.
Erg, stubborn bastard.
Screeches. Run it through. Now, Alfonso.
Take this. Ha.
Is it over? I can't feel my hands.
Look out beneath you. What? It's not dead yet.
Sheesh. Blood gurgles in his throat.
It chipped through the deck, trying to jump onto the chopping block yourself, you sack of meat. No, not quite. After it. We didn't chase it back to the cabin. Yeah, we didn't chase it back into the cabin. There's still more of its kin on the ship. It's looking for her.
Oh no, don't fuse with Amaya.
Erg. Gurgle.
Chewing sounds.
Erg. Krah.
I'm jealous of it being able to eat. Harold.
Scaleless kin. Wounds can't be healed. No way to nourish our kind. They all attack, but not to hunt.
Amaya simply listens quietly. The wound Spectre left on her slender body continues to bleed, dripping into the pool of blood already shed by the seaborn and mixing into one. Amaya simply listens quietly.
You also hurt. You consume me. Kin, you live. Our kind will continue and survive.
The seaborn bows its body, lowering itself at Amaya's feet. It closes its eyes and awaits death. Amaya continues to listen quietly. Dedication, sacrifice. These sorts of unrequited altruism are respected by humans and considered virtuous. Hagar, I have never seen that country myself. A vast, vast country, larger than Iberia, Victoria, or Ursus, or perhaps all the three combined. I've heard that the Aegir are rationalists, but how rational can they be compared to the rationality of our kin? Listen to me, Harold. There is nothing noble about sacrifice, and dedication is not necessarily a virtue. Virtue? Noble? You do not need to understand what sacrifice or dedication are. Only the mediocre would presume that the seaborn becoming closer to humanity is any form of evolution. No, this is merely an increased tolerance to allow for more possibilities. When we praise those who selflessly serve their kin, all that means is that so many more have chosen to do otherwise. If even young gloom pincers will die in the jaws of their natural predators to protect their kind, then why do we feel a need to repeatedly extol such a virtue? Humans only sing the praises of what's rare, using morality to whitewash altruism, all in an attempt to justify their utilitarian hearts, deeming themselves more noble than beasts. Such ridiculous self-aggrandizement. It is clear that the cracks between nations and races are tearing this land asunder. Life has never been without order, my herald. This is the final answer I sought, for which I left the land and entered the sea. The seaborn closes its eyes. It is contemplating the words of Amaya, the words of its kin. It does not understand, but its kin says that it does not need to understand, only to do. The next moment, it feels the scaleless kin place her hand upon its body. Its kin says, I ask of you, remember me, set me free, consume me.
Amaya! No. The scent is still here. It couldn't have gotten far. It cut through the walls corroded by the Nethersea brand and returned to the ocean. But that's not all. Something happened here. Its blood trails disappeared. You all stay here. I'll go after it myself.
Why would hunters be afraid to return to the ocean? This is a disgrace.
Then stew in disgrace, Gladia. We need to tread carefully, and I alone will be enough to handle this.
I'll go with you.
To monitor me?
To maintain discipline.
As you please. But surely you can feel it too. More seaborn are approaching. This place may be close to shore, but it's already become the heart of the ocean.
Breeze.
Soon. The Grand Domain. Very soon. The storm is tearing the sky open. The terrible waves. They come, they will come. We shall watch. We shall wait. We shall meet the terrible waves.
Ah, yes, as one does the last night. Let's see. I will go to the ceremonial plaza. Or maybe not yet. I want to check out the other ones. What is this? Hydrological workstation. The Stultifera Navis is not only a battleship, but also houses a large number of research facilities. The unrecognizable equipment is in the hydrology workstation. The unrecognizable equipment in the hydrology workstation regularly makes noises, but there is no longer anyone who can interpret them. A delicate device has been placed here. Its underside labeled with a single line of Igerian. Mini decontamination kit. It seems to fit into one of the slots. A little handy. Yay! The only sound that can be heard here is the beeping of the indecipherable research equipment. A little handy. Half the rate of which Nethersea brand spreads. Nethersea brand deals 80% reduced arts damage to allied operators, and no longer inflicts nervous impairment. You know, I like that. Save. Heck yeah. You can't stop me. Discarded wooden barrel. Nobody knows what these discarded barrels were once used for. Perhaps over 6 decades ago, They were filled with spirits that the crew would drink in celebration. Now, only a few tattered relics sit at the bottom of the barrel. Who was the desperate seaman who exchanged these things for the last sip of wine? Take. As one does, I'm gonna take a table. There is nothing here. Time to fight. I am semi-prepared. And I'll take a sip of water. I have one more sip of water left, but I will save it.
The Eye of Iberia. It's been a long, long time since I last set foot here. Countless soldiers from the Penal Battalion laid down their lives here, and when the seaborn finally broke through our defense line, countless engineers died in vain inside the lighthouse. Before our last ship was swallowed, we fled. For every 10 men who left home, hardly one returned. But now, behold, light.
Carmen's voice trembles for the first time in an eternity. Kelsey stares silently out into the center of the distant reef. A massive lighthouse illuminates the entire sky, as bright as the day.
I don't see the ship. That is a good sign. It proves they found what they were looking for. Let's proceed. As long as this light is not extinguished, we will press forward.
Slithers around the main door. Monster. Screeches.
Clear the way. We're going in.
The heat of fire. The sea terrors gather around the main door, wandering, spinning. Carmen's eyes sweep into the distance. They follow a line of the charred corpses of these abominations the entire way, their remains vanishing with the wind. Man, they must taste delicious now. They're cooked. They're cooked to perfection.
The sea terrors do not feel fear. But they do know how to seek advantage and avoid disadvantage. Their base instincts have taught them to hunt cautiously. They have been taught fear. These creatures may not know what a country is, let alone laws and morals. But they have learned to fear the High Inquisitor. They have learned to fear everything we have built on top of civilization. Dario.
Kelsey does not say anything. She can see a strange ring on a patch of fluorescent ground. Charred corpses are stacked high into a mountain. The deaths of tens of thousands of their kin had imprinted a new behavior upon the sea terrors. Do not approach the lighthouse. A feeble flame still flickers. It was originally a great bonfire. Before the sea terrors had perished in a tide of death, there was nothing flammable here at all. At the heart of the flame stands a single man. He lifts his lantern and leans on his sword, just as he did when he learned to stand guard in his youth, motionless. And yo, I like how he instilled fear within them.
You've done well, Dario. Be at peace now.
The lantern in Dario's hand seems to echo Carmen's farewell. In an instant, the fire swallows even more sea terrors before the raging flame then wraps around the silent High Inquisitor. His already clouded eyes are still gazing far into the distance. Carmen remains silent for a long time before Dario's statue-like body. Kelsey does not interrupt Carmen's mourning. She only takes in the scene with her eyes. There aren't many signs of the hunter's activity here. The High Inquisitor remained here alone, staving off the surging tides of sea terrors until his life was spent. But even if the soldier's life force had bled dry long ago, the sea terrors still feared him because his flames had not extinguished, because his light had not dimmed. The Inquisitor had turned himself into a force of nature, a pledge to defend the sanctity of the Eye of Iberia, even beyond death. After a long time, Carmen lifts his head. Only then does Kelsey see the signs of age in the old man in front of her, though the Inquisition had used various methods to prolong his life. In this moment, he could no longer hide the fatigue in his eyes. He turns his head and looks toward Kelsey, then back to Dario, who was gradually disappearing into the flame.
He was my finest student, Kelsey.
We have 3 minutes to mourn the death of the soldier. Once the flames go out, nothing will stand between the sea terrors and their nest. They will swarm this place. Also, I didn't see the girl. At least his disciple escaped. At least his disciple survived.
Are there no high-level seaborn here?
Doesn't seem so for the time being.
Their numbers are nothing to be feared then.
For the time being. We ought to find a more permanent solution. The Eye of Iberia was built by Brilgan. It has the potential to become the hub for re-establishing a link with Ager.
Assuming they're able to find the ship. Wait, hold on. Who reactivated the Eye of Iberia? Neither did Ager nor Dario should have had any experience with this.
Look up there. Finally. The control panel is fine. Phew. I'm totally worn out. Hums curiously. Wah! You're... I must admit, you surpassed my expectations. You managed to relight the Eye of Iberia by yourself, restoring at least 30% of its functionality. You did this alone, under these conditions. You're the one Mr. Elysium mentioned. Oh, but what about Mr. Inquisitor? He's been fighting for his life down there this entire time, and I didn't dare get close to him since I wouldn't be able to help anyway. So all I could do was keep an eye on the control panel here.
He made the ultimate sacrifice.
What?
But by no means was it in vain. He sacrificed himself for his faith, and as such, will now live on forever. He died heroically as an Inquisitor, as a vindicator of Iberia. His ideal self shall be forever enshrined on the coast of Iberia. And then there is you, Ager. You've defended the purpose of his sacrifice. You've persisted all this time and never given up. You've done well.
I never got to talk to him much, but he... Sob. What about Grandfaro? What's going to happen to my home?
I usually don't answer every question from the general public. But for now, I don't intend to lie to you. Grandfaro will soon be under the management of the Penal Battalion. The citizens will all come under their unified control and contribute to the construction of the frontline checkpoints. Also, Thiago died at the hands of heretics.
No. How could this happen? Uncle Thiago, is he really?
He had long since been aware of the Church of the Deep's cultists, yet turned a blind eye to them. His cover-up thwarted the plans of the Penal Battalion, and delayed our ability to send support here. Even if he'd escaped death, he would not have escaped me, child.
Jordy collapses limply onto the ground. He feels numb and exhausted. He feels like the single string supporting him through everything that happened, long worn thin, had suddenly snapped. Uncle Thiago. Why? Monster, guard the entrance. Obeys cheerfully.
Can you confirm where the Stultifer Navis was last seen? Dame Kelsey.
Not that far, and the last signal came less than 48 hours ago.
What? She's still able to send signals?
Aw, I wonder if it was first, like, Garcia that sent the signals. Because I don't think Mr. Captain would do that.
She's still able to send signals?
Briogan helped the Iberian royal family construct lighthouses and fleets. Why? If not for restoring a connection to his homeland? Be it the Eye of Iberia or some transporter hidden in a corner in the Stultifer Navis, they all used the Aegir's technology without reservation. Of course, all this assumes that the seaborn haven't already destroyed the ship or turned it into their nest. Carmen's eyes silently follow the direction of the light, extending towards the horizon. The Stultifer Navis cannot be seen by the naked eye. The ocean is too expansive, and what's not too far away for a ship is still a cruel joke to those on land. The weary saint once again shows his age. His lips quiver, as if innumerable thoughts are crossing through his mind.
Alfonso, Garcia, Torre, Julia. Are you still out there?
Alfonso and Garcia are. My captain and Gladia pursued into the sea. We should go help them. No, we're better off waiting here. The waters are relentless. The waters are restless, and the seaborn sense we're out together. There's probably more than just one. Did you hear something, Scotty? What? No, I didn't. I see.
What have you done to this place? You Aegers, how'd you get in here? I was the only one with the key. And when the old deadbeat kicked the bucket, I threw it into the ocean. It's been 50 years already.
If this is the power source for the vessel, wouldn't locking it up mean giving up hope?
The old deadbeat was the last engineer we had. When he died, we had nobody left who could fix the ship. To make matters worse, we were already tangled up in the seaborn and couldn't get away. Didn't need anyone rocking the boat on my watch. But answer me, how'd you find this place?
Briogan. The captain followed the clues he left, which led to Iberia, then here.
You people. You know the ship, right?
Nope, not at all. But I've always been more into the arts anyway. But it really shouldn't come as a surprise. To return to Aegir, we must follow the trail of the Aegir. What's this?
Ah, you've gotten your hands dirty digging up some of Briogan's personal belongings. Hasn't Aegir ever heard of respecting people's privacy?
What does it say? Briogan's experiences on land. A travelogue, I guess? Is this what the captain's been looking at? No clue. Why don't you ask her yourself?
Just a small part of it. Returning empty-handed, eh? It disappeared. Furthermore, the reason we didn't chase any further is because there were signs of other seaborn nearby. They came here following distant scents and the calls of their kin. Now, I don't mind skipping straight to the slaughter, but we should resolve the problem of the ship first. You dare treat my Iberia as a prize to be taken?
This ship is the only way for us to return to Aegir, and only it can contract, and only it can contact our cities. As for the issue on repairs, perhaps I might be more qualified than a handful of backwards Iberians who know little of Briogan's technology. I can't pass up this opportunity, even if we must resort to force.
2 against 4, eh?
How's vigilantly? I don't want to fight you.
3 against 3.
Captain?
Not so fast, Gladia. Don't forget what I said. You never gave me a reason to give up on returning to Aegir. I'm telling you, you don't know what it's like there now. The seaborn have never taken the initiative to attack our cities unless their nests and living spaces were threatened. Each act of slaughter, each act of destruction, has been fueled by the Aegir's degeneracy. They thought we were dead. They lost contact with us. The blood of the seaborn flow within us. In all our long years of battling against these enemies, we finally have a prime opportunity.
And you think these few acts of degeneracy have nothing to do with the scum we fight? Even if left alone, the seaborn's living spaces will grow like a tumor until the entire ocean is devoured.
This and that are two separate issues, neither of which can be solved by heading home, rejoining the army, and marching forth once more. Why don't we try thinking outside the box this time?
So you've chosen to listen to those lowly beasts, to walk with them, to understand them.
They call us their kin, but what do we know about them? Far too little. I can hardly even understand what I've seen myself. Until we've obtained definite answers about their gods, everything we do is uselessly groping around in the dark.
What are you talking about, Captain? You and the seaborn. How do we know you're still on our side? What do you have to? Every hunter who thought they could get something out of the seaborn has ended up disappearing. Of course, you should understand that better than me. Their whispers resonate. They will invade your mind. Those are not your thoughts.
Scotty, that's also a separate issue. I'll let Gladia give you the specifics. Ship captain, escort them away. I was just thinking the same thing, Aegir.
What a pity. Stillness, silence. Hunters long separated always seem to have the least pleasant reunions. Something squirms in the hearts of Scotty and Spectre. The chief mate hesitates, its wound still aching. Swords are drawn, bowstrings stretched taut. Quiet. Too quiet. Wait, how is this possible? The rushing of the waves, the howling of the wind, the creaking sounds of the hull being torn open by seaborn. They all become distant. Hunters! The ship is sailing!
Nonsense, old Iberian. How many years do you think?
No, I swear it's true. Something's pushing the ship, and it might have been pushing the ship the whole time we were chasing after the seaborn. And from the very beginning, our surroundings have been unusually quiet. I'll be honest in one word, huh? Baka. He's just a sussy baka. Combined into one word.
Huff. Kin gather. Take this cell and go far away. Follow. We will follow. We will find the end of the storm.
Shakes head meekly. Is he and his seahorse pushing the ship? The waves are fading.
The waves are fading. Silence is coming.
And a toast to silence, my last sip of water.
I don't hear anything at all. After so many years of the waves washing against us, why? Everything is just like that day.
Cowers in pain and suffering.
Garcia. My hand, it's shaking. Damn it. If I didn't need to hunt, I would have lopped this thing off a long time ago. What's the meaning of this, Aegir?
Gladia does not answer. She imperceptibly reaches for her neck. The scales, the part of her that do not belong to her, are resonating with something. The scent of the seaborn. The smell of the ocean. It's all gone. Look outside. It's way too peaceful. How could this be?
What's going on? Why is it so quiet? Wait. Do you hear that? What was that? Was there something?
The ocean sank into an unprecedented silence. Anomalies appeared across the shore, as violently ebbing tides and irregular waves heralded the coming of disaster. All sounds were smothered, from waves crashing against the shore to the chiming of city clock towers. All noise faded away. I would consider Alfonso loyal. Loyal to Garcia, loyal to the ship. Until the voices of the people all disappeared as well. Until the wind was stilled. The profound silence came without a sound. Impossible. It's just like in the Inquisition's records. Are we facing another silence?
Shark, where are you going?
Heading up to check things out.
I'll go with you.
Me too.
No, Scotty. You and Gladius stay here. Scotty,
Why?
stay with Gladia. I remember this one thing. You will always be our hunter. Laurentina, let's go.
Spectre lifts her head above the sky. The dark clouds know not when to dissipate, but she, who has lost the concept of time, finds a sea of stars in the sky. She can finally hear that voice, the voice that calls out to her. Spectre paces around the deck, and Alpianus casts her a concerned glance for just a moment. You and the captain have a keen sense of smell. Can you sense any seaborn around us?
No, right now, there's little difference between here and land. Even though we're clearly floating out in the sea, it's disconcerting. I'll head the other way to see if we're really being pushed by a current.
See you soon. Oh, starry sky. This is the first time in many years I've seen the stars so clearly. I had forgotten so many things. I forgot my home was used by others. And what finally saved my life and awakened my memories was the part of me I hated the most. Accepting that I'm a freak actually wasn't as hard as it sounds. That's what makes me unique. The one final thing I am unable to let go of is my home. But have I really returned? Is this place on the sea surface really Ager? Is this still my home? Just because Gladia never said it doesn't mean I wouldn't realize. It wouldn't be the first time. Rifts have grown between hunters, but between us and Ager, we've been separated by the shore for too long. I remember something else. When I was little, I once went with my parents and grandparents to watch the stars on the ocean surface adorn the sky. On a day much like this, even the most beautiful pearl geode couldn't compare to that splendor. In retrospect, even after I became a hunter, I was always leaving my home again and again, but never reaching anywhere else. Haha, I suppose I'm getting a bit homesick. Where are you going to take me this time, Amaya? Ooh, that is pretty. That is very, very pretty. Under the magnificent starry sky, the creature quietly looks down on Spectre. It makes not a single sound, The ship splitting the waves, the wind's bluster, all sounds are drowned out by his soft murmurs. He hovers in the air as if walking on water, gently kissing the light of the stars and moons, his tentacles coruscating in a beautiful array. Nowhere, Laurentina. The ocean is boundless, and wherever we go is all the same. I've always been able to hear your song, Amaya. Laurentina, that is the name of our scaleless kin, the the Iberian. As I consumed her, she kept stroking my head. She spoke to me of many things. Time itself was like frozen dust, an eternity seeming to pass as I listened to her. Until she could no longer speak, until even her bones were digested by our smallest kin, she nurtured me with both nutrition and time. She taught me everything I know. Since when were you so sentimental towards your food? Such was her request. I merely granted it. If there is purpose to such emotions, we're willing to experiment. What of Ishar Mila, Gladia, and Opianus? Are your kin ready to return to the Great Sea? We've had a bit of an internal disagreement. Why? Your home is clearly right before your eyes. We many are clearly right here awaiting you. You're homesick, Laurentina. Amaya told me that. All the Aegir she ever made contact with. Yeah, of all the Aegir she had made contact with, you harbored the greatest affection for Aegir itself. Come. Embrace me, and I will bring you back home. Man, the seaborn is such a flirt. You know, I've never touched a living seaborn before. I prefer your kind dead. Just as you prefer to give shape to inorganic matter, even though it offers nothing for your survival. Do you have any other pursuits other than survival? Pursuits? Like your pursuit to return home? The survival of our kind. The survival of more of us. The survival of we many. All beings ought to form a single entity. Life should not be so disorderly. The seaborn descends into the deck. Man, they really did fuse. Spectre laughs. You're a graceful one. Did Amaya teach you that as well? It was just a request. A memento. I suppose it means you'll be paying back both of our debts? Ah, before her death, Amaya entrusted you to me. I will make use of your life. I will also fulfill your requests. Amaya thanks you. She said I should help you. Because of you, their work was able to take another step forward. Their research and ideals have all advanced greatly. I can talk to you about Ishar Mila. I can take you back to Ager. I can share with you where our kind are and how they are doing. I can name your clansmen who are trying to become one of us. Amaya begged me to help you. Only through helping you will you accept us as kin. Huh? In that case, my first request is... Stop singing. I want to hear the wind of my hometown. Very well. In an instant, the wind and the waves returned to Spectre's ears. Just as the sound of the first wave splashing against the deck rings out clearly, Opianus' giant blade is already poised above the seaborn's head. Hello?
Die. What? A magic block?
Opianus!
A sufficiently heavy blow, our kin in the ocean will welcome his unconscious form. They will take him back to our nest, where we will spend time becoming one with them.
Oof. As for this floating box, it has been used to house our kin who have not yet adapted to the sea. But most of them died, and the rest have refused to become one with us. Therefore, it is no longer needed. Spectre is unable to see the seaborn's movements, but like a piece of garbage being swept aside by a pedestrian, the once glorious cannon mounted on the ship vanishes in the blink of an eye. A few seconds later, an enormous splash in the distance reveals where the steel construct had gone. How did it manage to slice off the cannon? With its tail? Shit. Spectre's eyes are unable to follow. Whether shaken by the ease with which Opianus was repelled, or distracted by the sound of the metal cannon being sliced through, Spectre is easily struck and sent crashing into the deck. She was unable to see the attack at all.
Come, let us return to the sea. Whether to hunt, or to communicate, or to evolve, we must all return to the sea.
And yeah, this is beautiful. It kind of reminds me of the fusion inside of Pokemon. Like Pokemon Sun and Moon.
Whether to hunt, or to communicate, or to evolve, we must all return to the sea. Halt! You trying to take apart my ship, you monster? Garcia!
Roars. The chief mate charges at the seaborn. Ooh, hello, hello. But before even laying a finger on that elegant being, the chief mate's movements suddenly freeze. Kin. This is kin. I am attacking my own kind?
Gah!
What a paradoxical being. You've consumed many of our kin, yet many more go hungry. You ought to feed them, turn into nutrients, and nourish our kind.
Garcia! What are you doing to my chief mate? Ugh! Gah! God damn it! Don't worry, I'm alright.
Alfonso.
What is it? Wait, hold on, what? Garcia, you...
Alfonso. Today is the last day of our voyage. How's my progress on the event? I think it's decent. Not entirely sure. All these years, I always treated myself as a monster. Easier that way. Ooh, hello, hello. I know if I die, you'll be lonely, and then you'll die. You shouldn't die, slime, worthless. Today is the last day of our voyage. I think I already feel kinship towards it.
No, no! Garcia, you can still talk. You're still yourself.
No. Time is up. The Stultifera will soon sink. The fluorescent sea has already started to corrode the ship. I will fight to the death as an Iberian. I will never accept it as my kin. The seaborn has already bent down. It looks hardly any different from the greatest chief mate Iberia has ever known. Garcia nudges the shining crown sitting atop its head. Iberian, My beloved, remember your duty. Yep, I got Irene and Spectre. Spectre came home with the first 10 summon ticket, and Irene within, like, I think 50 something tries. Roars.
You are not fighting me, Garcia.
Grah.
You're fighting we, many inside your heart. You're on this ship, but you thirst for the sea.
Rah.
But it doesn't matter. Become sustenance and nourish our kin, or become one with us.
The chief mate's body is punctured, blood gushing out like a spring. No, not Garcia! The seaborn tosses Garcia overboard into the ocean, like chucking out bait. It gazes from above, noble and passive, like an unviable icon. What just happened? How could it so easily?
Human, kin, and all living things in between. Amaya wishes to correct you. And thus, it shall be done. I simply welcome back my kin, and welcome back Ishar Mila. Protect the lives of our kin, then return to we many. Return home.
Anu, thank you.
Shark.
Gladia effortlessly steps forward, casting off the gentle beckoning from behind. In the space of a moment, Scatty, who had been standing behind her, and Spectre, once again returning to battle, react in sync and brandish their weapons at the seaborn. As the fastest of the group, Gladia would improve the synergy between the three if she slowed down a bit, but she had already lost the capacity to stay calm. I don't blame her for being angry. It dodges, or more accurately, it simply takes a step forward, but its speed is sufficient. It has its eyes only on Scatty.
There are many among us who wish to see you, Isharmila. Isharmila? Our kind awaits you. We await you. We hope you will answer our call. Filth. Is there no end to your arrogance?
Gladia whirls her lance at the seaborn, but it does not evade. It is run through, its body easily lifted and smashed down into the deep pit. Oh, yo, I know the feeling of needing more water. I already drank all my water. I'm dehydrated, I can tell.
But I'm too lazy. I'll get water later. No good. What's happened to your body? Soon, many kin in need, will reach my heights. We are changing every day, Gladia. We are one whole. You're the strongest batch. Where's my captain? Tossed into the sea. He was injured pretty badly.
Huh. Steaming the throat helps? More than drinking water, huh? I wonder if that's true.
Even their gods were unable to devour Opianus. He won't die so easily. Its body seems to have undergone some changes. It is nothing like the trash we encountered in Salviento. Swordfish? Treating an enemy with caution swordfish? Treating an enemy with caution rather than contempt? Maybe I'm still missing some memories. But does it ever happen, Scatty? No, you're right. It is rare. But seaborn like this were also rare. What kind of prey stands before 3 hunters and remains unscathed? To be fair, I've barely done anything yet.
The ship won't hold out if we keep fighting like this, though. It's grown much stronger.
Just the last few blows have already set the lowest deck on fire. How do you treat Garcia on my ship like this? How make you regret this, monster?
Please, my kin. Even more of our kin call out to me, asking me to maintain the ocean's growth and tranquility. If you get in my way, I have no choice but to consume you. I beg of you, return to our kind. Hey, Amaya. If you insist on calling me that. Sure do. Anyway, I just remembered something which really should have been written into those scriptures. What? She still owes me her life, and you're going to pay it back. Adept? If you're willing to return to our kind, I will grant you that. No can do. The seaborn does not answer. It silently leans forward, baring its claws. In an instant, the damage to the ship's hull passes a critical threshold, and everything in sight shakes violently. Minutes. Yes. Your kind's conception of time. Amaya spoke of this before. 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, this box will be surrounded by our kin. It will sink. Hunt and consume. Survive and evolve. It has never hesitated. Uh-oh, time to fight. Oh, bring on the pain. And then after I can celebrate by eating a piece of cheese and making tea. Cheese and tea, maybe some cookies. Oh, I do not like the look of this map. That is not something I appreciate. Well, that is a thing. A thing that is painful. I do not like that. Not at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there. Yes. I'll put here. Yeah, bring on the pain. Pain and suffering. Eee! This is just to buy some time. Shoot. Oh, there's so many. Why? I'm so grateful for a little handy. And look at that one just standing there menacingly. How dare you? Evil! But I should bring out a healer. Because I feel it's like tinge of fear. It's a very, very strong feeling. 1, 2. Can you just like stop being there menacingly? Like, come on. Look at it. Oh, so annoying. I want to stun you, sir. Man. Can you stop walking around like that? Can you just like not? Come on. Just like not do that. And just in case, I'll put her here. Plus she can attack everyone, so it's fine. Oops, I did not mean to make her go poof. That is my bad. I misclicked. Too late. No time for regrets. In this case, there. And yep, I stream on both platforms at the same time. Since Twitch allows it if if I don't accept being an affiliate. Okay. I don't really use them though. I just rely on whatever I want to do, you know? Dr. Misaki do what Dr. Misaki want to do.
これこそがイベリアのデストレッツ。
Let's see. Oof. He's still sleepy. Oh, that is so annoying. Help. Eee, that's so bad. And just in case, you know, putting somewhere here maybe. The more attack, the merrier. Boop. I might as well use that. And then... why not? Uh-oh. Come on. Or I'll save that for now. I think I can afford to save that. Eh. Oof. I do not like this. This is big ouch. Can you just like not do that? Come on. Come on, just a little bit less. No, stop it. Stop it. Hey, hey you. How dare you get through? That is so incredibly rude. That was the most rude thing. Wow. So incredibly rude. I did not appreciate that, but, you know, as long as I beat it, it's fine, technically. Oof. Sorry, Irene, you're just gonna try your best here. Just assert your dominance, girl. You got this. And I feel guilty for doing that to you, so... I hate those thingies. Well... the flying enemies are going to hurt the most. I have learned. I have learned. Okay. So that's how it be. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Time to try again. You know, second time's a charm. Ooh, that bottom area is gonna be the most annoying. Use a lot of vanguards, but I didn't raise them. If I don't raise them, then I can't really use them. They're gonna go poof in like an instant. So yeah, that wouldn't really work out. Yep, not at all. Why not start with Myrtle? Myrtle's adorable. She can do what she wanna do. Myrtle's a cutie. Never deny her cuteness. And yeah, I started with Myrtle last time, technically. I mean, actually put Mudrock down, but technically, she was one of the first. And again, I hate this one area, so I'll put that here. I'll put her here. That's the most annoying. Putting down a healer's good. Or actually I'll put her down too, just because I like Monster. Monster's my buddy. Monster and I are friends. So that'd be fine. Make sure to remove the brand? Brand? Let's see. You know, have her face appear this time. To assert dominance, yo. No, have her do that. So sad. She's in pain. I feel bad. I'll put her here. So installing at this point would be great. I might as well just get more over here. That is healthy, that is good. That'll help me a lot in life. Oh, I see what you mean by above now. Oops. Yeah, the one that got out. Ah, well. There's still hope. If not, next time I'll put someone else up there. Like, let's say... Next time I could put... Maybe I put Mud Rock up there. Oof. Oh, healing is necessary. Oof. That is so painful. Okay, I'll do that. And then... Okay, time to beat that one up. Oop. Okay, time to see how this goes. Oh, that is such pain. What even is that thingy? That crystal thingy? He's slowly approaching. Use this. Come on, Silver Ash, you can live. I believe in you. Now I feel some fear. What's gonna pop up? I'm just gonna let Mudrock do her thing. I believe in her. Oh, the crystal thingies can destroy operators? Oof. Uh-oh. Now the pain commences. Okay. But so far, I think it's better. You know? Let's see. I have to put on a thing to face it though, it's annoying. Eh. Wait, clear the top if I would? Like by using this? And probably clearing here is good too. Such a good little Roomba. That is an amazing Roomba. I like the Roomba. I know, right? Brute force is the best. That is my favorite. Oh, the adjacent tile, they're like buffs for the bosses? Okay. Oof. We might as well just do that to them just to troll a little bit. Man, the Roombas are like annoying to take care of. Plus they only have limited, right?
Ready to go.
Which is fine, really. At this point. Shoot. Hello, enemy. I see you're here again. Like, hey there. What's up, my dude? Why must you cause pain and suffering? Like, can you just, like, not do that? Come on. Come on, you know you want to be nice. Okay, phew, I couldn't even see what happened in that mess, but you know it's fine at this point. This be fine. Yeah, it's fine. Completely fine. Look at how fine it be. Yay! The power of brute force. And I'm just gonna have Irene stand here. She's looking cute. She's gonna say hello to that last little enemy. The power of water guns. Water guns against water types. I love it.
Mission accomplished.
Nice.
This isn't possible. It's true. Then this whole time, the Abyssal Hunters have been looking for something right under their noses.
What that possibly signifies is too vile to put into words. From beginning to end, the Eye of Iberia has always borne witness to the aftermath of calamity. But it is just a sinking eyeball, unable to speak.
What does that mean?
It means Ager's demise is accelerating. It means that, even if the cities at this distance are sending out distress signals, then the Stultifera Navis has been circling above their nest since the very beginning. No, thank you, thank you. The hunters are all in danger.
I know what you're thinking. But we have only one ship and the two of us. Saving the Stultifer was not realistic.
You may not mind a few abyssal hunters dying at sea, but what we would be strangling in its cradle is an opportunity for both Aegir and Iberia. ... I gotta try the fight with Gnosis. Once I raise another healer, or else everything's gonna go poof. Dario died a warrior's death. Wouldn't you want to gain some valuable knowledge from the mouth of the surviving Inquisitor? This is our last chance.
No, a powerless city, almost reduced to ruins. How many Aegir have already fallen to the ocean? We must act cautiously, or we will be leaping into the flames.
Honestly, I couldn't really tell how useful Lumen was because everyone still went poof, but I think he was a good boy. At least for emotional support. Even so, this is our last chance. If we wait until Aegir can no longer respond, until another silence has fallen over Iberia, then indeed, the true enemy will appear. But at that point, would it matter? I understand you have your responsibilities. You don't want to take any risks until the Penal Battalion has full control over this place. So I'll go alone.
I know better than to underestimate the power of you and your pet, but it's a long trip. Are you sure you'll be able to make it on your own?
The hunters bleed a special kind of blood. Sea terrors aren't necessarily that hostile towards ordinary ships.
I can only hope you didn't just make that up to assuage my fears.
That's not a lie I would have come up with anyway. Regardless, I can't leave the hunters behind.
You better bring back the hunters and Irene, Kelsey.
I will. Is there anything I can do to help? Since he's just carrying around like his little work bag, I'm just imagining this is where Lumen decides to become what is it called? A trainee here at our Rhodes Island, you know? He's like, oh yes, I'm gonna sign up for this. Time to become an unpaid intern. Monster, survey our surroundings. If those sea terrors went into hiding underwater, don't rile them up. We need time since the ship's taken some damage from the trip. Answers with a nod. The ship. The one the hunters took was left by the Inquisition spies. Lord Carmen's original plan was to join up with the Penal Battalion at Gran Faro, establish a frontline headquarters, and push forward on a medium-sized naval vessel. So, this lone boat, abandoned on the shores of Gran Faro, is our final hope.
I can help. I'll go take a look at the boat. I've never really actually repaired a ship before, but I do have some tools with me.
No, my Laurentina doesn't trust me enough yet. I took her out of my team once I got Irene because I'm like, you know, I want to try using Irene. And she just mainly stands there and looks cute.
Can you really head out to the sea on something like this? If you don't think so, then probably not. Wait. Out of the way, Jordy. Whoa, huh? Sea terrors? Wah!
They were hiding in the shadow of the reef. Monster. Screeches excitedly.
Jordy, get off the boat.
I can't. Something's pushing on it. The anchor's gone.
I'll try to steer it back. Jump off. The sea terrors are swarming around it. Monster, go rescue him. Wait. Then we lose the boat then. I'll try to steer it back. Erg. Watch out behind you. Save Jordy first.
Cheers in response.
Whirlpools, changing currents, and the sea terrors are unusually active again. What's going on here?
Stretches out claws.
You want me to grab on and fly back with you? But then the boat will... Whoa.
Screeches urgently. Jordy knows that if he doesn't take this opportunity, then he'll drift into the endless ocean along with the ship. I do have the 5-star shark, but I never use her. I never ever used her ever. There's no other choice. He has to return to the Eye of Iberia and hide inside the lighthouse. Just like he hid in that little town for over a decade. Just like he hid when Dario died. Just like with Thiago. He clings to the mast to avoid falling into the aberrant waves. Monster is visibly dissatisfied, urging him on. Sea terrors leap from the water's surface, from time to time, darting back and forth rapidly, and kicking up plumes of water. The Eye of Iberia is already becoming smaller and smaller. He sees words carved crookedly into the boat's mast. Grand Faro.
I will go in Kelsey's place. All I have to do is find that ship, and bring everyone back, right? That doesn't sound too hard. No. Compared to losing the ship and waiting helplessly under the lighthouse, it's a gamble I have to take. I can do this on my own.
Are you sure? Are you sure, my boy? Can you really do that?
As long as even one of our kin touches upon the ultimate answer to life, we will be able to reweave the laws of the cosmos from beginning to end. Before we are given our next revelation, we shall find a way. Even if Ishar Mila refuses to answer, even if our kind will never know the divine will, we will still survive. Shark.
Of course.
Our kin have conveyed their will. Nutrients are sufficient. No longer must we feed on each other. I should return to the nest. You should come with me. Running away so soon? It barely took any damage, but the ship's in tatters. You're still going on about that stuff, Amaya. Why don't you just stay put and let me kill you like a good girl? Our kind calls me back. They call for me to share my fruit with them. I shall heed their call. When that is done, I shall heed your call. I shall seek you out, and you shall kill me. Haha, of course. I can't let you leave. If I let you go, how many seaborn just like you are going to end up all over the place? Amaya sure knows how to make things hard for me. If only she were as simple and straightforward as Quintus. What a shame I couldn't keep her around with that dance. You talk too much, scum. Ishtar Mila, I've always wanted to meet you. What happened? Why doesn't he speak anymore? Where is he? Pa, it's like hacking at water, no resistance at all. Are you him? Is he... you? I have no idea what you're talking about. If you mean that big guy, he's already dead. Death, withering, he exists beyond these concepts. His voice by no means signifies the end of life. What do your kind call him? The same as those cultists?
Your god has already withered and fallen to the abyss. God? No, this is what we call him. Ishar Mila, I'm here. The hardship we suffered is ever present. The life we thirst for is ever present. Ishar Mila, once more, I feel his pulse. Kin, you swam together to his abode in the abyss, where even death drowns. We have lost contact with him, but his choices can only lead to the future. Kin, your information, nay, the flow of your emotions, you feel it, Isharmila, because you have left the arid land and returned home. Our blood flows in your veins. His blood flows in your veins. You are him. No. I am the Abyssal Hunter Skadi. No matter, as you say, thus you are. Abyssal Hunter Skadi, Ishar Mila, we await his answer. Be it on the other end of time, he will answer us. Until then, until our answer finally comes, we many shall live on. Gladia silently appears behind the seaborn, the lance in her hand actually puncturing the creature's body. It is followed immediately by the cacophony of a rolling chainsaw. Too slow, you're becoming weak, so just accept getting turned into paste. Too shallow. It's not good enough. Erg. The heat of the sweltering flames sweeps down the long corridor. The Stultifera is groaning. The seaborn does not attack the vulnerable Skadi. It simply stares at her in silence. A very strange sensation, just like at Salviento. It is watching her, Skadi thinks. The ship is at its limits. It'll start sinking very soon. It's trying to get away, Arg. Below you. Don't move, monster. I won't allow you to return to the sea. You are pitifully weak, human. Even as nutrition, you're not enough to nourish our kin. Now that nutrients are plentiful, we require only time. This place is far from your territory. You have no reason to interfere with us. You and your kind cannot be judged by the law. I don't think I have any means of eradicating you for Iberia either. Law? Burdensome rules of survival, as Amaya once said. Compared to our kin, you are indeed too weak. But I will not let you escape, ocean scum. This is the last shot. And sure enough, I can't even leave a scar on you. Emotional. How strange, human. You're so weak. Driven by emotions. Trying to escape my hunger. Escape, yes. Escape. Fear? But why do you stand here then? Why do you attack me? Why do you not flee from me? Do you also wish to make a contribution to we many? Humph! Who gave you the right to interrogate me? The seaborn no longer speaks. The creature before it is not kin. Predation does not require the tool called language, but before it can strike, a shadow drops down. Before it can strike, a shadow drops down from the darkness of the ceiling. Captain! Alfonso?
Shh! Haven't seen the color of this blasted blood since it became like this. This hunt.
Spit.
It's almost over. You killed my chief mate, and you will pay.
You both, paradoxical beings, you still refuse to become our kin. You've eaten many of us, yet you refuse to become part of us. Make your choice. Not much time remains. Hunt, acquire nutrients, return to Imeni, or cease your bodily movements, give up the gift of life, and pass it on to our other kin. Choose.
Irene,
Yes, why are you calling my name though?
tell me, do you have a way to return to land?
But I must go back. I can't stand against the seaborn, but Iberia can. I'll carry this final warning with me. What happens to all of you? What Gladius saw? I must bring all of it back.
You're starting to sound like a messenger.
That's fine. I can be whatever I want. But I must go back.
My ship is about to sink. 60 years. It's been over 60 years. But because of your arrival, we must now face the end. Tell me, how does Iberia remember the great Captain Alfonso?
Alfonso under the pomegranate tree, the hero of Alfonso, the sunken Alfonso. There are many people who held on to the hope that the Stultifera never sank, but we weren't able to head out to sea. If you really are Lord of Alfonso, you have become a paragon to countless Iberian soldiers.
Humph. Pomegranate tree, huh? How pretentious.
A flash of intense passion shimmers across the captain's eyes. Since the dark clouds and turbulent waves trapped him inside this cage, few things have ever stirred his heart.
It's gotten weaker. I'll hold it back.
Explosions?
I thought the Originium boilers got knocked out of commission a long time ago, but the impact just now seems to have ignited the engine. The flames will spread upward. I've always wondered how these things taste flame-grilled.
Me too, Captain Alfonso, me too. The heat makes the seaborn uncomfortable. It has become weak. Its kin are encircling it. It is unable to reach the sea. It screams, but its calls are not answered. No. Kin are coming, closer. I can hear the voices of its kin. They speak. Die. The voices of the kin say die. Oof. Gladi does not hesitate. Scatty and Spectre sever its body. It tries to regenerate. It tries to break free. But this time, Alfonso clings to its body in a death grip. He makes use of his already mutated arm. It feels its life force slipping away. It sees Spectre raise her weapon again. Goodbye, Amaya. Let's write off the debt this time.
What? You want to talk to her again? What can that filth possibly say that's worth hearing?
You don't understand, Quintus. She told me about her life in Ager.
So what? If you want knowledge, a herald can tell you far more. All we need to do is summon the voice of the depths, the voice of the deeps, and you will be able to obtain anything you want.
That's why I said you don't understand, Quintus. What I want to deconstruct, to witness, to caress, to break, has never been those cities. On land or in water, it's all the same. I want to hear about their lives, about the wonderful lives they once had, about how they built their society, about how they defended their home, about how they cannibalized each other, about how they met their destruction just like us.
Like us?
The people who defile Ager are Ager like you. The people who defile Iberia are Iberians like me. Heh. The results of the experiments are already plain as day. If we still need more comparisons, she'll go mad and hate us. She'll hate us, and to be honest, I hate them too. Self-destructive soldiers, a self-righteous country, falling into a self-inflicted trap. But sometimes, you have to admit, Though we're more like them, more like humans than we are like seaborn. We'll probably be fighting forever. It worked. Hey, Captain Alfonso, are you alright?
Compared to my ship, not half bad.
Are you really dead, Amaya? It can't be that easy, can it? Limbs twitch.
Don't waste your breath on it.
Convulsing. Lauren. I'm here. I'm right here. Seems like our positions are reversed now, Amaya. Too bad for you. I've never been one for science experiments. Not in the slightest. Quivers with torn muscles. Go ahead and die, you inferior, evolution-crazed creature. And be forgotten. Oof. What a savage send-off. That should settle things. No. Seaborn. Even more seaborn are nearby. They're approaching. And the ship's about to go down. Even when my consciousness was hazy, I was still aware of how much effort it took for us to get here. It seems like we'll be running up against another wall. Did you get what you came here for, Swordfish?
Opianus took it. It's our fault that we failed to preserve this prototype technology on the ship, but that doesn't mean we came here in vain. Captain? Humph. It doesn't matter. Garcia already said that today is the last day of our voyage. For a long, long time, our will to survival has been slowly eaten away. At first, our greatest enemies were anxiety, suspicion, uncertainty, and fear. But later, our emotions started drifting away from us. A longing for the ocean gnawed at our nerves, and one after another, we forgot the glory of being a crew member of the Stultiferan Navis. I watched them jump into the sea one by one. Or I beheaded them before they could. I admit, that was a bit extreme. This long nightmare of survival has finally come to an end. Seawater is pouring into the ship. This whole place is being eaten by the Nethersea brand. Inquisitor, this technology here, these Originium boiler techniques, will they be useful to the current Iberia?
Everything in the Stultifera is a precious national treasure. Ever since the profound silence, Iberia has had a large amount of islander technology that cannot be reproduced. And it's not just because we lost our fleet and our cities. Because of the judgment we passed on the Agar, we lost so much of our talent too. It was necessary. Even now, I don't think that a soft-hearted strategy full of kindness could have combated the Church of the Deep. If today we are forced to lose Stultifera Navis, the ship of fools, then I think it would be a heavy blow, but it's something that was doomed to happen from the start.
Humph, hogwash. The state religion's always been like this. Agers, take care of the Iberian. She can't swim back.
That I can promise you. The explosions are getting worse. This side's leaning.
We need to go, Scatty. Cut off a bit of the rafters above you.
Hurry, Irene. I know, but what about Alfonso?
How far will the currents take us? Or are we going to go around in circles? Isn't this place on top of their nest? Regardless, looks like we're going to have to swim back.
What? Where's Lumen during this? I thought he wanted to swim to them. Fly to them.
Go. Get the hell off of my ship. Like I told you from the start. Just go. I'll stay here. This is my Iberia. And the captain goes down with the ship.
Alfonso slowly lowers himself into the throne. He closes his eyes. The warmth of the bright Iberian sun as it splashes at an angle across the deck The aroma of the winery, the melody of his hometown, a damp and empty room, freshly burgeoning petri dishes, the ocean's waves, the ocean he once knew, the warmth of Garcia's hand, Briogan's lonely countenance, Carmen's smile, his comrades' roars resonating through the sky. He opens his eyes and lets out a hearty laugh as everything is consumed by the flames. His laughter crosses through time until it reaches a small town of pomegranate flowers, where one can smell the sea upon the breeze and mingles with the first cries of a newborn child. Alfonso, that is what the people call him. He lifts his old, rusty blade and places it against his neck. He prays, he laughs.
Ha! What a joke! Remember this well, Irene. Return to land and sing the praises of Alfonso's feats. The last monster that Alfonso slew was himself.
The ship breaks apart. The glow of the flame blankets a sea that had been silent for nearly 100 years. An era comes to an end. A legend passes into history. In the distance, the sun rises. Here sinks the Stultifera, and with it, the long-cherished wishes of Iberia, nay, of all civilization, also coming to calamity.
What's the matter? I think I heard a voice. No, it must be my old age. These things happen.
Lord Carmen, you're crying? Water? Right. The Stultifera sank. I'm in the ocean? The ocean is a dangerous place. It's dangerous, yes. I have to return to Iberia. Blub gurgle. Stop trying to breathe like that. Underwater breathing is beyond you. Most eggers can't either. I want to say something in return, but of course, I am underwater and cannot. Despite trying to contain my instincts, I can't help but clutch at her clothes like a helpless child. But I can see it. The light reflected in her pupils. It comes from the bottom of the sea. Spectre does not say anything, but I can feel her arms trembling slightly around me. Maybe because of the battle we just fought? Maybe? Or something to do with the light? I'll bring you back up. Hang on tight. Glub. My vision blurs, so that's what the bottom of the ocean looks like. Then, is this Ager? The seaborn quietly watches the distant flames disappearing beneath the waters. The ship sinks into the ocean, along with the flames, along with everything. Its kin answered its call. They all return to the many. Surrounded by the many's embrace, it takes only a moment for the dying to be given new life. Ishar Mila, I will bring you all back home. Hey, it's Garcia. Let's all die together with Alfonso. The chief mate grips the seaborn in its jaws and charges all the way into the seabed's murky darkness. Its lover, its memories, its identity. As its charge slows, its consciousness dissolves into the ocean. But still, it bites down on the seaborn. The water's make you nostalgic. Swim, and you will awaken. Accept it. You are one of we many. We have long awaited you. No, no. I am Garcia. I am Alfonso's. Then why did you stop swimming? Your signal is just like mine. Your wounds have all healed. You are accepting who you are. No. Why no? The chief mate's consciousness is blurring. Is it biting down on the seaborn? Or is it leaping into the seaborn's embrace, seeking its seeking its succor? It is forced to accept. The sea makes it very comfortable. The seaborn's thoughts flood into its mind. Is it Garcia, chief mate of the Stultifera? No, it is a seaborn. It is one of we many. Glub. Sounds of bubbles being blown, gurgle. Sounds of bubbles popping.
You will die a human being, Garcia. A step up from Amaya.
Oh, pianist. Kin. Hey, thank you, El Pianist. You may be a sussy baka, but thank you for this. Thank you. El Pianist watches the two sink to the bottom of the ocean, seemingly locked in an embrace beyond death. Like flowers growing side by side, they shrink and wither, and beyond a certain depth, they are carried away by the undercurrent. He does not lift his head until they are completely out of sight.
Why? Gladia, you must heed my warnings.
Woohoo! Got through mission number 10. So man, poor Garcia. But I'm glad El Pianist prevented Garcia from going cray-cray. Like that I appreciate. Nameless ocean. This part of the ocean may have had a name once, but that no longer matters. The premise for a name to be born is that something needs to be distinguished, but now, the ocean is the ocean. Penal Battalion Supply Depot. The Penal Battalion shows no weakness. The Penal Battalion shall not yield. The Penal Battalion is Iberia's bastion. And even the terrible waves do nothing more than wash away any impurities. From this supply station, the soldiers stare at the Iberian soil, now swallowed up by the ocean. Mine. Wait, what? Wait, why? Oi! Wait. Bloodline of Combat Collection / Shore Rescue Modification. Lancet was unexpectedly shot down into the water while aiding Agar refugees from the coast of Iberia, and remained afloat for 3 months until located and retrieved by a Rhodes Island search and rescue team. It took 3 months. That is so sad. Why? 3 months. Supplies are rationed out and cannot be claimed multiple times. Grand Faro. Pack your bags and return to the starting point. The road ahead is still long. Ooh, is this the last cutscene? The aftermath? Over here.
Hurry, grab my hand.
A single, solitary boat. How far is it from the Eye of Iberia? How far is it from Grand Faro? Okay. Irene grabs onto his hand. There is no difference between the hand of an Agar and that of a Liberi.
Sorry, I'm not very strong.
It's fine.
I was scared out of my wits when I saw the ship explode in the distance. Are you okay?
As long as you're fine, Irene. Adjust your breathing. You know how to swim, right? Luckily for us, the waters are pretty calm right now. Where are the others? I need to check on a few things. Just now, was that Ager? This close to us? Has the Stilta Fairy been circling above an Ager city this entire time? We might have been able to find a way to check out. And we might have been able to find a way to check out the city on our own, but you never would have made it. Plus, the squad captain didn't seem keen on just going home happily ever after. And no way would there be a city like this close to land. I don't remember anything like that. So, are you going to head back to the city? No. Gladia said this place is also seaborn territory. The city must be a refuge village. What? The Ager you people call islanders are refugees from the collapse of the cities closest to land. We should go help them. Two things. Opianus isn't dead, but he refused to work with us. And there are still other seaborn nearby, drawn here by the spurt of evolution. The entire swarm is extremely restless. We can use this opportunity to get back down there, but we wouldn't be able to leave. So, we finally found a city from our homeland, and now we're just going to turn around and leave? Gladia wordlessly glances at Scatty. She hides it well, just as she did herself, in all those silent moments when she gently rubbed her neck. We don't have a choice. Why? There shouldn't be a city here. We should head back to shore and regroup. Our duty is to defend Ager, not to go home. How do you manage this? Huh? Oh, you're talking to me? What do you mean? This ship was even more bare bones than ours was. And how did you find us? The sea's incredibly vast. I compared each of the signals from the Steltafera Navis to her location and discovered a pattern. So I thought, it might be worth a shot. Worth a shot? What kind of deviation was there in that pattern? 200 to 300 nautical miles. That can't even be called a pattern. If you had bet wrong, you would have had slim to no chance of meeting up with us, and died out at the sea on your own. You're a lunatic. Yes, but I wanted to ask a question, so please don't laugh at me, ma'am. I can't laugh anymore. Am I a great person? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Your grandparents, your parents, 2 generations of grandfaro gave everything they had for this blueprint. Their greatness should have been immortalized forever. Huh? I wouldn't go that far. Maybe a lucky one. Haha. Is that so? Maestro, and my other colleagues in the Inquisition always held on this belief. Only those who sacrifice themselves are worthy of the word great. In every moment where we're fighting for Iberia and struggling to survive, we're nothing more than ordinary people, striding forward with enormous responsibilities. And it's not that Inquisitors enjoy battling ourselves. We've simply chosen to deal with Iberia in the harshest way possible because the moment we let our guards down, we will be undone. But until then, as long as the will of man is enough to ignite this lantern, then I believe there isn't any difference between us. We're just like all those citizens struggling bitterly in their own ways, As long as we have goodwill to spare, they too are soldiers willing to lay down their lives for the restoration of their homeland. Just like the laborers of old Grand Faro. Jordy, luck won't be on your side forever. If you have a chance to contact the Inquisition again, what I mean is, if you want to work with us, you'll definitely have that opportunity. Haha, well, I actually, just out of curiosity, I see you've brought back some of the Stultifera's timeless knowledge. Might you actually be... You managed to rescue 3 hunters in a single breath. As an Aegir, your actions might be worth a medal from the consul herself. Swimming back would have been very hard, and who knows what could have happened right above their nest. I have no idea what compelled someone like you, born in Grand Faro, to go this far, but good job. On behalf of the Aegir and the Iberians, then let us head back home.
Welcome back, hunters. And Irene, of course.
The High Inquisitor, he...
How did you know? We've already sorted through his relics, including those of our comrades who died beneath this lighthouse. We won't be able to deal with them properly until the Penal Battalion arrives, though. These lowly sea terrors could not defeat the High Inquisitor Dario, but in order to protect the Eye of Iberia, he chose to lay down his life to buy time. Inquisitors have no time to grieve, Irene. Dario had great expectations for you, and you must move forward.
Yes, sir.
However, his lantern remains intact, and I've placed it over there. Go now.
Yes, sir.
Seems like the Penal Battalion ran into some trouble. So much for the great naval power of Iberia. So, the Stultifera Navis has sunk. This isn't quite the outcome we were expecting either. Indeed, even for us, this is a significant setback. But we learned quite a few things, and... You found an Aegir city. Kelsey has already shared her conjecture with me, so perhaps you will wish to hear it too. The Inquisition has always believed in maintaining control, from Salviento to Stultifera. We will gradually recapture the glory that rightfully belongs to Iberia. But we are forced to admit that, perhaps, even preserving the status quo is enough to stretch our forces thin. Madam Consul, what did you witness aboard that ship?
This is his lantern. The High Inquisitor's lantern. Scorched black, thick with the stench of sea terrors. High Inquisitor, Maestro. I completed the Inquisition's mission. I found the Stultifera. Unfortunately, it ended up sinking, but aboard that ship, every single Iberian, in their own way, they were fighting until the very end. High Inquisitor, I now understand the significance of passing judgment. I understand the enemy we face. I will not hesitate, nor will I falter. For Iberia's prosperity, for Iberia's defense, and for Iberia's orderliness and integrity, I shall raise my sword and my light.
Alfonso, no. This can't be. 60 years? What torture is this? Even a criminal subjected to the harshest of punishment would not last for a year. But he...
Carmen falls silent. He leans over and sits down on the reef. Sea terrorist carcasses are piled high into a mountain. There is no trace of the eldritch beasts. Only the remaining tendrils of the Nethersea brand retreating back to sea, the ocean's surface emits a pale blue light, usurping the sky's privilege. He should be enjoying this victory. He accomplished what the Inquisition set out to do. The penal battalion is about to arrive, and all things are about to reach a satisfactory conclusion. But he can only remain silent. Up until a steam whistle roars in the distance, the penal battalion has arrived at the Eye of Iberia.
You can see the corner of the town from here. If I remember right, it was called Reconstruction Hill. Thiago didn't pass peacefully. And I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but still, thank you all.
Don't mention it. I don't mind dedicating a song to a hero of a solemn funeral. And a solemn funeral.
Seems like Frost is back.
We'll head back to you in a little bit. What about you, Iberian? You've had a rough few days, haven't you?
Grand Faro is Thiago's hometown, just as Ager is home to all of you, as well as my abyssal hunter buddies. Maybe I joke around too much normally and forgot that Iberia is also my home. To be honest, this isn't cathartic at all.
Wasn't that doctor going to help you out with something? You've been working for her, haven't you?
No, that's already dealt with. That's why I'm willing to stay with Rhodes Island. That said, I didn't do a damn thing. Hurry, hurry! Move the supplies into the warehouse. Huh? What about the number of tents? Didn't the old guy already explain it? Ugh! Jordy, you're back? What? The Inquisition took you away and actually let you come back? Where'd you go? A bunch of people from the penal battalion took us away, but then brought us back into town. Seems like they're going to war with something, and now they want us setting up tents. Geez, what's going to happen to Grand Faro? Oh, and have you seen Thiago? Jordy? Montana Rosa. Lord Carmen, sir, and Madam Inquisitor. We'd like to have a private chat with this Ager. Of course, right away. Me? Come with me. Let's take a walk around town, shall we? Irene made up her mind on the way back. Made up her mind? About what? Originally, High Inquisitor Dario intended to entrust Irene to me, so that I could cultivate her until she was prepared for the seat of High Inquisitor. His death in battle was unexpected, though the day would have come sooner or later. He did not have to accept his fate so soon. But Irene has made up her mind. She will give up her position as an Inquisitor. Huh? Wait, what? Why?
This is a decision I've come to after a lot of thought. It has nothing to do with you, though, so please just keep listening.
Oh, okay. The problem is you, Ager. You know too much. You're too deeply involved, and the Ager in this town are too blasphemous. You've also been of great help. As frail and weak as you are, your death would have been but another grain of sand. But you have shown great strength. Even if it's nothing more than your own little spark, it is still valuable. I keep thinking, why am I still alive? I'm not as noble as any of you, or as resolute. Jordy, you will be the first Ager to join the Inquisition.
No. He is joining my Rhodes Island and he's gonna live in my base forever.
Huh? What? Me? Join the Inquisition? Strictly speaking, I won't give you a chance to refuse. Grand Faro needs more hands than ever, and you will play a pivotal role as an Ager. After that, maybe I could use a young secretary. Wait, hold on. You want me to join the Inquisition? But I'm not sure if I want...
I know you don't. Many members of the Inquisition hold deeply rooted prejudices against the Aegir, and wouldn't want you joining either. But don't you want to see it? The future that Iberia once promised to Gran Faro and to Thiago? Joining the Inquisition will be a test. As an Aegir, you wouldn't be wrong to treat it as a trial by fire, or as practice for enduring hardship. Don't get the wrong idea.
I'll give it some thought.
Then, what about you, Donna Irene? Your maestro. My status as an Inquisitor hasn't done me any favors in my relationship with the Abyssal Hunters, or even the Aegir, so I got rid of it. But abandoning the faith that supported me to this day, especially after the untimely demise of my maestro, has not been an easy decision. Please, let's not talk about this now. Maybe if we meet again someday.
I'm sorry.
It's just... Irene looks at the sculpture in the plaza, a scaled-down version of the Eye of Iberia. In the chaos of battle, streets were torn up, houses were destroyed, and makeshift tents were erected. And the statue has always looked over all of it. Even though our enemy is well beyond the reach of the law, Iberia must banish this blasphemy. Victory will be ours.
I owe you my gratitude, Frost. You helped Jordy, as well as the hunters.
Say no more. It was just a little workout. Those disobedient little rascals aren't the only ones who can change the direction of the tides. Next time, make sure you come cheer for us, though. Hey, they're the ones who change the tides? Cool. Ooh, hello, how's it going? I'm hungry. I've been hungry for like 6 hours, but it's fine. I'm going to eat cheese to celebrate.
Sure.
Alrighty. I'm gonna go catch up with Aya and the others then. Stepped out a second, and they went and ghosted me. Riffs with slight dissatisfaction. Alright, Kelsey. Since we came all this way, we can't go back empty-handed. We can awaken whenever you're ready. Aya would say the same.
Thank you very much. Maybe in time, you'll be able to form a working partnership. We'll be able to form a working partnership.
Riffs to signify her departure.
So, this is the truth that Briogan discovered. Fernmut and Leviathan. The connection between the two. If these massive creatures had disappeared from the ocean long ago, yet continue to survive on land in this form. They're not the same, Gladia. Gratian, Sargon, Sami. These places have all faced grave situations caused by the Fernmuts. But remember, the ocean as a catalyst of mutation is both unique and irreplaceable. Even I cannot comprehend its principles or its trajectory. All I can see are the results and make decisions from that. And what I predict is a terrible, terrible future. Also, I'd imagine Briogan discovered more than one truth. As you said, if there is another Abyssal Hunter still alive. There is more than one Leviathan. The one we slew is but a small part of what the Aegir civilization concealed. Besides, the one you killed still lives on inside Scotty's body. Then my worst case scenario came true. You made the right choice not to return to Aegir. Rhodes Island has already done enough for us. You have your own work ahead of you. As for what comes next, we will take that step ourselves.
Rhodes Island has its responsibilities. Our most stellar operators will ensure that the organization continues running. But I have my own responsibilities across all of these countless years. Time and time again, I have tried to resolve the problem facing Ager, but it is far removed from the land, unique and without precedent. Oof. We cannot wait any longer. The ocean's problem is of the same scale as Originium. If civilization is to continue, then we must overcome this calamity. Even as this world faces constant threats, divisions grow and wars ignite without cease, just as the name Stultifera Navis implies. Terra is certainly full of fools, both malicious and ignorant, but it is also full of saints who seek reason above madness and chaos. Now that you know the source of evolution, all of our conjectures have been verified. Ager cities are within reach, and even arrogant Iberia has emerged from its shell. Chief Designer of Warfare, let us begin. Begin? Shakes neck around in dissatisfaction.
Calm down. Rokinante.
Swings neck around more violently.
Rokinante.
Braze.
Where are we going?
Wait, they're friends? I did not expect that. I'm just imagining them both riding on the seahorse together.
The terrible waves are coming. We will defeat them. We are the terrible waves. The terrible waves. As long as there's water in the ocean, a moon in the heavens, and wind in the sky, the waves will not abate. The enemy you see in your madness is truly too majestic. Go, rasping growl, yeah!
Elated braying. And yep, it's a story after the final boss fight. The epilogue, rasping roar.
I will not allow the sea. Another ripple. Go.
Bye, last night. Wait, it ends with the last night? That is an interesting ending, yo. Wait, let me go back in. I gotta make sure I did the thing. Because I want food. Okay, Kudor, good. Let me go back in. Hey, let me back in, please. I gotta make sure I did the thing. Then I can eat dinner, and then maybe, just maybe, take a nap before my stream in like 5 hours. You know, maybe napping is good. I haven't slept in for so long. Sleeping in doesn't exist. I'll do my free roll after eating. Free exploration. Oh yay, I did it. I'm glad. I was being stubborn. I wanted to finish it all in a day. Or in one stream, at least the rest of the story. It only took 6 hours and 11 minutes, not bad. To go from, what is it, like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 or something? I don't know. A few. I want to make some tea. Maybe warm up some food if there's any left. Or at least eat some cheese. My stomach is angry. It is a pretty good time. Phew. But one more node. Did I not complete it? Ooh, dusty picture book. Are these the extra missions? Does it have storyline? Wait, if they're the extra fights, then eh. Extra fights aren't a priority. Upon opening the atlas covered with thick dust, you see a brief preface. The author claims to be but a poor soul from far from home, whose name is insignificant, to record the life that he and his friends had experienced, and to keep their memories from drowning beneath the waves. He picked up the brush. Surprisingly, the atlas seems to be quite popular with children, their doodles often visible in its pages' margins. Perhaps the ones who grew up on the land are using everything in their hands to tirelessly search for their nebulous homeland called Ager. I probably can't do the extra fights though. Extra fights always hurt. And I don't have the right people raised, usually for them. For some reason, the pages in the atlas are shuffled and scattered. This story will have to be slowly reassembled. Briogan has convinced us that Ager has sunk into the quagmire of arrogance. Our cities are falling, our homes submerge into the abyss, but the consuls will believe in our imminent victory. No, we need to seek another path. We mustn't forget that, though the ocean is vast, it is far from being the entire world. The land dwellers are weak and short-sighted, but the power of change may well dwell within them. They have been besieged by the calamity of Originium, yet have learned to harness its power. Briogan never promised that this place would have the answers the Ager sought, but it is at least a new path. I still remember the moment we first set foot on the land. The sand beneath my feet was no different from Ager, but that was the first time I really felt what it was like to be caressed by the wind. Oh, cute! That's what it's like. Oh, it's about his journey. Let me see how this be. I mean, if it's not that difficult. If it is easy. Except for EX8, then I can't finish it probably. Oof. It's always gonna be haunting. Like, I love how the main story be, but when it comes to extra stages, them having storyline, oof, that is big pain for me. Because then I probably can't read it all. And then sadness. Oh well. Let me get rid of them. Boop. Okay, I should probably bring out a healer. I'll bring out her. Healing good. Healing very, very good. I will put her out. As one do. It's too late for sleep at this point, actually. It really is too late for sleep. Because I know I'd wake up cranky. Because I'd have to wake up at 5 something, which would be in like 4 hours. And, I mean, that sounds like a decent amount of time usually, but I don't even know what time I slept last night. When I had to wake up at like 5 something. Which be fine. I'm living. I'm surviving. And that's what matters. Yay for surviving. Come on out, enemy. It's so funny when they take the stairs. Go, Irene. Yeah. Oh, let's see how this be. I know that Thursday I'm gonna be busy just because the new Pokemon game releases and I gotta pick it up. Because my bro pre-ordered them and he said that if I pick them up for like the quote-unquote midnight release, which is never midnight here anyways, then I can have the extra copy for free. That is my mission. So Thursday I have to camp outside. I gotta camp outside of GameStop. I will live there. That is gonna be my temporary home. As one do. What's my time right now? 1:17 a.m. The place we landed is called Iberia, a country that is wildly arrogant as it is backwards. It seems that pride is the common illness of all humanity, be it on land or at sea. We arriving along with Igerian refugees fleeing disaster. The people on land have dubbed us islanders. However, everything on land was still a novelty to us, especially to Briogen, who never seemed anywhere near as excited. When he was being called a genius back at the academy, there is never an idle day for him, as he leaves no stone unturned, no question unasked, and even quickly integrates with the locals. I really can't stand his complacent streak, what he's called the science of dealing with people. the science of dealing with people, wow. 2 days ago, he heard something from an old man that caught his interest and immediately decided to set off on a journey I have little hopes for. We know too little about this land to make blind ventures. Ooh, hello, hello. My day's been decent actually. Started off at like 5 a.m. and here I be. Alright, I guess I'll join his team after all. Hopefully we don't end up dead along the way. Yeah, hopefully. Waterlogged dream. These days, I will occasionally dream of dazzling golden domes of my humid hometown. Mine. The subsection has been attached to its proper place. Wilderness journey. Okay. First fight was pretty good. Let's see how the next fight be. I'm trying to think about anything to do today. I know that I stream in the morning. And oh my goodness, I do not like this setup. Oh gosh, this is gonna be painful. This is a big oof. But it should be fine, you know? Maybe. Uh-oh. I mean, no uh-oh. What is uh-oh? Shoot. No fear, no fear. No fear, no fear, no fear. No fear, no fear, no fear. Never feel fear. No fear, no fear. Yeah, no fear. No fear, no fear, no fear, no fear. Meh, I'll just put him no. I'll put him right here, as one do. No hesitation, no fear. Okay. I'm just gonna believe. Believing good. Okay, I'll put someone here. Very, very good so far. I should bring out a healer, you know, healers are good. Bringing out a healer is smart. Like, right here, because why not? Or actually... yeah, that works. Assuming he can do the thing. Yeah, he's a good boy. I gotta bring up more help though, so let me do that. I will bring her out. As one do. Time to assert dominance here. And I'll put her here. I shouldn't say the thing, but this ain't too bad so far. And because I said that, watch me just start, like, instantly lose. Because I said that thing. And I jinxed myself just now. Or actually, no. Susie did a thing. She helped me, so no one went by. That would have been potentially bad. I might as well put her here. Wait, what? Did it not work? Hey! Nope, they went through, of course. Because I said that. This is what happens when you jinx yourself. Oof. Too bad brute forcing won't really work here. Actually, kind of does if I can pull it off anyways. Whee! Come on. Oof. Okay. Because I said that it was gonna be easy at that point, I understand. I have been trolled. What is this one? Soil is the cradle of life. They say that when the spring wind blows, green shoots will sprout here. Shoot, I'll try again. What type is Gnosis? Maybe I have a friend support Gnosis. And I do. I don't know what you do, Gnosis, but help me if you're super good, my dude. Okay, that is a nice range. You know, I appreciate that range. Time to see how this works. Okay, it should be fine then if I use him. And I'll start putting her here.
Targets detected.
Same as last time, more or less. Yep, more or less. I'll put him here. I'm curious what he'll do. I'll put him here. Oh, cool. So that's what he does. I see. Well, that's fun. I'll put in a healer now. You know, healing is good. Healing is smart. I should be smart and bring out a healer. Keyword should. And I'll put her here, because why not? Good damage. And I'll put her here. Okay. You know, this is better this time, I think.
I'm all stocked up.
Yeah, it seems better this time.
Ready to go. Dig clear of the flag.
Okay.
何か関係あるんじゃないか。何人に私の人を妨げ
Yeah, way better. Oof. Come on.
I'm all stocked up.
Oh, those are gonna be so haunting. Well, at least I can get rid of some of them.
こちらチェン火力で一気に制圧する
And it's haunting me.
Mission accomplished.
Phew. Wow, Gnosis really is good.
悪くないわ。
Gnosis is super good. Soil's the cradle of life. They say that when the spring wind blows, green shoots will sprout here. Mine. The subsection has been attached to its proper place. How long has it been since we left that place? 5 years? 6? We have crossed the cities of Victoria, gazed out across the plains of Kashmirish, toured the Basilica of Laterano, and nearly perished in the snowfields of Ursus. Now, we face Sargon's endless golden sands. Briogan is right. We are indeed approaching the truth. During our travels, we've briefly come into contact with several special beings, sometimes seen as prophets, messengers, or oracles. Yesterday, Briogan officially met up with one of them. They had an extremely difficult-to-say name that they insisted we use. I hope I didn't mispronounce it. Briogan chatted with them for a good long while. Brinmuts, terrestrial creatures of mythic proportions and unparalleled power. Briogan is trying to come up with a hypothesis, but to be honest, I am taking the wait and see approach. They do have some similarities with the terrible creatures we faced in the ocean, but they also have very different. But they're also very different in other ways. I don't know if I'm gonna stream till 5 until I finish this, or until it gets too difficult to complete it. If I get stuck on a stage and I don't have the right people's raised, then oops. I hope the hypothesis of his exists only to be falsified. Because I wouldn't switch to the storyline after this. I like keeping continuity-ish. Pallid snow. I have never felt water in this form before. Soft, cold, beautiful, and deadly. A proxy? Let me look at the thing. That doesn't look as scary. Should be my final words. Hello, Gnosis. I hope it doesn't take until 5 because I need food. At least before the next stream, I need something.
人愛では戦場で誰も救えない。
I'll put something here because I do not like the thought of them, you know, coming this way.
準備はいいか
Like, that bothers the heck out of me. So I'll start with here.
時間をかけるつもりはない。
They shouldn't be able to walk this way. Yeah. Good. I'm gonna put her down now. Wait a second, what are they doing? Oh no, I did not realize that. Oh, that is annoying as heck. That's gonna be a big oof moment. Oof. Ouchies. No, sorry, not sorry moment. Oops. Oops. Yeah, my bad. I'll put monster down. Monster's a good one. Wait, that could have stopped the brand too. Oh man. Oh, I didn't know I could stop it also. Oh, we'll have to redo it.
Ready to go. Stay clear of the blast.
Oof. Yeah, I didn't realize I could do that then. Oh well, too late for regrets. No regrets. Oh, this is so bad for the range too. Oh well, 2 got through. Now I've learned. I learned the pain. Range units are most useful for most of these stages. Oof. Oh, this is so painful. Maybe this will be the stage that breaks me. Ouchies. Well, now I can use the box to hopefully stop the spread. Because that is scarring. That is very, very scarring. Come on, spread. Spread a little bit. That should be decent. Meh. No? Never mind. You know what has to happen then. Oof. You know, little doggy, you can get away. I'll let you live, little doggy. Man. Well, I might as well just put a bunch of people who attack range then. And hope they can, like, destroy them in time. This is for hoping for the best. It might be better than before. No, this is painful. Okay. I mean, might as well put you here. Okay. Right now it might be doable. You know, it's almost halfway there. Almost. Come on, Susie, get him, Susie. Get him, Susie.
Mission failed.
Or not?
審問官として邪悪を前に交代することなど絶対
I will try it again with more ranged people. Range is
師
good.
匠に約束したんです。私はまだここでは死ねません。
Okay. I will take out someone and put in a ranged person. Hey Irene, you wanna take a break? Thanks, Irene. Amaya, save me.
はい、わかりました。
Ooh, there's components that can allow Gnosis to freeze people with just normal attacks. Okay, that's good. I gotta change my components actually.
we can do.
I'll put him here, cause... And I'll put him here.
いい選択だ。
To assert his dominance at a decent range.
気をつけろ。
Oh, I should put this down, you know, that'd be smart.
私の思考をさ、一つアイデアが浮かんできた。
Okay, and then over here. Good job, Susie. Now the waiting game. Yeah, I'll just put her...
I'm all stocked up.
I'll continue putting her here. That still works. And then... I'll put her here.
この戦場を書くには
For when they get through, you know? Since I know they'll get through, which hurts.
こちらチェン。時間には限りがあるんだ。
ドキドキする距離を合わせて
I'll put her here. Now, time to see how this goes. Maybe I can get through it. If I believe hard enough.
私のことを信じてくれてます。
私の思考を合わない。
This is the point where pretty much was that last time before I suffered truly. Okay.
ドキドキします。
Ready to go.
And there. Hey.
はい、私が
Yeah, there's more hope here. Come on, Gnosis, you got this. Uh-oh.
有形をもって無銀を模し、無形をもって天下を仰ぐ。
Oof.
Stocked up. Focus fire. そいつらを逃がすな。
You know, there's still some hope.
ドキドキします。
If not, I gotta raise more people who are arranged. Barely did it, but I did it. Phew.
おい、私は友人たちの間で戦場を見渡す。
I hope there's not a lot of stages like that, or else, uh-oh. I have the LMD to raise, but I don't have the tickets. I can feel the excitement in each and every one of us. We're about to face the cornerstone of the truth. We've returned to Iberia once more. Over a decade has passed, and the country doesn't seem to have changed much. But the number of islanders has only increased. It seems the situation in Ager is looking bleak. I am starting to feel homesick, not knowing if my city still stands. Brillians met a few friends in Iberia, a cleric named Carmen, and a naval officer named Alfonso. They get together almost every day to discuss some, grand plans. He really is far too good at dealing with people, or perhaps I'm too much of a hermit who prefers the company of a paintbrush. Brilgan told me that his predictions are getting better by the day, and that he has found a way to integrate Aegir technology with Originium, and simply needs an opportunity to be put into practice. For example, being appointed as Chief Naval Architect of Iberia. If it gets worse, I'm probably not going to be able to finish it then. But that's fine. I did the main story. King's arrogance. Those with power tend to underestimate their ability. Even more so than those with great power. Oof. Okay. 1 exit, 2 entrances. I see the thing that I fear on the floor. The thing I do not appreciate on the floor. The thing that'll hurt me. Well, time to see how this goes. And if I can't do these this time, there's always next time. As in, the next time the event happens.
人外では戦場で誰も救えない。
Okay. I'm gonna hope for the best.
ここっていい景色だね。行きます。
I'll keep it as this so far. Might be fine.
時間をかけるつもりはない。
For now, anyways.
いい
Oh shoot, with this range though, I'll need multiple healers. Yeah. Oof.
ロックオン。
わかった。目を凝らせ。これこそが
That is bad.
デストレッツァ。
That is already bad. Oh my goodness. Well.
いい選択だ。ランジは我が恩敵に
No!
敵を
Everything's going poof already. Oh no.
私の思考を遮ってる。
I probably have to room at the beginning at this point. Yeah, roombing at the beginning would be great.
ここは私に任せろ。
Bye, Thorns. Goodbye, my boy. Okay, time to Roomba.
あとほんのちょっとだったのに。
Yo, that is difficult. Challenge quests are always hard. That's why I don't do them. They hurt me. I'm in it for the story, not the fighting. And here I go. Boop. Come on, Roomba. Please, Roomba, help me.
行くぞ。
Oh man. I'm gonna have to just... How am I gonna get rid of it instantly? Wait. Do I just have to put... like back to back to back Roomba? Maybe? Roomba? Shoot. Roomba? Never mind. The Roomba life has not chosen me.
戦闘態勢に入
Never mind the Roomba. Yeah.
Ready to go. Watch for the blast.
Yeah, Roomba won't work for me. I mean, I could start putting it down now, but nah. At this point, no regrets. Actually, no, I can do that. I can keep her alive. Just for a little bit longer. And then I have one more Roomba left. Okay. Place one vanguard to stall the exit and tread the needle? Tread the needle? What does that mean? Tread the needle? Sorry, I don't know what that term means. I don't sew.
Ready to go. Take clear of the blast.
You know, just for fun, I'll put it here.
自分のための戦いを
And I'll start using Gnosis. It's Gnosis, do a thing.
私の声に応え
Oof.
I'm all stocked up. Take clear of the blast.
This just looks insane, it's funny looking. You know, I kinda enjoy how funny it looks.
この戦場を勝つには発木が似合うのねあなたたちに対してだって多少の情はあるのねほとんど
Or everything's just going poof.
ターゲットロックオン
Maybe Gnosis can save the day. You're just the one going around menacingly.
了解しま
Hey,
した
hey, you, can you stop? Can you just like stop?
戦闘態勢に入りますプログラム治療モード適用し
Oh, there's hope.
はい違いすぎる
I'm just gonna leave it as that. There. Phew.
皆さん完璧な勝利でも警戒態勢が
Okay.
完全に解かれるまでは気を抜かないでくださいね
I'm glad that worked out. If it didn't, then that would have hurt. Briogan is going to build a massive fleet for Iberia. Even a fool can see how ambitious their king is, but so be it. Perhaps Briogan spoke true, that we are but visitors on the land, and our ultimate purpose is to aid Ager. I went to see the flagship while it was still under construction. From an Ager's perspective, it was a pretty average job, but for a country on land, it is a ship unlike anything they've ever seen. Briogan and Alfonso named it the Stotafera Navis, the Ship of Fools. My guess is that even though the two of them have withstood the pressure and insisted on keeping the name, they might have wildly different interpretations of what it means. Briogan has been constantly frowning as of late, seemingly aware of something about to happen, or he could simply be worn out, as the king has also tasked him with building lighthouses and ports. Recently, he's become a darling of the Iberian media. Every paper heaps praise on him without a second thought. But I know his eyes are fixed on something greater. His judgment has always been correct, and I hope that remains the case. Scorching fire? These flames blaze more passionately than I have ever felt before, perhaps because my partner in this conversation is that extraordinary. Oh, that's cute. Those with power tend to underestimate their ability, even more so than those with great power take. Heh. Ocean's premonition. Brilgun brought with him not only dreams of gold, but also a warning from the sea. Most people chose to ignore the latter. Chapter? When did Brilgun bring his little handy with him onto land? If I knew earlier, I would have brought mine too. It always helps me get the colors I need. He even brought an external upgrade module for it. That thing's expensive as hell. I'll take it. It's expensive as hell, huh? Ooh. I'll do that. Might as well do that at this point. I'll do that too. Range is good. And I'll do that. Save. My little handy looks so dangerous. Ship of Fools. Oh no, 2 exits. I don't like that. I don't appreciate 2 exits. But let's just see how this be. How difficult could it be? Ha ha, sobs. Ooh, what is this? Well, this will be an interesting fight. A very interesting fight indeed. Okay. You know, there's more hope this time. Wait, really? This one's pretty rough? Uh-oh. Maybe there's less hope this time. It is false hope. It is despair. Uh-oh. Oh no, can you just like not? Shoot. Yeah, I don't appreciate that. Okay, as long as I keep them alive, that's fine. Uh-oh. Oh well, no regrets. Let's wait for him to get closer. And then there. Heh. I'm saving Susie's. Okay, now I can use Susie. Good job, Susie. Making range stronger is great. I feel so powerful right now. Because of that. Otherwise, it's suffering. Okay, no fear, no fear. No fear. That might have been the best fight so far. Besides the first one. Okay.
完璧な勝利でも警戒態勢が完全に解かれるまでは気を
I
抜かない
lived.
でくださいね。
And that's what matters. Phew. Burning desire? Nobody can resist their own desires, especially when you understand when they are desiring. Okay. Far-seeing lighthouse. Might as well. Hey, Gnosis, come with me. I want level 90 Gnosis to assert dominance. There you are. Come with me, sir. Far-seeing lighthouse. Okay. I see. I see how it be. I might as well take care of that. Me. Good job, Roomba. Oh shoot, I realized what just happened. Oops. I can't get rid of that one. Oh well, I've learned the hard way. There'll be the one that gets away. But it's fine if it's just one. I know I should be thinking not even one, but still. If it's just one, I don't mind too much. Honestly. And then I'll put him here.
Ready to go. Get clear.
Okay. I'm just prepping for the pain. You're going down the stairs or up the stairs? Now, which way are you gonna go, sirs? Do that here. Do that here. Maybe over here? Or over here. Yes, over here, good. You know, healers are good too. I should never forget to put a healer. Oh, that'd be smart of me. And then over here. Shoot, please don't get through.
I'm all stocked up.
And there. I'll replace her with her. Okay. Then maybe, just maybe. And this side, more support is good. It's close enough so I can do that, and there's only 7 left. So maybe. Oh, I hate the invisible dude. Invisible dude, you hurt me. The invisible one's annoying as heck. Oi. Oi. You are going to haunt me. No, stop it. No. No. You stop right there. Hey. Hey, you, stop it. Oi.
時間をかけるつもり
Oh, that is so annoying.
若干のエラーを確認
I
し
mean,
ま
we
す
didn't see anything.
ご注意
It's invisible. If it's invisible, I didn't see it, didn't count. Unquenchable light. Where there is light, there is also shadow. The brighter the light, the deeper the darkness. I need those tickets. Perfect. Engulfing waves. I'll try that. Okay, more brand. One exit, that's fine. If it's one exit, it's not as scary. I mean, it's still scary, but it's not as scary. Now I'm prepared. Gnosis will save the day. I gotta put him to work with my silver ash.
マップと敵座標の DMA 設
Okay.
定を適用しています少々お待ちください
She's just here to be cute. As one do, you know? And I will put him here. Yeah, here's good.
いい選択だ。
I think I can make it fast. It should be doable-ish for now.
リンゴちゃん今日もよろしくね
I think it's doable-ish.
行きます
Great job, Gnosis.
いいじゃん
私の思考
And there.
が浮かんできた。
I can put Susie here.
頑張ります
Good job, Susie.
あリンゴちゃん今日もよろしくね
Oof.
私にさ
Do not hurt Susie, please. She is precious. How dare you?
指定の座標に到着
Oh, the spitters are gonna haunt me. I think the spitters are some of the most annoying enemies.
この戦場を書くには発木が見えないの矛先を落とせば超実なし筆を起こせば上昇を起こる
I feel like keeping her alive here.
ターゲットロックオン
And there.
言葉では伝わりにくい資料プロセス開始します
Okay. Darn spitting enemies. But it's over halfway, so that's good.
矛先を落とせば超実なし筆を
And then I do that. Good job, Susie. Take him out. Look at her doing hard work.
あなたたちに対してだって
She's doing so good.
ほとんどの時はね
Just a few more left. Okay,
私に
you got this, Susie.
Mission accomplished.
Yay.
私でも少しはお力になれたでしょうか
This is the most I've done for the extra stages. I wanted Susie because she was cute. I liked her in the storyline, and I felt bad. Like, yo, I'll give you money. Come to my Rhodes Island. As a friend, Alfonso is always qualified. As a captain, fine, there isn't anyone to compare him to anyway. What is that passive aggressiveness? Calamity. All sounds have vanished. The tide is approaching. A terrible wave. It will swallow us all. Something must have happened to Ager. I have to find Brailgen. Uh-oh. Bounding ambition? Once ambition germinates, it knows only how to proliferate. Even if it's clear, it will only lead to ruin. Submerged waves. Do you hear the sound of the tides? It's as if someone is sobbing. Decrepit craftsmen. Friends. We are all starting to get old. Yesterday, Brailgen spent half the day complaining about his new wrinkles. I think it's because he frowns too much. Oof, poor Brailgen. Fragments of silence. Okay. Oh no, two. Two to defend. I don't like that at all. But you know, this might be fine. As long as I believe hard enough, you know? So EX stage 8. Fragments of silence. No fear, no fear.
Let's show them what we can do.
No fear, no fear, no fear. No fear, no fear. No fear. Never feel fear. Oh, it's the fish. Of course it's the fish. Oops. That's my bad.
I'm all stocked up. Clear.
If one gets through, it's fine. But oh, my enemy, the fish. You know, if you're gonna come this way, come here. Come here, dude. Yeah, come here. Don't be afraid. Come here. Come here. Fight me. Yeah, come here. And to prepare against some of the spitters, there. Use that skill here. You know, I'll just put him here. He's my boy. I don't believe in you, Thorns. Ooh, I hate this. I really hate when it gets to that point. Well, you know, right here's decent. Time to see how this goes. Goodbye, Brand. Oi, what are you doing here? No. Keep her alive.
I'm all stocked up.
Come on, you're almost in range. Let me hit you. I just want to hit you. That is satisfying. Oh, my poor Or healer. Oof. Yeah, that's a big oof. Okay, this is just chaos. Ouch. That was an experience. That hurt. Hurt a lot. Yeah, that hurts a lot. I don't appreciate it. Why must you cause pain? Why must you do this? Darn jellyfish.
了解した。私の思考を妨げない。決まったら何時はもう愛。我が意向にかき消され。
Come on, brute force. Brute force. I believe in brute force. You know, brute force will save the day.
了解した。合わない。
Brute force always saves the day.
こちらチェン、時間には限りがあるんだ。
Just a little bit more. Okay. Oh, can you just not do that? Can you just like not? Why? Why must you exist? Oh, I hate that so much. This is bad. This is just pain and suffering. Oof.
Mission accomplished.
Yay! Continuation. I do not like the fishy. The fish is not my friend, it is food. Soundless Tide. This piece of paper has been waterlogged for so long that the letters on it are no longer legible. I will take that. Thank you, thank you. Obliterated City. Leviathan, Aegir, lost. Abyssal Hunters. This plan is our last hope. A few lines from... footnotes, okay? A few lines of footnotes. I've already looked everywhere. Where is Briogan hiding? He couldn't have died in the profound silence. But the situation for him now is likely more dangerous than it was then. That's right, he foresaw it long ago. But the countermeasures he prepared were taken as evidence that he was responsible for the calamity. He was branded an evil sorcerer who sacrificed Iberia to the waves. Even our identity as Aegir has become a mark of original sin, and the land dwellers accuse us of bringing disaster in our wake. I just saw an Aegir youth being beaten in a corner. The assailant was his Iberian neighbor, who he had always gotten along well with. Damn it, I have to find Briogan again. No matter what happened to Aegir, we have to go back. Oof. Back cover. Oh? What? Was that all of it? Did I explore everything technically? I just gotta be able to do the other stages to get them better. If I can, but is that all the story? Did I technically complete the story? Yay! Okay! I feel satisfied. I can finally eat dinner. This is great. I did it. I feel proud. I gotta redo the stages later though once I raise more ranged people. But woohoo! All it took was 7 hours, that's fine. So now I can eat and make myself tea to celebrate, and then maybe nap before my stream in a few hours. So thank you everyone for stopping by the stream. I hope everyone has a great rest of their day and epic gotcha luck. I need food. I am starving. So see you guys later. Bye bye. Food, 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 food. Food!